Ren doesn't eat or drink, playing the same game for 9 years. But when it finally clears the customs, instead, he was teleported into the game market. And in the face of sudden changes, what the hell is going on? Just before that, I was lying in a hospital bed, stumbled upon one RPG single-player game, even rare 2D images. At the time it was because the game was free, so I had the mindset of trying it first. The game is installed, but soon after, I was deeply fascinated by it. The biggest special thing about this game, it's just that you only need to make one error of judgment. When the character dies, well-cultivated characters will disappear. We have to do it all over again. And I'm strong-willed. Just going to school like that. Graduate. Job. Even when he was fired, he was still playing the game. And at the moment my game character finally stood in the room of the final boss. With excitement, I clicked the confirmation button. Excitement and anticipation stimulate all the brains. But the next second, the display glows brightly. Everything in front of me instantly turned white. Tinnitus came from the ears. Unidentified heat emanates from the skin. It made me lose consciousness in an instant. Later, when I opened my eyes again, it is not the lamp that illuminates the darkness. It's the fear of shaking. And there are muscular wild men all around. There was also an uncle with his hands raised. Said loudly, "Young warriors, start now. One by one, come up and choose the weapon that suits you." Although it is a language that has never been heard before, but I actually understood it all. After calming down and looking around, I concluded that I was teleported into the game world. And the first thing to do at this moment is to confirm the situation. With such thoughts, I lowered my head and my body was clever. Thick big hands full of powerful muscles. And also act according to my will. I turned out to be a barbarian. The barbarian, whose name was called, stepped forward to choose his weapon accordingly. The barbarian next to me was short of breath at the moment. His eyes were filled with fear. Looks noticeably different from everyone else. There were even frightened sounds. No way. This is the in-game scene of Dungeons and Boulders. It turned out that I wasn't the only one who was teleported into the game. This kid is just like me. At this time, Uncle Barbarian stood before us. Who is speaking? See this extraordinary expression. No matter how you look at it, it's not just because of the noise. I immediately said it wasn't me. And the Uncle Barbarian's gaze turned to the people around him. After seeing his panicked expression, he didn't even say a word. Deal with it on the spot with an axe. I feigned shock as I pressed it. But all I had in my head was a question. Why kill? Immediately, I also heard my uncle's explanation. The soul of Kaduya's son, Volcano Mound, is full of evil spirits. The little warriors want to erase from their memories what the evil spirit has just said. At the moment of hearing the words of the team leader, naturally assemble information in your mind. Intelligence 1. There are also realistic players who are brought into the game. Intelligence 2. These players belong to the evil spirits here. Intelligence 3. If this fact is discovered, it will be dead. Although there was an evil coming-of-age ceremony, it continued. But now there's one big problem. I don't know my name. If the name is called, no one moves. It's sure to look suspicious. I made my decision in a very short time. As the number of people decreases, I can only bet on a name that no one has promised. Jandel's Son, by UN, came out. The moment of anticipation has finally arrived. It's been 2 seconds since the name was called, but no one left. While recognizing this fact, I took a step. He straightened his shoulders and walked towards the group leader. Judging by the results, I made the right choice. The team leader looked at me without any suspicion. I suppressed my wonderful excitement. Adjusted breathing. I know my name now. Now we are faced with the second problem. Choose a weapon. I sorted out my thoughts. The barbarians in the game have no talent for magic at all, but with great physical ability. Hence while playing the game, I also always choose close-range attack weapons, although it looks handsome. But the problem is that it's too easy to die. After several bad decisions, I developed my own development. Without hesitation, I decided on a shield as a weapon, because in my almost 10 years of gaming experience, it was only the shield that made me to the highest level. And when I chose my weapon, the coming-of-age ceremony officially ended. When the barbarians became true warriors through coming-of-age ceremonies, all have to participate in the tribal labyrinth test. And we followed the minister's house to the city, and there was a labyrinth in the city. With a shout from the minister, these young savages shouted and ran towards the city. Although I am not happy, but he could only follow loudly. After running for a distance, fortunately, the savage captain at the front suddenly stopped. Turning around, he shouted confidently, "I seem to be lost." This was followed by the complaints of these young savages. Anna, the daughter of the team leader, stepped forward. Under the gaze of many people full of anticipation, Anna happily leads the way. But she was no different from the previous leader. We were also led astray. That's when I realized, these barbarians are really pure muscular, brain simple. Because it doesn't matter who's leading the way. The gang behind them will only follow. Never think about the right route. And I didn't want to be too public, just starting out in the new world. So he approached Einar and told her, "We just follow the explorers ahead." She thought it made sense, and she led us in high spirits. Came to the entrance of the labyrinth. When seeing the magnificent entrance to the labyrinth, I hesitated. At this point, choosing to enter the maze is the right choice. Because in the real world, I have always been sick. Will I be able to defeat monsters with my fists? However, this game of dungeons and monoliths has a tax system. Become a true perpetual deed. Every warrior had to pay taxes on a regular basis. If you can't provide only death, there are two ways to make money. The first is to enter the quest and fight the monsters. Second, you want to work in the tavern. The problem is that these taverns don't hire barbarians. And that's when Anna appeared behind me. Actually asked me how I could be as smart as you. You're the smartest of the barbarians I've ever met. This was followed by my perfunctory answer. Promised to repay me if I could get out of the labyrinth alive. When I asked you about the fact that you are not afraid of death, she replied firmly, "Of course I'm afraid of death. But as a warrior, if you don't fight, that's even more terrifying." When I saw her strong will, I didn't hesitate any longer. Boldly stepped into the labyrinth. The man was teleported in. I played the game world by myself for 9 years. Became a barbarian. And yet just got in here. The system says that death is imminent. Just now, I'm full of confidence. I thought I was using this strong body, as well as a combination of knowledge of the game. You can survive the maze to the fullest. After entering the labyrinth, only then did I know how naive my thoughts were. It was pitch black where I was. There is no light. If it is according to the game settings, there will be crystals on the wall that act as a light source. Of course, there is also a dark area on the ground floor. It's a small part of the way to the second floor, and I could be in these dark places. I tried to call my companion's name, but there was no answer. I'm the only one at the moment. Then I held my shield in one hand, hold onto the wall with one hand and move forward slowly. Suddenly, there was a burning pain in the ankle. I actually stepped into the trap. I really want to let out a cry of sorrow immediately, but I endured it desperately. Because in the first layer of the use of traps, there is only one kind of monster. That's the goblin. And this guy is definitely nearby. I subconsciously raised my shield to cover my body. Because of the cunning goblins, it's possible to hide in the dark and wait for me to be discouraged. One way or another, I'll do what I'm supposed to do first. After lowering the pose, unfold the trap with both hands and pull your foot out. If you can wear leather shoes, it doesn't hurt so much. At this moment, his right foot is gradually losing sensation. This trap is actually highly poisonous. In order to finish it out before losing consciousness completely, I started shouting greetings to the goblin family. But I don't care how ugly the scolding is. Still couldn't hear anything. Now I feel like an idiot. But when I quickened up and was about to leave, I actually heard footsteps behind me. This cunning fellow, really observing. I tried to speed it up, The footsteps behind also accelerated. I suddenly turned around and tried to meet the enemy. It was pitch black. Nothing can be seen. My right leg is still bleeding. I know the character of these goblins very well. The more the prey struggles, the more excited they will be. He's waiting for me to bleed to death. Come and collect the body again. Thinking of this, I also changed my plans. I stopped. Then he staggered to the ground. The forehead that hit the rock hurt like it was about to crack. But I can't make a sound. From now on, it's a battle of patience. If that guy thinks I've fallen, approach me first. That's my victory. If it really falls before that, that's my failure. The sound of the guy's footsteps slowly approached me. It's so slow that it makes you yawn. As expected, although the prey fell, the cunning guy is still skeptical. Then this guy actually threw a stone at me to confirm if it is really dead, when I didn't have any other reactions. This guy walked towards me with joy. From the sound of jumping, you can feel how happy you are. I suppressed my excitement. Calmly judged the distance by the sound. When the sound is close to the ear, I jerked myself to my feet and threw a punch at the guy. But it was short. The nimble guy actually dodged my punch. When I'm annoyed that I didn't judge the distance well. In my body, there was a fierce force. A wonderful feeling. In the next second, I was holding down this hateful goblin. The feeling that this body brings. Far more than the sick body in the real world. Much more enjoyable. Under my countless boxing, the goblins below are silent. The goblin's corpse then vanished. There was an extra little stone on the ground. This becomes currency in the game. 9th class horse stone. In the memory, this value is about a slice of bread. But no matter what, I smiled miserably. It took so much effort. All I got was this horse stone. That's right, too. This is the world of gaming. There are even more powerful monsters in this labyrinth. And killing them will be protected. And outside the city, there is also the alien dragon gate that I am familiar with. Now I'm dragging my completely worn feet, crawling on the ground. First of all, I didn't use the injured foot, so I didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, the movement speed is faster than before. Most importantly, no more stepping on traps. In return, there was some tingling in the elbow and knee, but it's totally bearable. What can't be done in order to survive? At this moment, the system prompts. Excessive bleeding from persistent up-heaviness. I will face death. See it in my despair. The crystal at the end of the passage in the distance sparkled. Most importantly, I see hope. I crawled as hard as I could. Close your eyes and open them again. This time I clearly saw about 5 or 6 people. There was a queue right ahead. They also found me dying. After seeing that I was a newbie, a leading man, asked the priestess in the team if she would like to heal me. I was shocked to hear that there was a priestess in their ranks. Have a priestess? Then it means that this team must be elite. But the priestess didn't want to be treated. Only then did the man have a sword at his waist. Took a potion out of his bag and threw it out. I then went through his treatment. Health is also starting to recover. It is very painful to recover from this potion. I slowly got up. Just as I was about to say thank you, the blonde man asked a question. Ask me why this newbie is getting here faster than they do. If there is a secret passage route, it will be sold to them. Here. I just understood. It turned out that it was because of this that I was saved. But it's better that way. After all, it is more dangerous to help for no reason. When I told them truthfully, when stepping into the labyrinth is here, the man also remembered that he had read a book that was recorded. There will be dark areas. But this kind of thing only happens once every 100 years. Here. I'm out of luck. Something that happens only once in 100 years. I was actually bumped into by a newbie like me from the beginning. I looked at where they had left, quickly ran over and picked up the shield that had fallen to the ground. Reorganize your gear. Started the road to leveling. Through the experience of killing just now. With the help of the crystals here, his vision was restored. These goblins aren't a danger at all. Even their traps are clearly visible. Meanwhile, the adventuring party that left before, Arrive at the entrance to the second floor without incident. With the blonde man triggering the trap, the entrance gradually brightens. But the shooters in the team notice something unusual. A blood-stained trap. An unidentified cool blood was left alone there. The trail of blood from the trap runs along a curvilinear passage. It only then did they realize that this was the cold blood I left behind. And that's when they realized. A seriously injured person can crawl for more than 10 kilometers in a dark space. This is something that no one on their team can do. The world wants to get a good night's sleep. You have to find a partner. But if you find a lewd uncle as a companion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just before that, I'm fighting in the labyrinth. Several major problems arose. First, there is the issue of food. Because the grain bag given by the tribal chief was broken. 5 of the 7 days' worth of grain was lost. At the moment, you can only save money. The second is that the system prompts me. Water needs to be replenished. Although water is a more important resource than food. But the tribal chief also did not provide water. Hence the conclusion in the labyrinth. Self-sufficiency should be no problem. It really didn't take too long to find the water source. I tracked the falling water. A small pond was found. There is already an explorer who is drinking water. This is in addition to the blonde team. The first adventurer to meet. He saw me from afar. Just turn around and leave. I guess I don't want to have anything to do with the blood-stained me. I'm taking time to get some rest. Check out the catch. Count them. Equivalent to 44 loaves of bread. If you think back to the time when you almost died, I have to say that it is a lucky thing now. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. In return, I felt a deep sense of sleepiness. Since it's a living thing, you should stay asleep. But the map is full of monsters in a labyrinth. How to sleep? There are 2 ways to do this. Entrust your life to the heavens. Take a nap. Or find companions who can protect each other. Everyone should be tired the same now. Find the right person to establish a temporary partnership. A little more reliable. After making a judgment, I started looking for a partner in the maze. It can be rejected by everyone. They don't like barbarians. Think that the barbarians are unreliable. When you are angry, a human uncle who looks to be around 40 years old. He walked towards me with a smile on his face. Asked me if I'm looking for a partner. At this time, someone took the initiative to come to me for a partner. I was taken by surprise. But it is true that the reason for being too tired. I said yes first. Looks experienced uncle. I told him his name first. Then he said while shaking hands. Although it was best to have 3 friends in the evening. But if you have to find it, it seems to be more of a waste of physical strength. It's like wishing 2 people were alone. Plus an old fritter-like tone. There is always a feeling of being bullied. I quickly shook off his hand. Let him not play tricks. This was followed by a brief coordination of opinions. We decided to spend the first night together. He proposed to use rock, paper, scissors to decide who sleeps first. No surprises. The first one I lost. The uncle took out the watch. He also kindly told me how to use. This could be the people here. Awareness of the barbarians. Then the uncle took out a blanket and covered it. Lie down with your backpack as a pillow. Soon began to fall asleep. After waiting another 2 hours. Finally, it was time for me to sleep. I found an open space to lie down. Then pretend to doze off. Of course, even if this uncle seems to be kind, there was no intention of harming me. But how can you trust the guy who meets for the first time? Can be followed by 2 hours. Nothing happened. I was so vigilant. Carried through this time. I began to get annoyed. I should have had a good night's sleep. Now it was his turn to sleep again. I sat aside, still considering whether the person can be trusted. Now I can't open my eyes. Suddenly, I was slapped by Hans. I fell asleep on the first night. To apologize, I asked my uncle to sleep a little longer. But the uncle forgave me with a pleasant smile. But the more the uncle is like this, the more I felt suspicious of him. He comes across as kind as a liar. He was the first to suggest not to look for other members. And he didn't reproach me for the smell, even rejected the price of being able to sleep again. Because in this treacherous labyrinth, treat others too enthusiastically when they meet for the first time. It always feels out of place. When I lay down again and thought nonsense, the body instinctively wakes up with a sense of crisis. Suddenly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was the uncle's smiling smile. But both hands raised a sledgehammer. But they will smash me in the face. A body that was cultivated as a warrior. In times of crisis, subconsciously ducked to the side. When they saw that I actually dodged his attack, the uncle showed a panicked expression. I instantly ignited my murderous intent. Pick up the shield and smash it at the uncle. His face was swollen and red. The nose was also bleeding. This uncle's strength is slightly stronger than that of a goblin. No wonder you want to use these shady tricks. Now the uncle with a blue nose and swollen face fell to his knees. I walked slowly to him, asked him why he attacked me. He hurriedly explained. Just took a fancy to my shield and magic stone. However, I didn't believe what he said. Because take out an adventurer in the labyrinth. It is a very serious sin. No one will do anything to someone else for something like that. Seeing that he would not tell the truth, I then slammed his powerful Donkey Kong leg into his chin. Then step on him. Ask again. At this moment, he hurriedly told the truth. It turns out that the barbarian's heart is a newly developed magic material. If only the heart of a barbarian could be obtained, you can get a reward that is hard to get bad. That's why he wanted to attack me while I was asleep. Just after he thought he had dragged things out of the way. When you can live. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Then I raised my shield. Slammed it down. Then I received a system prompt. Complete your first kill. And also got a large hammer. Boots. Pocket watch. Knapsack. Weight for everything on him. My power has also increased. At this point, I finally got rid of the primitive life. And what makes me feel ridiculous? After killing people, he lived more like a human being. Then organized the supplies. I got up again and walked deeper into the labyrinth. A goblin you met on the way. I can kill them with a single hammer. But the tiredness of the body is getting stronger and stronger. I decided to look for a fellow clan this time, and the situation encountered along the way. But it's very different from yesterday. People invited me to team up and rest. Can face the Terrans. I can no longer have trust. After I declined their invitation, but they learned it from their mouths. Barbarians at this time. Generally, they have already entered the second floor of the labyrinth. The only races you can choose from are the other races. The congregation is the agreed elven race. And there is a dwarven race as bold as a barbarian. When wandering in the maze for about an hour, finally found a wandering alien race. The moment they met his gaze, there was a strange, suffocating silence. This female elf before. A second ago, I was confident and cold. The next second was pitiful. Just before. This pointy-eared female elf. Sit with your back against the wall. Look at me with silent eyes. She doesn't look like she has a night soul. Dozing off alone. Amber eyes that sparkle like cats. Full of confusion and vigilance. I should have hoped that I would ignore her disappearing expression. It's the opposite of her. The first thought that crossed my mind was, got it. So I watched her first. But at this moment, the female elf nervously stood up from her seat. But the posture is unnatural. I saw that I was injured in the abdomen. Not deep, though. But it was a long stabbing wound. This is by no means like a goblin can give an injury. So I asked, were you injured by a human? The female elf did not answer in time. It seems that I am too fierce. Of course, I can understand that. Actually, it's me. In case of injury, see a big guy like me approaching. It will also be shocking. Even the other party is still a woman. I was thinking about it when I was here. Suddenly, the female elf fell to her knees without mercy. Before I knew it, my eyes were filled with tears. Uncle, please don't hurt me. I have an old man in my family. There is a younger brother under him. Leave me alone. This. Why is this female elf so spineless? To be honest, I thought she was the cold beauty type. I have the impression that female elves are quite cold-blooded. I knew it was this kind of character. I approached her in a more gentle way. Then I tried to avoid more misunderstandings. I gave her a smile first. By the way, don't be afraid. It won't hurt you. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Just have time to cool down. The other party will also know that I mean the truth. But the flower sound has not fallen. Do you have to do this? Uncle Barbarian. Bullshit. What the hell did I do? It feels like a raging maniac pervert who bullies a high school student at the school gate. But I'm just a barbarian. Just once. Please let me go for once. When I was silent for a long time, the female elf begged for mercy even more aggressively. It's so speechless. What kind of life did these barbarians live? How could the image be so bad? I couldn't help but sigh. Let's treat it first. Others are coming later. Then I took a step back. He took out the herbs and bandages from his bag and threw them over. See this herb? The elf looked at me quizzically. Why treat her with herbitis? And help her? Unconsciously asked a few questions. Help needs a reason. Speaking unintentional words. I don't know why I feel like I'm stinging in my mouth. But there was nothing she could do to dispel her doubts. Then I went on to explain. I need a night buddy. Although in this case, say something like that. I look a lot like garbage. But it's definitely not a bad thing for her. Wounded. Lack of sleep. Plus a beautiful appearance. No matter how you look at it. Her situation is several times worse than mine. Then I turned around. Let her bandage her wound first. But it didn't take long. I heard that she had bandaged her wounds. So fast. I didn't expect the craftsmanship to be very good. Look in my eyes again. Vigilance also seems to have decreased. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Bjorn, son of the barbarian Yahello. I only heard him say the word Owen weakly. Presumably Owen is his name. Although I don't know what you misunderstood. But it won't happen what you think. But I replied that I did. But the fear in his eyes remained the same. Seeing that he still can't let down his guard, I asked straight to the point. Why are you so afraid of me? He also talked about why. Because decades ago, barbarians and elves were once hostile. Although the war is over. So now he's very scared when he sees me. This is also the first time I have heard of it. Barbarians are in a hostile relationship with elves. At this moment, Owen patted his chest and said, he has no ill will towards the barbarians. I don't want to fight with you either. Hear his words. I looked at him earnestly. I have no ill will towards you. So would you like to be my nighttime companion? Just overnight partners. You're tired right now, too. Why don't we cooperate? Listen to me. Owen frowned. He thought of the barbarians who value credibility. So I was told to swear by the honor of a warrior. Won't hurt him. Hear this. I also swore an oath to him as a warrior. At the same time, Owen also swore by the honor of the tribe. It won't hurt me. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Then I handed the pocket watch to Owen. Tell him to call me in 2 hours. But just in case, I'll pretend to sleep for 10 minutes. Suddenly, Owen's voice woke me up. I was in a daze. He told me it had been 2 hours. I don't even know when I'm asleep at the moment. Could it be that this blanket and quilt are too comfortable? As a result, I fell asleep on my head. So I lent the blanket to Owen. He felt very warm. He immediately fell asleep. Looks like he's tired too. It should have been a rough day like me. I finally had some free time. Unconsciously began to think about what was happening in reality. Will anyone come to see me? Does anyone know I'm missing? Never mind. I don't want to. Even if I went back. There is nothing they want. More than an hour passed. 10 minutes left to wake up Owen. I looked at Owen, thinking that this female elf should be able to play a role in battle. It seems that she can be turned into a long-term partner. Just when it's cranky. 2 humans passed by. They saw me with the elves and came over and asked me what my relationship was with the elves. But I didn't give the 2 of them a good look. Motioned for the 2 to leave quickly. The 2 of them retreated under my pressure. But the way they whispered, I have a bad feeling about it. These two people should have come to find Owen. So he quickly woke up Owen. When I woke up Owen not to sleep, she actually said she was going to sleep for another 5 minutes. B. It is possible that you will be able to fall asleep if you are dead. This innocent and lovely female elf before can make a man cut off his children and grandchildren. Just before that, when I called Owen up, she's still pretending to be asleep, because when those two people came, I secretly confirmed. This girl deliberately covered her eyes with a blanket. Obviously, I have already woken up. In order not to waste time arguing, I grabbed her by the shoulders and forcibly lifted her up. Why pretend to be asleep? She was frightened by me, vaguely avoided the gaze. It is necessary to get information as soon as possible, and to make a judgment for me. This is a very depressing attitude. When I grabbed her chin, when she looked into my eyes, Owen said helplessly, "If I wake up, I'm worried that you'll leave me alone." Indeed it is. She and I are only working together at night. Stand on each other's feet. Protect each other. At the moment when Owen opened his eyes, the oath of both sides is over. I first exhaled deeply. Then he asked about the two people who were looking for you. What is the relationship? It has nothing to do with them. But the badge on their clothes. It's the same as the people who tried to hurt me before. It should be the same group of people. Here. I couldn't help but spit out expletives. Not two people. It's actually a group. The situation has gotten worse. I even started to get upset. Isn't it here to swing with this elf? But it depends on her situation. He looks like he's only about 20 years old. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in my heart. So I decided to take her out of this dangerous place first. Then on the run. I also have the rest of the situation. First night. She has a night partnership with a man. But halfway through sleep, a strange sound was heard. When you open your eyes and see the other side, the other party actually took off his pants. Do dirty things. She managed to escape after a successful escape. That person at the same time attacks every time I see her. This is also the reason for the injuries on the body. It was later learned among the people who attacked her. The man before was. One is the leader of the modifier union. And everyone in this group. There is an information stone. Information stones are mutually resonant and can resonate. Is one within 300 meters in diameter. Props that can be used for calls. This is a situation that makes matters worse. The other side has a lot of manpower. There are also communication tools. If you let it go, she's definitely going to get caught. It sounds like she's done nothing wrong. Why the whole group of people chase her? When I was asked again about the key point, this female elf actually used an innocent expression. Amazing words were spoken. She actually cut off the other party's life. I can totally understand that. Why are you so in hot pursuit? That's when it happened. Owen said suddenly. A tracker stuck to us behind us. The distance is about 150 meters. It didn't look like she was lying. This should be what it should be. Elves are naturally sensitive. So I took her to speed up. The distance of the tracer is still not widened. In this case, the tracker will also tell the group where we are. It would be dangerous if it did. But at the moment, my heart is still tangled. If the target on the other side is me, I'm sure I'll get rid of her without saying a word. But now it's a matter for the elves. If I come forward, this trip to the muddy waters will definitely be inseparable from the relationship. In order to make a decision as soon as possible. When I asked her what she was best at, she replied, wash clothes, cook, sweep. I was speechless by this female elf. She added, reacting later, what I do best is archery. There is also magic that can use the fire attribute. Is a standard archer, plus the precious fire attributes. At the moment her combat abilities. It was helpful for me to explore this labyrinth. So I asked her seriously, do you want to be my true partner? The deadline is until the end of the maze. The reward distribution is my wine. Buff. And I haven't finished talking about the rest of the conditions. The girl shouted in advance. I promise. At this moment, the distance between the trackers behind them is getting closer and closer. And now I saw a hole in front of me. So I ordered Owen, "Unleash fire magic." When we walked inside the hole, and when he sucked up the fire, he saw the tracker in hot pursuit. And that's what I'm here for. At this moment, Owen had already prepared the bow and arrow stance in advance. When coming into view from a tracker, Owen didn't hesitate to shoot the arrow. You can feel Owen on the side. My whole body was trembling. This should be the reason for the first killing. Then I came out of the darkness and examined the body. But this tracker is trying to increase speed. I didn't even carry any backpacks. There is only one information stone in his hand. At this time, the sound of the information stone was still heard. When we haven't replied here for a long time, the other party also sensed the problem. Finally, the information came out of the stone. The tracker has been killed. Now all who hear the voice, assemble all in the goblin area. A young girl a second ago. A cold-blooded killer in the next second. And at the moment her bounty, it has been as high as tens of thousands of gold coins. Not so long ago, I pulled out the tracker's gear from head to toe, then sort out the items obtained one by one. I thought I could catch something good. It turned out to be nothing. There is a heavy gem bag, as well as 2 short swords and a crossbow, and a set of equipment that this guy wore before. At this moment, Owen changed into new equipment. Although the overall look is a bit loose, but it's still pretty good with the belt on. Maybe it's a change of costume. Temperament has also changed. Now she looks more like a dignified female warrior. Then I picked up the information stone. When I study, from inside, the president's voice came again. Hilding, who was chasing the elves, was dead. Her location is in the goblin region. Then add, she was with a barbarian with a hammer and shield in one hand. The bounty was even increased to 10,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money. Hearing this, Owen was first taken aback. Immediately looked up at me with uneasy eyes. And I comforted her lightly. Do not worry. I'll get out of here with her. Under my unwavering gaze, this particle instantly became a fan of mine. Because before, when killing a previous tracker, I've decided to help her. The reason is simple. I just love helping people in need. The premise is, she wants to be valuable to me. Then we borrowed her spark. Proceeded to the second level of the labyrinth. On the way, I analyzed the situation with Owen. If we are active at the entrance on the second floor, with the strength of 2 people, there shouldn't be too much danger. And I add, I have a very tacit understanding with her. Melee and ranged attacks. Always the best partner. Plus a layer of loot. It's not enough for 2 people. While Owen was still worried about the location of the second floor, the information pool was just right in the air with dirty content. Catch the elf's words. Not only 10,000 gold coins. Priority will also be given. These words came at a good time. Save me from trying to convince her. As far as I remember the game, if you don't know the route, just keep walking along the north. You can walk to the entrance. After walking like this for a while, saw the first goblin trap, but it came much later than I thought. As per the situation when I just entered the maze, a trap is long overdue. Is there no place for light? There aren't many goblins on their own. When I think of this, suddenly, I felt very depressed in my heart. I was in the dark from the beginning. I also stepped on a trap and almost died. How unlucky I was. Probably thinking that this is an opportunity to perform. Owen confidently walked up to me. The moment the goblin jumps out, deftly dodged attacks, then shoot arrows at very close range. Easily solved a few goblins. His skills were much better than expected. The movements of the body are also agile. Not for a while. Kill Owen of the goblins. He looked at me triumphantly. Well done. Watch you shoot arrows. Like a genie indeed. Hearing this, Owen rejoiced embarrassedly. Then he stretched out his little hand. 2 loot in his hands. It turned out that he remembered what I asked for during the run. He also said confidently, as far as the progress is going, Maybe you can recoup a fortune yourself. After a quiet period on the ensuing journey, the message came again. This time, the bounty was raised to 20,000 gold coins. Other words, there is definitely an enemy within 300 meters. It may be that there is something wrong with the instinctive single-mindedness. Owen quietly approached me. Follow my unfortunate fate. Something bad is going to happen now. But the silence made me feel uneasy. It was exactly what I expected. Owen on the side suddenly pointed ahead and screamed. As he moved the flame forward, I saw a bunch of zombies in front of me. Decaying skin, empty eyes. These guys are in my memory. It should only exist in the south. Did we wander near the cordon? Although we have been moving towards the north. But when you encounter a dead end, you can only turn around. It is also possible to go in the opposite direction. At this time, Owen did not have the smug he had before. Instead, he stood timidly behind me. When I shared the general strategy with him, I walked out slowly. There were 3 zombies blocking the passage ahead. If it's like a game, these zombies must be within a certain radius before they can attack. When I cautiously walked again from time to time, 3 zombies pounced at the same time. They are better than the goblins though. But after all, it's just a 9th-class monster. So it is still more than enough to destroy them. I even have partners to rely on. Subsequently, we're upgrading, while heading north. Before you know it, the 3rd day has passed. And that's when Owen found out. A strip of dark red blood drawn on the ground. It's bloodstains. It doesn't look like a goblin. And this bloodstain stretches right in the direction we're going. I don't know why. I think I know who the owner of this bloodstain is. When we followed the blood trail for a little longer, I was even more convinced of my own ideas. And there was a big picture ahead. Cool blood and a trap thrown on the ground. I couldn't help but swear it. That's what the hell meows. I just got behind the labyrinth. It's actually the entrance to the 2nd floor. What a joke is this? If I had gone in the opposite direction, if I hadn't stepped on that trap, my luck was so bad. The man got rid of the obscenity of the wanderer, but harvested an innocent and lovely female elf. And this female elf was rewarded with a high price. And we are in order to avoid the pursuit of the enemy, forced into the 2nd level of the labyrinth. The moment we entered the 2nd floor gate together, the body fell violently from the sky. It feels like a moment in the moment. After being chewed incessantly by a frog in its mouth, the feeling of spitting out in disgust. Then I made a muffled sound, dropped on the ground. Owen, on the other hand, quickly kept his balance, landed intact. I felt it again. This girl's physical fitness is really good. It's agility that a savage like me can't have. At the same time, we also heard the sound of the system entering the 2nd floor. After looking around, I determined it from memory. This is the goblin forest located in the northern part of the 2nd floor. Behind it is a passage that can be returned to the 1st floor at any time. There are no life forms in sight in the vicinity for the time being. Each entrance to this level represents a different monster. The northern side belongs to the goblin forest. The east side belongs to the lair of the beast. West belongs to the zombie camp. The south side belongs to the Black Rock Mountain. And the way to get back to the city from this labyrinth is, it's time to get started. Explorers will be dragged to the city by the labyrinth. Those who are not very united and who are chasing us. It shouldn't be possible to chase us to the 2nd floor. So I decided to stick with the 2nd floor until the end. Rush back before the 1st floor is about to end. But you can't just sit and wait for time. So I decided to explore the surroundings first. Maybe it's a relationship to the woods. Owen sighed on the side. It's like they're back in elven territory, knowing that the area around is a goblin. But I was still happy to the child. At the same time, he also exerts the keen sense of the elves. Eliminate goblin traps on the front end. But it's a little weird. There are pitfalls here though. But for the discovery of goblins. The difference here is from the 1st floor. In addition to having a fixed trap, goblins are basically a group of more than a dozen of them. It can even be doped with mutated goblin archer brains. Of course, The closer you get to the periphery, the more species mutate. But we're going to be around the entrance. So those mutated goblins don't threaten us for the time being. We broadened the field by throwing stones to eliminate traps. This is also to make it easier in case something goes wrong when escaping. When expanded to a certain range, Owen spotted the goblin colony ahead of time. Under his inquiring gaze, I've decided to get rid of these goblins. Then he slowly pushed through the grass in the direction of the goblins. On a road full of branches and grass, his steps were silent. Once again, I marvel at the agility of the elves. A short time later, Owen stopped first. He waved at me, at my beckoning. Pick up your bow and aim it at the goblin. Start with an arrow. I rushed straight ahead. The monsters on the second floor are indeed different. The first is that there are 3 times as many as one layer. There are also new species like goblin arrows. But surprisingly, I'm not scared at all. Instead, excitement flooded my body. It should be what this flesh has. The reason for the belligerent heartbeat of the warrior. With a goblin rushing from the front, I struck their sons with a clenched short hammer. A punch of a rookie. I was instantly knocked away. Some goblins have not yet fallen to the ground. It becomes a halo and disappears. But it's too early to rejoice. Now it's just a matter of killing the first few of them. At this moment, there are goblins at the same time. And the instinctive sense of crisis coming from behind me was even stronger. It's a goblin arrow. If it's a little late, maybe I'll hit the ground on my head. They don't give a chance to breathe at all. Usually there are more than 5 ordinary goblins. Already a big threat. If it were me, face this group of monsters in front of you. You have to be aware of the hurt to win. But this moment is different. I have a good companion. An arrow shot from the grass pierces the center of a goblin's eyebrow. It seems that Owen has mastered a good position to snipe. I quickly got up from the ground. Then he took the shield and rushed again to the center of the enemy line. It's time to put an end to this group of monsters. Soon after, faced the first goblin hordes. We harvested 11 rubies. This compares to 44 in a whole day on the first floor. This is already a very satisfactory result. The only regret is the equipment of the goblin arrows. Disappeared with their deaths. But at the same time, it is also exciting. What you will gain from staying here for 4 days. The man kills the goblins countless times. Finally learned the legendary dragon descending slap. Not so long ago. We are centered around the entrance on the ground floor. The exploration range has been expanded to 3 kilometers. Meanwhile, naturally, we came across the goblin horde. They will show up in batches at 5-minute intervals. This time, there were even goblin archers in the group. This species is indeed very threatening. They even use invisibility magic. But just concentrate on it. When it exposes the body, we'll be able to react to incoming arrows. Even barbarians, if you are shot in the head, will also die on the spot. So if I could go back to town, helmets must be purchased first. Once again, we ended the fight. Found an open place. Decide to regain your stamina before exploring. When I asked her if she needed to sleep for a while, this girl really doesn't know how to be polite. When I put down the heavy parcel location to explore Mutai, in less than a minute, there was the sound of snoring. Compared to the barbarians, it sounds very small and delicate. She must have been really tired, because so far, she never made a sound when she slept. Maybe it's because her heart was safer than ever. We have been in contact for 15 hours for the hunt, although you have to face more than 10 goblins every time. But with the increase in proficiency, dangerous situations have also decreased. The rate of elimination is also getting faster and faster. Therefore, I also gained a lot of retrospective. But it's not without its tense moments. With the increase of the radius, encounters with explorers also began to arise. This is a team of more than 3 people. There are also teams that include a group. As soon as everyone meets, although as is customary, they will distance themselves from each other and pass by. But these experiences, it exhausts me every time. Compared to goblins, I am more afraid of the attacks of these explorers. And now there's it. Reasons to be especially vigilant. That is, the girl's beauty is also a big problem. I looked at Owen, who was sleeping profusely. I couldn't help but sigh. Although it has been a few days of rough sleeping. But her long silver hair, attractive amber eyes. There are also facial features with the conditions of beauty. I wish this side was on this side. Don't attract other male explorers. And when I just got here, she was still snoring just now. He opened his eyes with a smile, asked excitedly, "Are you that beautiful?" She looked like she was still asleep. After being indifferently rejected by me, once again, he began to fall asleep. After we enter the goblin forest, the 4th day passed quickly. Day 5, day 6, and now it's the last 7th day. We finally made it to the point. The moment when you can leave the labyrinth. Closed from the entrance on the 1st floor. 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining. Escape the maze and get back to town. There is only one. Just wait until the entrance is completely closed. Then the time is set. The labyrinth will put the explorers on that level, all dragged into town. Other words, the higher the number of layers, the longer you are active in the maze. It's just that we're going to do it before the end of the 7th day. Go to the 1st floor to leave the maze. There are also several reasons why you want to leave early. Once the residence time of the 1st floor has passed, the passage that you entered will also disappear. Other words, in the unknown, our retreat will also disappear. In addition, the grain is also gradually bottoming out. Although it is also possible to pass rubies, exchange food with other explorers. But this adds unnecessary factors. What's more, Owen had less than 10 bows and arrows left at the moment. This will not guarantee the unknown battle. After that we hunted again for a while. The remaining time was confirmed, and decided to start heading back to the entrance of the 1st floor. At the moment we are about 4 kilometers away from the entrance. When we go back the way we came, before I knew it, I found a refreshed trap in the forest. In other words, the previously eliminated goblin group has reappeared. At this moment, Owen, who was walking in front, stopped. A group of goblins found not far ahead. We didn't talk much either. When I nodded, Owen led the way through the grass as usual. Look for the next batch of targets. Then I rushed straight ahead. Kill the goblins. As I roared in their center, these goblins actually began to hesitate. It should have been suppressed by my momentum. In the moment of their pause, I quickly pulled out my hammer. Shoot that goblin arrow in the head. I can feel it too. I have been through many fierce battles. Before you know it, you have mastered the medicinal power of these group battles. In addition, Owen on the side has gradually improved his combat power. The 2 archers in this group did not fire even a single arrow. Was killed by Owen in advance. The time it takes to finish them has also been shortened a lot. Then we were going to pick up the loot and leave here. Owen spotted something strange not far away. It's floating in the air, like a fist-sized bead of light. Although this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. But it's certain that this is the essence of goblins. It's a treasure for explorers. It also has different stats depending on the type. Increases passive and active skills to the absorber. Even the difference in cultivating the essence can decide the fate of this character. Although each explorer can only absorb one essence. But it's also enough for others to risk it. This happens to be the essence of a goblin archer. Under Owen's greedy gaze, I also decided to give him this opportunity. Meanwhile, I had a bad premonition about this kind of luck from heaven, because so far, all sorts of misfortunes have been with me. When I thought my bumpy fortunes were starting to get better, not far away, the voice of an uninvited guest was heard. The group of people even brazenly shouted, "This essence is what they see in advance. Let's quickly drop things down and get out of here." This is a human explorer made up of 4 people. They spotted us in the distance. With a serious expression, the distance was quickly shortened. And when I saw them coming, on the contrary, my heart gradually felt comfortable. Gestures that are commonly used in the world. It's easy to use anywhere. Even the in-game world is included. When Owen was about to take up arms, I threw him straight ahead. In the process, it happened to come into contact with the goblin essence in the air, and the essence shines instantly, then wrapped around Owen's body, and slowly dissipate. When I saw that the target of this time was absorbed, these 4 people are long overdue, pointing at us and yelling, "Face them." I took a big step forward without nervousness. If you guys want to fight, come on, no matter how much. I'll be there for you, although at a disadvantage in numbers. But I showed a stronger desire to fight, because in this world, if you are despised, you will be eaten immediately. And then under my strong attitude, these people actually chose to leave. After that I asked Owen, "Make your way to the entrance of the first floor as fast as you can." Although it is not clear whether they will follow us or not. But one thing is certain, their destination is also a first floor entrance. Because they are a team of 4 people. Follow this example. Activities on the second floor are more than enough. But they lingered at the entrance. It should be the same as us. I plan to go back to town on the 7th day. Hear these analyses. Owen didn't have too many doubts. I lifted up the speed and led the way ahead. He should have noticed it too. Although there is no head-to-head confrontation, but safely before exiting the maze. Danger is ever present. That's when it happened. Owen spotted a group of goblins. When I was going to avoid them and wanted to go to the entrance, Owen said hurriedly, "This time the goblin hordes are already rushing towards us." Since entering the second floor, goblins have never attacked us, because through Owen's keen perception, we can avoid them in advance. But this time it's an anomaly. It can't be just a coincidence. When I was going to dodge these goblins in the opposite direction, a cloud-piercing sword slammed into the back of my head. The strength of this sword. It's not like the craft of a goblin bow and arrow. I made a quick judgment. This is supposed to be the deliberate attempt of those people to lure the goblins, and then in ambush in the opposite direction. It should be after weakening our power with goblins. Wanted to clean us up. Thinking about that, I made a decision. I'm going to get rid of these goblins first. So I asked Owen to use it directly. Essence skills that have just been acquired. Goblin Archer Essence. According to the words of the game understanding, it should be a stealth skill. This is not required to start. A skill that can be unlocked by will. Then I asked for the stealthy Owen. Go find the 4 guys in the back. And I'm going to stay alone to face this group of goblins. As it stands, there really is no better way. Under Owen's worried gaze, I admonished, "I'll give him a signal later. Be sure to put it when the time comes. The enemy's bow position kills with 1 arrow. Don't show stealth until then." Then in a state of Owen's blindfolded face, I ran straight back. It didn't take long to see it. A horde of goblins in hot pursuit. I don't know yet. Where are those bastards hiding? Since shooting a dark arrow, they never showed up. I don't think we'll show up until we're done killing the goblins. Maybe. That's what they had planned in the beginning. There are about a dozen goblins in front of me. 2 of them look like arrows. There are no bows and arrows flying yet. This means that the goblin archers are also hiding in the shadows. The current situation is, both dodge goblin archers. Beware of the human archers. Even to kill the group of debris in front of you. When I block the bow with my shield, goblin arrows in the rear are the right time. Stab me in the back. Without Owen's help, it's up to you to face these guys alone. Physical injuries are inevitable, although the number of goblins is decreasing. But the accumulation of injuries is increasing. And just when I finally had the time to catch my breath, at the same time, 2 arrows were fired. And it's in both front and back directions. One is a goblin. One is the handle of that group of bastards. It's impossible to block 2 arrows at the same time. So I chose to use my shield to block the arrows flying from the side. This voice is completely different from that of a goblin archer. When I used my shield to block the bow and arrow of a human, the arrow from the rear plunged deep into my left arm. Got an arrow. The left arm couldn't move in an instant, because the arrow actually hit my swelling. Plus it's highly toxic. The only thing you can use at this moment is your right arm. If you have to choose between a hammer and a shield, then I would not hesitate to choose a shield, because now the real enemy is that group of bastards, and not the goblin in front of you. Although these goblins can be easily destroyed with a hammer, but they can't resist the arrows. When there are only 3 goblins left, these monsters also felt my horror. There was no desperate resistance. Instead, he chose to run away, although it was covered in bruises. But he won the first round. Meanwhile, accompanied by the sound of compliments, the bastards also emerged from the hidden woods, and only 3 appeared. That means enemy archers are still hiding in the shadows. I don't know if Owen has found this person this time. And for their appearance, I didn't show any panic either. Instead, he looked at them with cold eyes. It still hurts to move my left arm now, but it's also time to send a signal to Owen. To make the people of this world perceive that it is a signal, it has to be a unique gesture. And that is friendly gestures that can be used internationally. Obviously an impossible enemy to defeat, but we miraculously won. Just because it's in this world. It is impossible to be together with the barbarian and the elf woman. He actually worked the magic of love. Not so long ago. After exchanging glances with his accomplices, the red-haired man on the opposite side, it's a big step forward, and said to me, "Take me first. I'm going to ask where Owen is." Even to treat me as the large boss in the game to treat. That's when it happened. I slowly raised my left hand. Slowly raise your middle finger. They were given a standard international gesture. This should be someone who lives in any world. It all looks like a unique gesture. And this move immediately frightened the group of people in front of him. You can see the confusion in their eyes. But this gesture did not bring any changes, because Owen's bow and arrows were not seen. Could it be that it was too far away for him to see? But I can't do that much. I took up arms directly. Priority rushed to the red-haired man in front, and the red-haired man I targeted. Instead, he retreated, while hurriedly shouting the name of another person. This is a male protagonist in a straw hat who stepped forward to block my attack. This man's strength is indeed strong. He should be the strongest of the team. No matter how strong, I can't even back down. I had to rush them up. Owen had a chance to kill with one shot. And that's when I think about it. An arrow came out of nowhere. When everyone present was frightened, the arrow was actually blocked by the man with the sword and shield. No wonder this kid has been standing still. Then the kid shouted, "Let the rest of the people focus on defeating me. He will stand up against the bow and arrow." It turns out this bunch of bastards. There is already a detailed plan in advance. And at this time, the red-haired man behind him slyly swung his arrow. It aimed at my injured left arm. Simply respond in a timely manner. The wound is not too deep, but the left arm is no longer functional. I simply gave up the defense of my left arm, rushed straight at the red-haired man in front of him. It's a good exchange. Meanwhile, I struggled to flick the straw hat samurai aside with my shield. At this time, another arrow of support was fired. I don't know if Owen changed his sniper position. This time, the strength has increased significantly. It also comes with the properties of fire-based magic. Meantime, shielded man who can't defend against fire. He could only throw the shield in his hand. At the moment when the shield of the mortal disappeared, Owen also did not hesitate to shoot the arrow again, and this time, finally shot accurately in the shoulder of the shield man. With injuries, he could only drop the arrow in his right hand to the ground. This kid who has no weapons in his hands at the moment. It became a useless guy. And when you see the battle situation in front of you against your side, the red-haired man who reacted, "Let the straw hat samurai resist me later." I ran in the direction of the jungle, presumably going to find Owen, and I was entangled by the person in front of me. At this moment, I can only trust Owen's ability. When I hit the straw hat samurai with my shield, he didn't decide to resist. Instead, he dodged my attack, and I followed the offensive and aimed directly at the shield man in the rear. One blow shattered his head. Now they're really only the Straw Hat Warriors left. These few times I have fought each other, you can feel that the strength of the Straw Hat Samurai is very strong. I don't know why he's messing around with these bugs, but it would also be the biggest mistake of his life. When I attack with a shield, the familiar Straw Hat Samurai distanced himself from me, and that's in my calculations. I gave up my shield, directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed him. The Straw Hat Warrior who was grabbed by the collar instantly showed a puzzled expression. This should be an unexpected scenario. At this moment, I pulled him back with my powerful right hand, then used the mouth instead of the left arm that cannot move. Tear the samurai's neck hard, and the samurai couldn't even let out a scream. Just left this world. The battle here has just ended. Owen appeared out of breath in the bushes. I spat my mouth full of meat on the ground. He wiped his mouth with his arm. Owen doesn't look like he's hurt at the moment. It should have been a smooth solution to the red-haired man. This battle is finally over. Although it was a victory, but the cost is also significant. Owen, who was in a hurry at the moment, with teary eyes, looked at the scarred strong man in front of him. He took the potion from his waist and handed it to me. And I didn't say too much. I just picked up the potion and swallowed it in one gulp. It didn't take long. I could feel something boiling inside me. At the same time, pain is felt in every blood vessel, and the skin all over the body began to itch. It's a feeling of going crazy. Thankfully, the feeling quickly faded. Then I asked what time it was. It is currently less than 40 minutes before the entrance to the first floor closes. I can't care about this situation that much. I shouted directly at Owen. Quickly strip naked. And this girl doesn't know how to understand it. He actually blushed and began to take off his clothes, and I was speechless. Explained again, not to let him undress. Instead, they quickly stripped off the equipment of these underground corpses. When that's all over, there are just over 30 minutes left. From this point on, we had no choice but to start the marathon compulsively. And so after a while, the entrance to the first floor slowly appeared in front of our eyes. When the time is less than 40 seconds, the two of us finally made it to the entrance on the first floor. The feeling of returning to the first floor is not much different from when you enter the second floor. The same is, I was still sitting on the ground in an embarrassed position. Owen on the side stood unscathed. At this moment, Owen on the side was happy like a child, and shouted that it was funny. If only I had people like me around me. I think I'll be just as happy as he is. Then I relaxed my aching body, got up from his seat. There are less than 10 seconds left at the moment. We just looked at each other like that. It was intended to be said in this way, but it occurred to me. The loot has not been distributed. So I quickly came up with a place name. Hurriedly shouted to Owen. Sombra. We went out and met at Sombra's bar. Also with the end of the sound, our eyes instantly turned into a piece of light. The sound of the system is also heard. Closed labyrinth. The character is on his way to the town of Ravdonia. Sombra. Midnight. You call a young woman to this kind of bar. What is your purpose? Not so long ago, after I left the secret realm through teleportation, when my vision came back to light, unconsciously stared up at the sky. Such a bright light. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I haven't felt the warmth yet. I was disturbed by the noise around me. It even makes me doubt. Was it teleported somewhere else? But after hearing what they were talking about, I've also come to believe that this is a city outside the labyrinth, because all the explorers who entered the labyrinth were gathered together. I really didn't expect it. There are so many explorers on the first floor. Then I adjusted the clock to 12 o'clock, because the time in the labyrinth and the time in the city are different. In the labyrinth, it doesn't matter how long you've been through it. According to the time of the city, it is just one day. So just get out of the maze. The time will be fixed at 12 noon the next day, when I'm done with these. Suddenly, I heard a familiar call. This cute look, bold voice. I have an impression of this person, but he never remembered his name. Finally remembered in his self-introduction. It turned out that his name was Karak, the third son of Payan, the name of all the barbarians in this world. The father's name must be carried on the front, plus the first few children and their own names. I haven't said a few words to him yet. The barbarian warriors came out of nowhere. It's like having a class reunion. Ignore the crowd around you. With a super loud sound. Kept calling long names. Say hello to each other. They also compliment each other on their equipment. They're really amazing too. It doesn't look like they're very clever. But I memorized such a long name so well. That's when I heard Karak's voice. Said they were going to exchange gold coins. Asked me if I'm going along. Then I softened my voice. Answer in as loud a voice as possible. I'm going too. But the answer was heard. I looked tired. He also said that my voice had no power. Always thought. The barbarian he played was perfect. But this sentence of his. Instantly I lost my self-confidence. This was followed by Karak. We went to the laboratory together. It seems that the barbarians have gained in order to compete in the labyrinth. A necessary process that needs to be undertaken. At this moment, Karak, who was in the lead, shouted as he spoke. He was going to be a warrior. Prove your mettle here. It's like a supermarket checkout counter. A crowd of people gathered around here and waited for the settlement. Especially the lady sitting at the front desk. Her hands are as fast as a machine. Quickly convert the gold coins. Karak's combat power is also really good. The exchange of other warriors was only more than 20,000 gold coins. She exchanged more than 40,000 gold coins. Suddenly the other barbarian warriors on the side surround Karak. Praise her for being the best of the fighters. At this time, I also slowly walked to the front of the stage. Take out the 3 storage bags that you have prepared. In the front desk lady's fast hand speed. My results were also very fast. It was a total of 182,413 gold coins. When this number wants to withdraw at that time, these barbarian warriors instantly surrounded me in the center. Because the value of 180,000 is their all-time high. Then I don't know who found out first. I still have a warhammer in my hand. Combat boots, shoulder pads, etc. This is the result of their envy. The guys reacted so enthusiastically. I can understand that too. Because enter the labyrinth naked. When he came out, he evolved into a civilized barbarian. I should be the first. And in their excessive praise, my body was starting to get excited on its own. I'm the best fighter. With the sound of my inner sea, the barbarian warriors were instantly plunged into a whirlpool of madness. With their simple brains, enthusiasm comes quickly. Go fast, too. Soon after, we sat down collectively in the middle of the square. There may be other newbie processes that I don't know about. So I'm here with you waiting for the other barbarians. That's when I saw it. Owen is surrounded by a group of handsome men and beautiful women, excitedly exchanging something. This scene, it's really enviable, because I have only these stout savage men around me. At this moment, Owen also secretly looked at me. When the two looked at each other, I saw the right time. Said to Owen with a mouth shape, "See you tonight." I don't know if I understood what I was saying. The girl's little face suddenly flushed. He replied with the same lip shape. Good. That's when it happened. The elf next to Owen and Karak next to me. At the same time, he was surprised. Do you know each other? When I said I didn't know, Karak actually shouted, "You are the strongest warrior. How is it possible to know those vile elves?" I really want to gag this guy's mouth at this moment, but it was too late. Because it's too loud. The surrounding elves immediately looked at this side with fierce eyes. Really by these simple-brained guys. It feels like I'm going crazy. It's just at this critical juncture. The last few savage warriors too. After exchanging the gold coins, he walked out. Stay here anyway. I may not be able to talk to Owen. That's why I decided to lead the gang out of here first. When we come to a certain distance, I actually saw a very sad scene. Although I have played this game countless times. But I didn't expect that. These feelings also exist in the real game world. A delight for the explorer's family or friends. There is also the grief of losing a loved one. When I was honest, when you can't see the scene through the display, my heart also became extremely heavy. The screen turns. I stared blankly at the crazy bunch. There was only one reason why I decided to act with them. I'm afraid there are still newbie tasks that I don't know about. But I never expected it. The next stop turned out to be the bar. And it's broad daylight. It's about the rhythm of not getting drunk and not going home. Staying with them would be a waste of my time. So I stood up suddenly. Declare that there is somewhere to go. I'm going to get out of here first. Although they looked at them with surprise. Shouting, I'm the hero of this time, can't leave or something. But under my insistence, I could only watch as I left. And after separating from them, I was dazed and shuttling through the city. Although with a purpose. But the mood now is, I just want to keep going. The scene here makes me feel quite peaceful. The first time I saw the city was in the middle of the night. But now it's daylight. Therefore, the streets are crowded with people. There are no monsters here. No one will hurt me either. There are even laws and rules here. If it's here, even if you fall asleep on the road and get a good night's sleep, it will be safe and sound. Or before that, there may also be someone who will lend a helping hand first. Of course, I know that too. It is incomparable to the backwardness of the earth in the 21st century. But even so, it's still peaceful. Maybe, live in this city, it should also be a good decision. In their own whims. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was 9 p.m. It was noon time to come out of the maze. So I slept for about 4 to 5 hours. I slowly got up, went to the whale bar where I met Owen. Finally found this bar by asking. It's not the same as what you see in the game. When I pushed the door open and entered the arena, what catches your eye is a messy scene. Just then I heard an excited call. Owen had already arrived early here, but there was a sit around him. Another female elf he had seen during the day. I learned in Owen's introduction. She turned out to be her own sister. But since the elf saw me, he kept staring at me with drunken eyes. It made me feel very uncomfortable. When I asked her what she was here for, she pointed at me angrily. In the middle of the night, you call Owen to this kind of bar. What is your purpose? I didn't think about it. Such a charming female elf. He actually said to me, how about we go to your room together? Not so long ago, when I walked into a messy bar, a familiar voice was heard. It's a call from a corner location. When I see that direction, there were 2 people at the table. The other is a female elf who looks very similar to Owen. Later I learned in the introduction, it's her own sister. No wonder it's particularly similar to Owen. When I was observing this female elf, she looked at me with cold eyes. The embarrassing time didn't last long. A female elf called Truja. He asked me in a questioning tone, last night, call Owen to this messy bar. Where is the intention? You didn't even show up yesterday. And let her wait here all night. This is an incomprehensible question. But look at her expression. It's not like a joke. When I came back to my senses, ask about Owen. After coming out of the maze, it's been a few hours now. The answer was 30 hours later. Lose your marbles. Not 4 hours. It's 30 hours. No wonder the whole body is so happy. It turned out to be me. I slept all day. I didn't quibble too much afterwards. Apologized directly and sincerely to Owen. But for my apologies, the 2 sisters actually looked rather surprised. It's like seeing an apology from a barbarian for the first time. Then Trusha brought the issue up again. Reasons to make an appointment with Owen. In fact, there are many reasons that can be named. But I didn't want to tell her. Said to her categorically, I don't want to tell why. If really curious, let her ask Owen herself later. Actually, what I want to express means, don't be an eyesore here. Let her get out of here. Thankfully, she understood me. Because this angry look speaks for itself. Then Truja suddenly placed a storage bag on the table. There are 350,000 gold coins in it. It is the value of the golden pith that Owen absorbs. It turned out to mean that I would get out of here after collecting the gold coins. This is really like a famous scene in TV dramas. When I adjusted my mood, throw the question to Owen. That's when I gave the pith to Owen in return. Hopefully, she will help me get the golden pith I want. If allowed, I want to continue to team up with her in the future. The division of loot can be adjusted by 5 to 5. In simple terms, I just want to form a team of 2 with her. When I heard this, Owen's eyes suddenly burst into a lot of excited starlight. But it didn't take long for the eyes to darken. In her apologetic gaze, Truja's voice was heard. It turns out that the elves have the tradition that the first adventure in adults must be completed alone. But from then on, the labyrinth had to follow my sister into the adventure. This was an unexpected result, but I also made a quick decision. Although it's a good match for me, but there's no reason to stick to her. Then I'll have to do the math. With the confirmation of Truja, the 350,000 gold coins is half of the market price of essence. That's according to the original agreed ratio of 9 to 1. You still have 280,000 gold coins to me. But I'm not done yet. The abominable female elf said with a sly look in her eyes. I almost forgot about it. Then he took out another bag. It was exactly 280,000 gold coins. I was almost wronged. This despicable female elf. I now know why the barbarians hate this race so much. Then I used a gloomy face. There is a reason to have something to say to Owen. If she's done with things, just get out of here. At the same time, Owen also used a longing look. Looked at her sister. For the behavior of the always well-behaved sister, it also seemed to have exceeded her expectations. Then she sighed. Suddenly pointed his finger at me. It made me swear. Won't sleep with Owen. I thought I had misheard. Just don't put us to sleep. Is physical contact permissible? What a clever female elf. And then I didn't hesitate. An oath was initiated in the name of a warrior. For me who crossed over to get here. Never cared about the reputation of the warriors. And Truja, who heard my oath. Before leaving, he thanked me solemnly. Saved Owen's life. Then he walked out of the bar in style. As the bar doorbell rings, Owen hung straight down on the table. Because it grows so big. She had never contradicted her sister. But according to the smile of Truja as he was leaving, it should be lifeless. In my comfort, the little girl also began to raise her head again. By the way, he took out more than 60,000 gold coins from his pocket. This is the archers who attacked us. And the property of the redhead man. Other equipment for these people. Because there are too many things. She stayed in her dorm. I'm going to bring it back next time. It's been a long time with me. This girl knows exactly what I want. Although he gave up on her cleanly. But it's a bit reluctant. Then she spoke abruptly and cautiously. How can I repay me? It turned out that she was still thinking about it. I promised to repay the grace of saving my life. It turned out to be this reason. Her sister would make me swear. I guess I'm afraid I'll make excessive demands. For the time being, I don't think of any other requests. I couldn't stop screaming after a long night's sleep. When I asked her what she wanted to eat, the girl hesitated for a moment. He actually said that he wanted to drink. It turned out that she wanted to drink the first glass of return wine with me. Yesterday's celebration banquet, deliberately dripping wine for the sake of fighting. Return to wine. This kind of culture does exist in games. For those until adulthood. Father-in-law who has been growing up in the Holy Land. A celebratory wine for the first safe return. It makes a lot of sense. Then the girl added, we are beings who share weal and woe in the labyrinth. So it had to be a drink with me. But what she didn't know was, it was also my first time. Turns out I said it in the labyrinth. I'm also a 20-year-old me. She was joking. No wonder you keep calling me uncle. Actually, I'm just like her. Just became a warrior. It is also a labyrinth that you enter for the first time. Shortly thereafter, a large table of delicacies finally served on the table. We drank and ate at the same time. Talked about a lot of topics. Because most of the time in the labyrinth, they will only say what is necessary. So this kind of private communication, it's the first time. Depending on the situation, this girl's alcohol consumption is average. I drank a glass of wine. He kept staring at me with charming eyes. He also muttered to himself, "The costume that Uncle is wearing today is very handsome. Uncle drinks so much. See her fairy-like demeanor." I also thought of a way to repay me, but my request is difficult to do here. Because of the guards in the city, we'll be arrested soon. And the little girl who heard this, the little face instantly turned red. Then he said with a seductive demeanor, "How about we go to the uncle's room together?" This female elf actually offered to go to my hotel. But what she never expected was that I actually did this to her. Not so long ago. We have been dead in the labyrinth for a long time. In the company of food and wine, there was a deep exchange for the first time. At this moment, the little girl who has drunk 3 rounds. It's already drunk and hazy. Her eyes are fascinating. Then I made up my mind. After drinking the wine in the glass, no courage to give up asking for her. Let's move on to another place. And the little girl who heard this, the little face flushed instantly. He even took the initiative to propose. Going to my personal dormitory. At the moment, I was carefully studying Owen's body. Of course, my sister and I didn't make a vow. Although the oath of this world. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm with this little girl. Not on the same channel at all. Irving, you spread your legs a little more. Now I'm forcing her to stretch. She kept screaming as I tossed her. And the voices of the multitude actually brought the uncle in the next room back to life. The moment I let go of the little girl's arm, it was as if she had been given a new lease of life. Immediately curled up to the side. I'm afraid I'll toss her again. Under my careful observation, discover her who absorbs the essence of goblins. Flexibility has been improved by 4 points. But look at her expression, so uncomfortable. The attributes of the elevation are within the actual body. The reflection is not obvious. The little girl who learned my true purpose muttered with a look of disappointment. It turned out that I took her to the hotel. It's to check her abilities. Look at her aggrieved demeanor. It seems that the little head is expecting something else. If we use an ability in a city, definitely arrested by patrol officers. So you can only go to a hidden space to do a check. Dungeons with stones. It's a very unfriendly game. It is not difficult to see from the character's attribute interface. In general, the protagonist of the game will be divided. Body. Spirit. There are 3 abilities. But in the game interface, just click on the plus button. Thousands of small details will appear. For example, a character's body stats are fixed. If her stats increase on the muscles of her lower body, that is followed by the weight carried. Physical attack is also increased. That is, depending on the details. What each character can do is completely different. I've been playing games for 9 years without eating or drinking. I still don't know about some of the details. It's like the Goblin Archer essence harvested this time. She has attachment gas in her stats panel. For this property, in addition to knowing that she belongs to the spirit class, the rest of the effects are a mystery. And the little girl who absorbs the attribute of attachment. The only change after coming out of the maze. Just loved the cookies. While I was still immersed in these details, the little girl gently tugged at the corner of my clothes. The little eyes have been sleepy to a certain extent, although there are still many details that I want to confirm. But look at her situation. That's all I can do for today. Then I blew out the candle and lay down on the bed. This girl doesn't have any sense of disobedience. Already asleep directly in my arms. Although I remembered what my sister said not to sleep together. But that's certainly not what it means now. In the midst of these thoughts, I also fell asleep. Early the next morning, Owen and I sat side by side on the bed, excitedly observing the neat gear arranged on the floor. These are the trophies of our labyrinth. And then we have nothing but what we really need. Other equipment. Through the time of the morning, I found the major trading houses and sold them one by one at a high price. When the last piece of gear is sold, we actually have a huge sum of 1.45 million gold coins in our hands. Remove Owen's 50,000 gold coins. My personal gain alone is 1.4 million. This is for first-time explorers entering the labyrinth. It's an incredible number. When our account splitting is completed, I decided to send him to the central square and then separate. It was like this until we reached the central square of the fork in the road. It's different from when I just passed by. Now the crowd is boiling here. When approaching with doubts, only to find out that the soldiers were being executed. And these criminals are not murders, robbery, violent people who set fires. Their crime is only to pay taxes. Other words, because there is no money. With the shouts of the soldiers, the head of a man on the guillotine instantly fell into the barrel in front of it. But the people in the neighborhood, he took the bread he brought, swarming towards the barrels. What's even more surprising is, they gobbled up bread after wetting it with bloody water. In the face of sudden bloodshed, Owen began to burp in fright. Because of the scene in front of me, more shocking than cutting off people's heads. And what makes these people so crazy? There is just a superstition. Drank the blood of the pedestrian at the guillotine. Fortune will soar. The reason why Owen and I are both interracial at the moment. The tax for a year is 700,000 gold coins. Although slightly different from the game. But there is no way. Subsequent taxes will increase every year. So now is the time to invest in yourself. Because in addition to waiving the handling fee, there is also the first year with less taxes. It was the period of the fastest growth. If you stay too comfortable, in case it is not possible to return to reality, the blood they eat may become my blood. If you don't want to be like that, you have to save like crazy to become at least 6 layers in the labyrinth. An explorer who can move freely for the sake of being in this world. Survive without being executed. I need to know everything about the world. So after breaking up with Owen, I went straight to the library. The smell of paper and ink fills the air. Even the atmosphere of holding back the cough. It can be in such an environment. I saw another barbarian. She was Anna, the second daughter of Puir. I was able to sleep so soundly in this environment. She really deserves to be the first female warrior of the barbarians. When I poked her in the back, she woke up in her sleep. Ignoring the Sujing in the library, I shouted my name out loud. In addition, other members of the same family can be seen in the library. It made her heart more excited than it may be to feel the gaze of the people. Anna lowered her voice as well. And the reason why she came to the library, it was because of one of my proposals. Before entering the maze, when she leads the barbarians to get lost, I gave her advice. Think before you act. This passage also made her realize, you need to have knowledge before you think about a problem. Quite a terrific idea. If it weren't for opening a book and snoring to sleep, she really has a strong consciousness. But her actions were already much stronger than those of the other barbarians. And in her description, you can feel the first labyrinth adventure. It seems that there are also a lot of blows. And the rest of the barbarians only know how to show off. How easy it is to kill monsters yourself. She decided to come over and learn. Then she said, she only found out when she came here. There were many words she didn't recognize. I fell asleep unconsciously. Speaking of which, Anna got up directly to go to the Holy Land to learn writing from the elders. It's really a race that gets sadder the more you get to know it. Because Anna worries when she remembers. If you don't act, we'll forget about the decision now. Then walk towards Anna in the direction of the exit. Seems to remember something. He turned back to me. If the labyrinth can come back alive this time, we'll repay the advice given to her at that time. And if you need help, I went to the Angry Horned Cow Hotel to find her. And I'd love it in a day or two. She didn't forget today's appointment, because I should be asking for her help soon. When Anna left, I walked around the library for a while. It's a super huge library. It shouldn't be like the 21st century here. You can know the location from your computer. Just when I was agonizing how to find the books I wanted, a librarian was seen taking a nap, and she followed my cough. Slowly opened his eyes. I was lost in a second by losing the beautiful night elf like a flower. In the next second, he immediately found the unruly barbarian female warrior. And the savage female warrior will be My next overnight buddy. Not so long ago. After Anna left, I walked around the library for a while. It's a super huge library. It shouldn't be like the 21st century here. You can know the location from your computer. Just when I was agonizing how to find the books I wanted, a librarian was seen taking a nap, and she followed my cough. Slowly opened his eyes. But I haven't said what kind of study I'm looking for. She was still sleepy before. Suddenly cast a spell. Meanwhile, a faint light seeped into my body. When I was vigilant and wanted to dodge, her lazy voice was heard. Actually said, "From now on, I can just walk around as I please. To the relevant area. The book I want to read will automatically appear." That's all that is said and done. The librarian began to doze off again. Then follow the instructions to wander around the library. I also learned what she meant by being able to find a book. Keywords that have something in mind. My eyes will automatically look for relevant books. No wonder such a large library. There is only one administrator. It turns out that there is such a convenient magic. Then I picked one of the books from the shelves that appealed to me the most. The first book, The World of Perdition. This is a book of almost 1,000 pages. A book that narrates the original history of this worldview. Tell the story of the world for thousands of years. Cursed by the witch. So human beings are trying to survive. You can only survive in the last castle. In the royal family at that time, in order to open up more resources. The passage of another layer was forcibly opened. And this passage is now the labyrinth. The second book, Basic Understanding of Alchemy, Commentary. This book is about the magic stone on the monster's body. What kind of process will it go through to become bread, water, steel, etc.? Although it is impossible to understand the principle of this, but I still forcibly embedded this knowledge in my head. The third book, Relic Wars. I also learned about it through this book. Why did the barbarians and elves have had a big war before? And this fourth book, it means a lot to me so far. The evil spirits of the abyss. The so-called evil spirits in this world. It's just snatching from another level. The existence of evil in someone else's body. Although there is no evil spirit for any reason, but it is possible to learn about the royal family and the temple. What efforts have been made to eradicate evil spirits? After reading the summary of the book, it is. If I don't say that this world is taboo, I would not be suspected of being an evil spirit. Next book. About the king's death. The book tells the death of Rabikian III, known as the first king. It died 150 years ago. And the beginning of this game is the day after the death of the first king. Other words, it's a world 150 years after the game. It's no wonder that the knowledge in the game that I know often goes wrong. The last book is Dimensional Instability Observation Record. That's what my blonde guy said at the time. When the entrance to the maze is closed, enter at the same time. There may be inferences of instability. It turned out to be the reason why I entered the moment I closed the maze. Dropped in the dark zone. When I looked up after seeing this, the sky has turned dark. It's the third day after leaving the maze. A month in this world is 30 days. So another 27 days later, the next maze will open again. Therefore, I need to find a partner who can replace Owen as soon as possible. But I thought I had just fallen asleep. A sudden knock on the door interrupted my sleep. It turned out that it was already early the next morning. At this moment, Owen was excitedly banging on the door. The moment I opened the door, an intense blue light enveloped my whole body. It turns out that this girl has contracted a new essence, and it's a wind attribute that matches the fire attribute. The problem is that she doesn't know how to control it yet. Just for a moment, my room has been messed up by her. And to my surprise, it took just 10 minutes. The room turned out to be spotless. Last time I was told in the labyrinth, do your own laundry, if you are good at cleaning. It turned out to be true. When we sat down again, I congratulated her first. Get a new essence. Then I have a straight male personality. Ask her directly. For such a small thing, there's no need to take the time to come, to prepare for the next maze. It's better to spend more meaningful time. But my voice didn't fall. The girl's face instantly became extremely lost, said aggrievedly, although what I said was right. But she couldn't control herself. I want to tell you about this joy as soon as possible, because I was her first partner. Or is this girl having some strange fantasies about me? But I wanted to maintain a more lasting partnership with her. With the demeanor of a senior salesperson. Reverse the subject. I will always stay in this hotel. So no matter what doubts there are in the future, you can come to me for consultation without any burden. The next time the maze will not be able to cooperate though. But the friendship with her is still worth keeping. When I finally said in the affirmative. Because the two of us are comrades in arms who share life and death together. The girl's face instantly turned sunny. Subsequently, after separating from Owen, in order to do it in the shortest possible time, elevate my personal strengths, came to the previous Anna mention, angry horned in. What surprised me here? There are barbarians everywhere. It turned out that the cost of 1 day's accommodation here, it's just 300 gold coins. And it was 10 fighters in turn. Sleep in a 5-bedroom. They even save gold coins. Set a time to take turns. And when it comes to understanding, I also met the people who came here. Anna, the third daughter of Puir. When she asked why I was looking for her, I'm like a straightforward barbarian warrior. Straight to her. I want to fight you. Because now I need to train in martial arts. Although in the labyrinth, I have achieved more than any barbarian, but only by combat skills. I am no match for these fighters at all. Then Anna replied cheerfully. We came to the martial arts arena. At this time, the other barbarians who were still practicing, they all came to watch us. Although I'm here to learn, but I don't want to lose too much. But just now it was still cheering. I am the barbarians of the strongest warriors. Immediately shouted excitedly. Now Anna is the best fighter of all time. Because from being beaten to losing the shield, it took less than 3 minutes. Her fighting skills are indeed formidable. From this moment on, under my constant challenges, I was knocked down several more times. And she's smart. Not like ordinary barbarians. Anna is a strong fighter. Plus the shackles of the same kind. She won't betray me either. So I did. The best option at the moment. Anna, would you like to be my partner? But the split ratio is 8-2. Because of the cost of forming a team, I'm all here to come out. But the voice did not fall. She interrupted me abruptly. When I thought that this ratio did not satisfy her, hurriedly explained. There are still a lot of expenses when I come out. Anna took my right hand in a bold manner. Said straight to the point. She didn't understand what a ratio was to a few. But she would have believed in Youngdell. That's when I was relieved. I finally found it. An overnight companion you can trust. The next day's Barbarian Sanctuary. The group leader is here early, waiting for our arrival. For his decisive killing of evil spirits. It's still vivid. That's why I don't like to come here. But for the soul to engrave. The art of immortality, to be precise. I can only come here with a hard head. Because this is the next time you enter the maze. Must get printed. Obviously in this world. The most cunning elves. But at the moment, he is being enslaved by brainless barbarians. The enslaved ones were even the 2 sisters of the flower elves. The alien race of this world. It has a variety of different special attributes. Elves get the essence of the soul through contracts. Dwarves increase their forging rate through lucky blessings. Druids and soul beasts sign up to increase their combat power. Barbarian warriors can increase soul markings. In the art of immortality that I just requested, it is one of the barbarian soul seals. But I had just finished speaking. Before, he was still a smiling tribal leader. Instantly stared at me with murderous eyes. Because of what I said. Not something that a young fighter can know. The look in the eyes at the moment. It's like killing the evil spirit stone in a coming-of-age ceremony. This tribal leader is really a person with advanced hypochondriasis. But in order to cope with such patience, I had a plan in place before I came. Because I found it in the library. Information related to the soul seal. I immediately explained. I saw it in the book. Compete with the elven relics for warriors. The soul seal was a great help. But my words are not over yet. I was interrupted by the hearty laughter of the tribal leader. I actually went to the library. It's funny. Including Anna. You've got two amazing guys in your generation. You can detect it in her compliments. Enthusiasm for the young generation of barbarians who are full of desire to learn. Then he added with a serious face. If the fighters need it. There is no reason for the barbarians to refuse the soul seal. But there's a big problem here. That is, the cost of soul engraving is as high as 800,000 gold coins. Soul seals often require the addition of a lot of expensive medicinal herbs. Even when it comes to high-grade engraving. Not only does it require a high amount of gold, even without the corresponding herbs, it cannot be engraved. For me, I have already had a countermeasure. The money has already been prepared. Then in their expressions of surprise, I pulled out the heavy gold coin bag. At the same time, in order to dispel their doubts, I adapted the affair with Owen. A new story is told. When I entered the first layer of the maze, luckily, I met the elves who had been wounded. Then in the secret realm, I called him like a slave. And on the way, I also gained the essence of meaninglessness. In return, he extorted a large sum of gold coins from the elf sister, able to hollow out vile elves. You're the first. Good boy Jander's son Bjorn. Unexpectedly, my stories have made them quite satisfied. It's not just the tribal patriarch on the sidelines. Even the other clansmen in the distance came to me with excited smiles. The patriarch who is still laughing at the moment. Instead, he returned me 200,000 gold coins. He also said that this is a comprehension for the great little warrior. I actually earned 200,000 gold coins with a story. Our tribal patriarch is such a good man. Then I shouted from the bottom of my heart. We'll work harder in the future. Make these elves ugly. Is this what it means to be more attractive the more you look at it? I feel like I'm starting to like this seed. Soul marking is an enhancement technique. It works by infusing the magic from magical materials into the flesh and gives special powers for adult barbarians to see the soul circuit. In pure infancy, the tattoo will be carried out in advance. This is also the reason why the barbarians are all tattoo maniacs. On top of that, you want to be a tough defensive warrior. This immortality technique is a necessary path. When I thought I could easily get the mark, but at this time, the pain is felt. I couldn't help but cry out a heart-rending sound. I had to go through this pain on a regular basis. It's such an unpleasant place. I have succeeded in absorbing the soul seal. I came to the arms merchant without delay. I observed it during the sparring with Anna. The hammer-like weapon I used before didn't suit me, plus the acquired art of immortality. So what is more suitable for me at the moment? Enhanced shield and more dexterous weapons. In the end, he spent 220,000 gold coins to buy a one-handed weapon. The second is because there is no helmet that fits the head. So it cost 170,000 gold coins to customize one, plus 360,000 gold pieces of armor. At present, there are only about 50,000 gold coins left in the total fund. Since the last time the maze came out, before you know it, a long time has passed. At the same time, my daily schedule has been fixed. Wake up around 7 a.m. Breakfast with Owen. Head to the library and read until 4 p.m. Then arrive around 5 o'clock. The angry horn and sparring. From the 7th day of training, I also started sparring with other savage warriors. Although it is not the expected training method within the system, but rely on instinct and intuition to fight, it also helped me a lot. With constant practice, I've also been able to defeat Anna once in a while. Anna has good strength though, but her attack pattern is too uncertain. Recommendations have therefore been made, but she has become accustomed to her. It's hard to change in the short term. Return to the hotel after the sparring session. It was around 9 p.m. when I came out of the shower. At this point, Owen will come to me on time. Come with me for supper. Although I also want to tell her. For a meal. There's no need to run back and forth for hours. But every time I see her bright smile, I still couldn't help but say it. Finally, If you finish supper, it's around 11 p.m. After repeated schedules. Now there are only 2 hours left until the next maze. At this moment, Anna and I arrived at the agreed place early. This is the Society of Explorers. If you want to group in the same region as the one that enters, that has to be approved by a team in advance. Follow the administrator's prompts. When placing 2 people's hands on a crystal ball, appears to be a faint blue light. Heard at the same time. Wine Explorers. The cost is 15,000 gold. If you don't save on living expenses, I almost couldn't afford it, although it was very uncomfortable in my heart. But I obediently paid for it anyway, because when entering the labyrinth, the location of the stay is usually random, but the magic was accepted in advance. At least start the adventure in the same place. After leaving the Explorers Guild, we came to a nearby fine dining restaurant. I also learned about it in my communication with Anna. She actually wanted to save money. I only eat a hard steamed bun with 30 gold coins every day. It's a poignant story. In order to repay Anna for her companionship, I ordered the most expensive barbecue set. As a result, she swore allegiance to me loudly. Also said, in the future, even if I jump into the fire pit, she will follow. Let me not abandon her. After eating a touching meal, we came to the entrance to the labyrinth. At this point, there are still 10 minutes before the maze begins. You can see passers-by everywhere who are different from usual. These people are as armed as I am. But there is also an unusual group of them. A bunch of unarmed barbarians armed only with weapons. Look at their stance. It should have just finished the coming-of-age ceremony. Anna on the side at the moment. Sigh unconsciously. I remembered what I thought about back then, but it seems to me that now she is with a month ago. Not much has changed. Just then a loud voice was heard. The sound of being able to enter. With the end of the sound, the crowded square suddenly became wider. Isn't it time to go in? Anna on the side couldn't hide her excitement. But I wasn't in a hurry to get in. Explained to Anna. I want to make a try. See in the book. There are miracles to enter the labyrinth when the space is unstable. But my words are not over yet. Anna said hurriedly. She couldn't understand such a complicated content. She will follow my instructions. But with my insistence. Her face gradually became uneasy. At this moment, there is only about a minute left before the entrance closes. The entrance was about the same size as the first time I entered. When I heard, the door will soon close in an instant of words. With Anna decisively entered the labyrinth. When passing through the entrance, when you open your eyes again, there is endless darkness in front of you. In Anna's hurried exclamation, I calmly lit the torch that had been prepared, just as I expected. When entering during the entrance magic instability phase, we actually arrived directly at the entrance on the second floor. I'm getting more and more fond of this race. Because of the first female warrior in the tribe. You want to give me a baby? Not so long ago. Through a month of careful preparation, we're heading to the secret realm again. The entrance is about the same size as the first time I entered. Then when I heard, the door will soon close in an instant of words, took Anna decisively into the secret realm. When I opened my eyes again, there is endless darkness in front of you. In Anna's hurried exclamation, I calmly lit the torch that had been prepared, just as I expected. When entering during the entrance magic instability phase, we actually arrived directly at the entrance on the second floor. Other explorers are still fighting monsters. All the processes that wander in the dark. In this way, we directly saved. Immediately, I also opened the passage to the second floor to cushion the shock. You are the first to open the portal. Plus 2 XP. Soul level +1. At this moment, Anna still couldn't believe what was in front of her. Because the team leader once said to the newcomers, it will take at least 3 days or so to reach the second floor. But at the moment, I didn't listen to her nagging. Because the view in front of you is really scary. The dark earth is suffocating air. Every step here makes a sizzling sound. Even faint cries can be heard. If my memory is correct, this is supposed to be the tomb of the dead. Is it because of the reason for entering the second layer? Suddenly, I felt something denser. After entering my body through blood vessels, I only found out after consulting Anna about the situation. Turns out this is the reason for my level increase. Dungeons and monoliths. This game also has levels, depending on the grade. Soul power is also different. Like when I use skills, my mana increases with my level. Even the amount of essence I can absorb, it also increases with the level. Anna on the side congratulated me, but I didn't kill any monsters like me. She couldn't understand the situation of being able to improve. The reason I was able to level up was because I achieved achievements. For example, the first one to open the entrance to the next floor will gain the corresponding experience points. It's also an easy way to gain experience. I've got to keep this secret. Then I asked Anna. The way to enter the secret realm this time must save her life. If anyone asks, just tell them that we also took 2 days to enter the second floor. If it's an experienced explorer, they will be on the second floor in no time. And they see that our kind of junior is ahead of them. It will definitely be questioned by them. So we'd better keep a low profile. Because in this world, compared to monsters, I'm even more afraid of those damn explorers. The screen turns. I'm doing something very embarrassing at the moment, although it is a method that other explorers have already used. But it's really uncomfortable to do. I call this the Barbarian candle pattern. The torches here are a magical tool. Once you turn it on, it will continue to burn for 3 days. The Vale of the Dead has more powerful monsters than the Goblin Forest, but there are no pitfalls here. So for the savages who like to go on a rampage, it's a better place for us. That's when Anna spotted 3 ghouls. There are only 3 of them, probably because of the first day. From the 3rd day, the number of monsters will double. At this moment, Anna shouted that she hadn't moved for a long time. Happily, he rushed directly to the front to meet these monsters. She is indeed the first female warrior among the barbarians. Just one shot will beat the opposite side to the ground. But such Anna. The next second, he hugged my neck with a cry of surprise. It turns out that people of her stature are also afraid of monsters. It's a banshee. Most of the time, she doesn't attack people on her own initiative, so we can ignore them. Just don't provoke. Although I can understand that she is afraid of this kind of thing. But I wish she didn't stick to me every time she heard a strange sound. Didn't she know how much she weighed? Even every time I was hugged by her, they all feel like they're missing half a life. When I saw that the monster that made the sound this time was a skeleton ice stone, audacious to the big Anna, directly brandished the long sword and rushed into the monster group. After that, we continued to move north for almost 8 hours. Naturally, we also began to encounter new monsters. Giant stone lion ghost. This is a monster that is twice as big as a normal one. There are also mutated skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. But these monsters are no danger to us, because it's still the first day of the maze. So there will only be a few monsters that will spawn. Also, my combat power has also grown a lot better than the first time. The first is that now the size and weight of the weapon on hand are perfect. As a result, I was able to smash the skeleton leaders quite efficiently. Next is the armor that protects the whole body. It allows me to fight more actively. Finally, I made a custom helmet. It can easily fend off the arrows of archers at critical moments, although I'm good at destroying enemies. But there's one companion who is even better than me. At first I didn't understand why barbarians like to shout, but after this battle, I really understood why. Because of me at the moment, I was already deeply fascinated by this pure combat mode. It's a much more enjoyable feeling than it is with Owen. This is probably due to the arrogant character of the barbarians. I'm really getting more and more fond of this race. Meet Dragon rises. The green tendons burst. It seems to me that Anna at this time is more like a monster. Not so long ago, after Anna and I entered the labyrinth, killed a monster for a day in the second layer. Although there are some gains, but in the course of the battle, I also had quite a few wounds. But these wounds miraculously healed themselves. This scene made Anna on the side envious. because this is the immortality technique that I spent 600,000 gold coins to imprint. The primary effect of the art of immortality is to have natural regeneration. Simple wounds like these heal in just a minute or so. In addition, stamina and stamina recovery speed have been increased. Although receiving the stigma hurts me to death, but the effect is really quite good. Before you know it, the terrain changes. The ground is no longer wet. It starts to get hard, and you can hear the howl of your waist more clearly. This means that we have entered the high-level territory. Soon you will face level 8 monsters. But my reminder isn't over yet. The sound of bulky footsteps was felt in the distance. Then we saw a behemoth. It's an undead creature. This monster in the game is meant to raise the bar for the game. A monster that is especially strengthened on the second floor. Although I was prepared to deal with Anna before I came. But actually meet this guy. It looked even scarier than I had imagined. Like I said before, we am only at the head. Because there is no point in attacking other places. It has a human form, though, but more than 3 meters tall. Knives and shields hung from both arms. 2 weapons to be precise took the place of its hands. This should be the so-called protein arrow and shield. At this time, Anna rushed directly with a machete in both hands. Then I shouted and followed, and attacked the guy on the side with a weapon. But is it really a heavy feeling emanating from the body? It felt like hitting a hard rock. This guy has thick skin and pale flesh. But fortunately, the attack just now managed to get his attention. If so, Anna has a chance to hit him in the head with a single blow. When I thought the battle would be over, Anna's broadsword slashed with all her might. It was actually bounced out. I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so strong. This guy in the game is because of his super defense, and it has long been notorious among players. But there was a real fight. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The site where Anna just hit. In just a few seconds, it was back to normal. This is probably due to his passive skills. And just as I thought, the guy suddenly shouted loudly. This kind of coercion is even more powerful than when we first met. Then we were in the midst of incredulity. He even used his active skill to summon the stone lion ghost. With the shaking of the earth, a group of undead stone lion ghosts are desperately rushing towards us. I didn't have too much courage in this time of crisis. Ask Anna to deal with these stone lion ghosts first, and I'll go alone to contain the big-headed monster first. Although this big guy has a passive skill, but I also have the art of immortality, so I'm not going to hide. With the most sincere etiquette of the barbarians, protect each other directly face to face. At this time, a continuous sound of striking sounded around us. At the time of the duel of the self-forgetfulness, Anna also joined the fight. It turned out that during this time, she had already eliminated those stone lion ghosts. Her joining has really relieved me of a lot of burden. Even when this guy was stunned, I was also attacked by my hammer. A lot of blood came out of the ear area. But I haven't waited for my madness. Her injuries were beginning to heal. Other monsters, if under this kind of attack, I'm sure I'll be able to kill with one hit. But the recovery ability of this guy in front of him is too strong. Are we going to give up this lot? Go to the low-level monster area. Just when I had a retreat, the monster's body suddenly loses balance. Shake it up. It turned out to be Anna who found the gap, grabbing one of the legs of the 3-meter-tall guy and lifting it up. It's a technique I see a lot in UFC fighting. Bulging muscles. Pick up the light tendons. It seems to me that Anna at this time is more like a monster. Immediately I joined the fight. When I hit the other corner wrist hard that was in contact with the ground, with a muffled grunt, she finally fell heavily to the ground. Then we saw a scene of surprise. The big man moved like a bug. She couldn't stand up on her own. It's a real delight. I enjoyed this kind of fight. Anna also likes such fights. It turns out that this is the real battle mode of the barbarians. To kill undead monsters. Plus 2 XP. Anna through the instability of space. Directly arrived at the second level of the secret realm. It's all about getting started with beginners. I saw a level 8 monster here for the first time. The defense and recovery of this large monster is beyond my imagination. Just when nothing can be done about it, the monster's body suddenly loses balance. Shake it up. It turned out to be Anna who found the gap, grabbed one of the legs of the 3-meter-tall guy, and lifted it up. It's a technique I see a lot in UFC fighting. Muscles pull up. Hold the tendons. It seems to me that Anna at this time is more like a monster. Immediately I join the fight. When I hit the ankle on the other side that is in contact with the ground, with a muffled grunt, it finally fell to the ground with a heavy blow. Then we saw a scene of surprise. The big man moved like a bug. It couldn't even stand up on its own. It's a real delight. I enjoyed this kind of fight. Anna also likes such fights. It turns out that this is the real battle mode of the barbarians. We're finally hearing the system, too. Killed undead monsters. Plus 2 XP. Look at the corpse that has turned into light and disappeared. Anna and I smiled brightly. We don't have any powerful magic, though. But by brute force alone, we managed to kill level 8 monsters. With Anna's shout. At the moment when the monster disappears, we saw a magic stone the size of a fist. In this world, a level 9 magic stone can be exchanged for a steamed bun. The value of the steamed bun is about 20 gold coins. And the level 8 magic stone is 5 times the value of the level 9 magic stone. In other words, we fought with our lives to kill a huge monster. It's just the value of 5 steamed buns. If you add summon ghouls, this harvest is a total of 300 gold. And at this time, Anna, who knew the value, suddenly asked me solemnly, how much was the bread we ate at the hostel before? I thought about it for a moment. The cream pie bread that I ate at the time. That's about the price of 300 gold. Here, Anna here. Suddenly said excitedly with an evil smile. So, every time you catch a large monster, that means being able to eat another cream pie bread. It turned out to be a cream pie that I ate before. Has become her new unit of money. If it is divided according to 8-2, a monster is just a small bite of bread to her. But it's better not to tell her about it. But she still shouted happily that she would continue the hunt. The disappointment of the less than expected amount was also short-lived. Looking at Anna, who showed enthusiasm again, I smiled unconsciously. In this regard, it is indeed a good choice to work with the barbarians. Although the previous companion Owen is also very good. But Owen is the passive type after all. When I think about that, Owen, on an expedition with his sister, suddenly there was a feeling of great regret. After that, we continued to hunt large monsters in the neighborhood. Whenever you encounter large monsters, we shouted the names of our ancestors and rushed forward. Then grab a large bucket for each person, and lift it up and throw it to the ground. Then it was slashed on the top of its head like a rice cake. This guy also quickly turned into light and disappeared. Although the speed at which the magic stone bag fills up has been accelerated a lot. But we're not satisfied. Kill your prey even harder. And so it was in just one day. We've killed 70 large monsters. Before I knew it, the time had reached the next day. Although from the next day, these monsters appear at the same time. But through the experience of facing more than 70 on the first day, we've also got a lot of the essentials. So it's not as hard as you think. We'll knock one down first. Knock the remaining one down. Of course, if you can't kill them in a short period of time, we will be surrounded by the ghouls they have summoned. When the enemy leaves their range, these monsters will not continue to hunt and kill. So all we have to do is run away as we can. Just from the afternoon, there are also fewer and fewer cases of 2. When we see more than 2, we can only choose to give up. It's like that. In the midst of killing and fleeing, we ended the next day's hunt. But we were just about to go back to our old campsite. For the first time, I met a group of other explorers. A team of 3, they're just like us, hovering in the dark with a torch. And just when both sides were surprised, Anna on the side suddenly said in a murderous tone, "If nothing happens, get out of here." Hearing this, the other party didn't dwell too much. Disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Then Anna said to me, "They already know where we are. So you need to find a new camp. Because humans are unbelievable. That's when I remembered. When I met Anna in the library before. She also displays a special dislike for humans. It should have been when entering the maze for the first time. Something bad happened. We're looking for a new campsite. But it's hard to find a good location like the one just now. But at this moment, not far ahead, there was a sound of pain. At the same time, it is the voice of begging for mercy. Normal humans don't ask monsters for life. The situation is obvious. It's man killing man. Damn it. What kind of bloody situation is this? Just as we were about to flee the scene, with an icy voice, something like a ghost-making bullet shoots into the sky, instantly illuminates the surrounding scene. Thanks to her, too. I can also see the situation clearly. On the ground lay 4 bodies that had not been dead for a long time. There are no monsters around. There are only traces of campfires and poisons. The woman in front of her. It turned out to be a predator who specializes in murder and robbery. The man was stabbed in the throat with a short sword. Blood was sprinkled directly on the enemy's face. A fatal attack for a normal person. For men. But it's just a simple extra skin injury. And the next second the man moves. Directly frightened the gangsters on the side. And just before encountering this gang of gangsters, we're out of luck. Accidentally witnessed the murder of people. And these people are called predators. They are specialized in hunting fellow explorers. Some of the people who create high yields through their gear. Of course, in this world, it is illegal to prey on other players. His punishment was even the death penalty. But as long as no one reports it, there's no way to let the enforcers outside the maze know. It's like I was in the first maze. Killed 6 explorers. But it is still not investigated. The worst case scenario at the moment is, the predators on the opposite side were not even wearing masks. And Anna and I could see what he looked like. It is about 1.7 meters tall. Skinny and slim body type. Crimson hair to the shoulders. A visible tattoo under the left eye. Judging by the current extent, if we can get out alive, it's all right to accuse the person in front of you. And I've never seen such a professional robber. Because so far, never heard of such a marauder on the 2nd floor. That means he didn't leave anything alive. There are currently 4 bodies underground. Look at the corpses dressed in high-end equipment. There's even a magician in it. These people are supposed to be explorers who are active around the 5th layer. But he didn't get hurt at all. Can easily kill 4 people. This means that his strength has surpassed the 5th layer. Just as I was thinking about the situation in front of me, the woman crouched down, quite skillfully tearing off the corpse's equipment, then put them in the bag one by one. And such a huge long sword. I can put it on smoothly too. This means that this backpack is quite an expensive space storage bag. That's what I thought in my heart. Then envy and jealousy. The first thing that arises is infinite fear. Because the light is the space bag that you have. You can deeply feel the gap between this guy and us. At this time, the woman who was busy harvesting. Suddenly, he whispered, "Barbarian, are you in this group?" I didn't answer her words. And Anna asked me secretly whether or not to duel him. By the way, he also grabbed the eldest sister on his back. Anna is truly a great fighter. No matter how strong the enemy is, they all think about fighting bravely. But if it's Owen who is there, I should have shivered a long time ago. But the strength of the 2 sides is comparable. I don't care how I think about it. There is no chance of victory against the person in front of him. So we can get out of here alive. There is only one. That is to run away. At the moment when the flare lost its light, I gave Anna the order to run away and ask for her. Flee with all your might. There is no point in self-esteem at the time of survival. We ran desperately in the dark. Occasionally, I turn on my compass to determine the direction of my escape. Because we can escape to the portal level, there is a glimmer of life. If we're not wearing novice gear, there is a good chance that the predator will take us as prey directly. When I feel like I'm still rejoicing, another group of explorers suddenly appeared in front of them. They are a combination of 4 people together. Although humans are hard to trust, but from a certain point of view, This is perhaps a good thing, because for explorers, the predators are the common enemy. If the situation is stated, give them proper compensation, and maybe get help. So I put down the mustard. Speak directly about everything you saw earlier. Hope to get their help to get rid of the pursuit. It was clear that the bald head at the front didn't believe what I said. But under my oath of warrior honor, they eventually took my word for it and promised to accept us. They took the opportunity to make additional requests. If the enemy is defeated together, they are to take all the belongings. I have no problem with that. The bald head at the front then said, he has already cast a formation within 3 meters. If we get into this range, you can hide your figure. This is a very powerful range control hidden skill, although it also has a fatal drawback. That is, the person who enters the formation cannot move. In order to avoid fighting, hide from the marauders behind. I still decided to enter the bald formation, but when Anna and I entered the formation, in addition to the inability to move the body, I also felt a feeling of weakness in my whole body. Can't even speak. At the same time, the sound of the character being suppressed is heard. Then we saw the bald man who couldn't move, said slowly with a fierce face, we're really lucky. 2 barbarians. He actually walked into our trap himself. We are looking for a place to stay in the face of adversity. Stumbled upon a marauder hunting the player. By my judgment, he's far better than me and Anna, in order to have a glimmer of life. At the moment when the lighting effect disappears, I took Anna and fled desperately to the entrance to the first floor. But what I never expected was this. Finally got rid of a human predator. And now they are caught in the trap of other marauders. In this world, human beings really can't be trusted at will. It is not difficult to see the bald man at this moment. It is quite proud of state, or even ridiculed. We are not unable to move, unable to speak. Judging by the equipment, their strength should be similar to ours. And this level can have the essence of skills. That is, Golem suppression skills. Want to get rid of this skill? It has to take harm. Even a little damage is enough. These are the other explorers who were otherwise quiet. Also began to reveal their healing pressure. He even lamented it. Waited so many days. I finally caught a woman. But it's a female barbarian. So he didn't intend to provoke Anna. It is also intended to sell our hearts directly. Through their communication, I can really feel it. The ugliness and lust of these people. Followed by a short straw hat man. Took out a sharp blade. I'm really going to give an account here. Special meow. I made so many preparations to survive. I'm going to confess here. With the blade he stabbed. Killing chickens rode in the wind. The direction of the stab was my neck. In the case of imminent death, my brain was racing to the ground. If you want to survive, you only have one chance. The moment when the body is hurt, there's hope that I can break this skill. The sharp blade stabbed me in the throat. Meanwhile, the nervous system conveyed to me a tingling sensation. The stiff body was also relieved. I immediately threw my head back. It's like a boxer twisting his face. The prelude to the heavy blow is about to be played. Under the wooden stool pocket of the dwarven straw hat man, I picked up the hammer in my hand. Slammed into his face. Actually, my situation is not very good. There's always something squirting out of the throat. General weakness. The light also becomes quite blurry. But I can't just go down like that. I barely managed to hold on to my body that was about to fall. Then pull out the blade directly from the neck. Thrown to Anna, who was not far from me. Although it was inadvertently stabbed into her chest. But at least her body can be dynamic. When I couldn't hold it anymore and fell, Anna was like a grim reaper, wielding a weapon worn with a broadsword. Cut off any archers at close range. Then he turned and jumped directly. Hit the other guys in the head. The iron helmet that the guy was wearing. There is no protective effect. Blood erupts from the flying iron helmet. And the bald man who is a little further away. Seeing this scene is like seeing the devil. Desperately escape from here. And Anna was not in a hurry to hunt down this person. Because now I am lying on the ground covered in blood. My current situation must be about to die in Anna's eyes. Otherwise, when shouting out the potion with the last of his strength, she actually picked me up. Still painful. Something like that must avenge me. But fortunately, when I was about to die, Anna pulled out the life-saving potion. I was born again. Actually, it's also thanks to the immortal technique I branded last time. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. While seeing the wound on the neck slowly heal, Anna was relieved. Even praised that he could survive being frozen through his neck. I was the greatest barbarian warrior she'd ever seen. This wound in her eyes at the moment. I guess it's a symbol of some kind of metal. We then waited until the injuries healed. Collect all the opponent's equipment. Led Anna in the direction of the bald man's escape. Fortunately, it didn't take long. And we got this guy. It is not difficult to see that Anna at this time already hates the guy to the core, but want to escape the terrible woman behind. You have to borrow the skills of the bald man. And at this very moment, with a slight sound of breaking the sky, a poisonous needle stabbed the bald man's throat fiercely. It turns out that this woman has long been hidden around us and kept watching us, because she also said she was surprised by our fight just now. And I saw this woman. There was no hesitation. Anna's name was shouted directly. There is no need to say anything to each other. Just called out her name. It was as if she had been waiting for a long time. Straight in front of me. Since there is no way to escape no matter what. That's only a head-on fight. When we are struggling for a chance to survive. The marauders in the rear, however, have long been hiding with us. He even watched our every move. And I saw this woman. This time there was no further hesitation. Anna's name was shouted directly. We don't need to say anything more to each other. Just called out her name. It was as if she had been waiting for a long time. Straight in front of me. Since there is no way to escape no matter what. That's only a head-on fight. Marauders use only simple bending movements. Ran away from Anna's attack. And also take advantage of the gap to dodge. Resisted my blow with his short sword. I hit it with all my might. But she didn't move. How much power essence this woman has absorbed. If you can't knock her down, then try to bite as hard as you can. But just when I was about to let Anna seize the opportunity, I was so weak. How the hell did she do it? Could it be that she only used a short sword? And pierced my armor. It even stabbed me in the spine. And this is Anna on the side, shouting the names of their ancestors. Once again, he brandished a broadsword and rushed over. But Anna's movements hadn't been cast yet. The marauder had already slashed across Anna's body and made her lose the ability to fight in an instant. Just a face. Anna and I became lambs to the slaughter. At this point, she stared as if she had pronounced death. Let's give up resistance. For there is paralysis and poison on her dagger. My mind went blank at the moment. It was pitch black in front of me. Equip. Strength. Combat experience. There are clear gaps between the two sides in all respects. No matter how hard I wrestled, I couldn't think of a way to overturn the status quo. But just waiting for death to come. She actually stopped her attack. He bent down and said to me, if I could swear not to tell anyone about today, she would have spared my life. Then he added, actually when we first met, if not to run away immediately. From the very beginning, she intended to make this suggestion, because she owes the barbarians a favor. She even said that she didn't want to kill the barbarians herself. And hear this. I finally realized that she had been hiding around for a long time. But there is no reason to do it. It's like not using your own hands. It can also save snot in general. Then there was a brief silence. And at this time, Anna, who was dying on the side, said, let me not take this woman's word for it. She's just playing tricks on us. But even to tease us. But at this moment, there is no choice. Tease to death. It makes no difference whether it is due to other deaths. At this moment, the woman was about to speak. Will give me time to think about it. But her words are not over yet. I shouted straight up. The oath was launched in honor of the barbarian warriors. There is no time to think about this at all. Because there's no other way. and I saw that I made a decisive judgment. The woman looked down at me with a wonderful gaze. Something scattered on my wounds. Except for wounds. The body gradually became able to move. Then she moved her gaze over me. The same question was asked to Anna. But this upright Anna. After thinking for a moment, he refused the chance to survive. The woman didn't ask again, just nodded slightly. But from her actions, I can feel it more clearly. Anna will definitely die. Then I yelled at Anna eagerly. Hurry up and swear. Didn't you promise to obey me? Believe me. Hear that shout from me. Anna looked rather aggrieved. Fortunately, in the end, he used a helpless tone. The oath was also initiated. Lives are gone. What's the use of protecting self-esteem too? The woman who then heard the oath didn't stay either. I was going to turn around and leave, and look at the back of the person who was about to leave. I don't think I'm asking the first layer. And for the headless and brainless question, the woman tilted her head and simply replied to the 8th floor. Explorers active on the 8th floor. No wonder she's so skilled. Maybe I have 10 more like this. It doesn't have to be her opponent, either. But, looking at the vanishing back, I secretly made up my mind. If there is a next time, the results will definitely be different. We who managed to escape death from the hands of marauders immediately went to the 1st floor of the secret realm. One way or another, the probability of encountering high-level robbers here, much less than the previous layer. With the prompt of the system, Anna's bodies and I emerged into the air through the teleportation array. Sure enough, Anna still couldn't get the rhythm right. Same as last time. Returned to the 1st floor by falling. But when I asked her if it hurt, Anna, on the other hand, looked listless. Said to himself, "It hurts though. But for fighters who have lost their dignity, not even qualified to be painful." These words of hers. In my opinion, the situation is quite serious. It should be for survival. A vow begging for life. It's a shame for her. Because most of the barbarians are quite upright. But she can't be depressed all the time. Then I encouraged her. The warriors who survive are the ones who are strong. Because only by being alive can you have a chance to defeat the possibility of the other party. But my voice didn't fall. Anna interrupted me. Let me not be too long. Because she couldn't understand it. But she could figure out what it meant. This humiliation can be overcome. To become a powerful warrior. And like I'm one of those powerful warriors. But that's not what I was trying to say. But it doesn't matter. As long as she can pick herself up again, that's a good thing. So far, we haven't been able to close our eyes for more than 20 hours. Plus I've been through so much. It should also be very mentally exhausting. But at the moment, I couldn't sleep. Although I don't have extreme impulses like Anna. But the bad mood is the same. It's like the feeling of being rescued by a team of blonde men. The pastor at the time refused to treat me. The male warrior behind him even felt that the potion given to me was a pity. I also want to throw away the garbage and give me alms. But I was at the time. You can only lie on the ground like a dog and take medicine. Although happy to have survived. But I can't forget how I felt. At that time, I made up my mind. There will be no more shame like that. But today, it is again humiliated. What the hell went wrong? So far, I made what I thought was the best choice in a limited situation. Contrarily, I made the decision only to rush to avoid the current predicament. But since entering this world, it can only be like this. As soon as I woke up, my head hit the ground. There are also one thing after another that is out of touch with reality. Therefore, I can only passively act with safety as the main thing. But nothing has changed. I can't survive. Case. Then change your plans. I made up my mind and called Anna, who was still asleep. And she was also consulted. If there is a way to get stronger. But there will be considerable dangers. I asked Anna what she would decide if it were. But after she listened to me, replied without hesitation. Of course, go for the challenge. Can't get stronger anyway. There is only death. Whether it's the easy road or the hard one. It doesn't matter which one you choose. Life will encounter unpredictable things. Case. Then take the initiative. This time we want to find trouble first. We're heading to the rift space in the secret realm. Because it can't kill my pain. It only makes me stronger. There is a rather rare place in the first floor of the secret realm. There are 4 types of monsters that appear here at once. For the average explorer. Because it's too dark here. Torches must be used. Therefore, the price/performance ratio is quite low. Plus, in order to get to the second floor as soon as possible, there's no need to come here. But also because of this place is perfect for hiding something. This is where we found a huge stone monument standing in front of us. This is a monument dedicated to the first person to discover this place. It's exactly the same as what you remember. Then it's very likely that the secret conditions that trigger this place are also consistent. Then I stressed again to Anna on the side. Everything that happens next is to be kept secret. And Anna did not hesitate to initiate the oath directly. But then he innocently asked what the crack space meant. In simple terms, crack space. It's another space in the secret realm. To use a game as a metaphor. It's called a copy. There is a limit on the number of copies available. And the conditions for opening the first tier replica are: it is necessary to arrange the warp sums of the 4 monsters in order. Finally, put Desfender in the middle words. To touch the dungeon's mechanism. The limit for this copy is 5. And its difficulty depends on the strength of the match. I'm also looking forward to seeing some of the explorers I meet here. Congratulations to the character for entering the rift space. Cracks in this world. Refers to another space in a secret realm. If you use a game metaphor, it's called a copy. Defeat all the monsters after entering each floor of the dungeon. It will open up the next layer of space again. This crack also has a cooldown. If you want to wait naturally until the crack opens, that's going to have to wait for months according to the time of the city. But blindly waiting for a cooldown is quite an inefficient decision. So I found a way to force the crack open. There are 4 crack spaces in the first floor of the labyrinth. And the copy we came in was called the Scarlet Castle. It was as if the world was about to die in the red sky. There are also countless flocks of flying crows. In the black castle in the distance. Because I added the level 8 gold box when I opened the dungeon, I also expected to come to this bloody castle. But see the scene with your own eyes. There is indeed a strong sense of oppression. But fortunately, this is the crack space on the first floor. So no matter how difficult it is, it's challenging. Now what matters is who will come in here. Because as long as there are 5 people who have priority, it will be automatically matched to a copy group. And at this very moment, the cracks began to ripple. Anna hurriedly shouted to me, "Someone is coming in." We're all looking forward to seeing who our first teammate will be. Meanwhile, Owen in a labyrinth. I'm on an adventure with my sister. And her sister also nagged in her ear from time to time. "Why are you using sprites again?" Owen just thought it was too hard to kill monsters with a short sword. But this rebuttal was criticized by her sister. I didn't say that. Even without bows and arrows and elves, you also have to learn to protect yourself. And at this moment, Owen's brain is full of Uncle's advice. Because Uncle once said, it's best to strengthen the skills you're good at. It is said that the quality of an explorer is to believe in a team. Do your best to do your own thing. But these justifications of Owen, for my battle-hardened sister, it's quite a stupid conclusion. Although the meaning of this passage is correct. But partners in this world are not so simple. So my sister solemnly admonished Owen again. A partner is just a partner. Don't give him too much trust. As everyone knows, Owen, who was being admonished, was still quibbling in his heart. Uncle is definitely someone who can be trusted. Then a little impatient Owen hurriedly changed the topic and asked my sister, take him to the second floor to kill the monsters. Because the uncle should have made a lot of money on the second floor. But for the big money sister, the benefits of the second layer are not worth mentioning at all. What she was going to take Owen to was the rift space on the first floor. It depends. Owen has also heard of this copy. Because in Owen's cognition, this place requires a lot of luck to get into. It is true that there are a lot of unlucky explorers who have not made it to the dungeon. But the last appearance of the crack was 8 months ago. The maximum cycle time is 8 months. As a result, crack space within one layer will soon appear. And hear Owen here. But he replied in disbelief. I see. But Uncle hadn't said anything like that to me before. In the eyes of my sister at this time, no matter what you say, Owen always treated that stupid barbarian. But in her eyes, the barbarian is a beginner with a little more luck at best. The barbarians at this moment should be after experiencing all kinds of bad decisions. It's hard to kill monsters on the second floor. Then the sister who thought of this said confidently to Owen, You have to trust me. Because another year, there will be a huge gap between you and that barbarian. And her words are not over yet. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound tearing through the space. Look in the direction of the sound. Not far from them. Crimson spatial cracks. I slowly reveal my original form. The two elves who reacted in time. He also rushed forward as fast as he could. I don't know if they and Uncle Barbarian will be able to meet in the labyrinth. The two Owen sisters were looking for a dungeon entrance. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound tearing through the space. Look in the direction of the sound. Not far from them. Crimson spatial cracks. I slowly reveal my original form. The two sisters who reacted in time. He also rushed forward as fast as he could. But the moment they came into contact with the space, a feeling of emptiness came from the palm of his hand. Between the lightning and flint, they passed by the rift space. And what makes the crack disappear so quickly? 5 team members have been assembled in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Anna and I were waiting for the rest of the group to arrive. Actually, I have a way to enter this copy. And customs clearance strategies are well understood. But here's why I didn't decide to come here until the end. Because in this world, even more terrifying than monsters are explorers. When we look at the tearing space, with loud laughter, the first thing you see is a short leg. Then his whole body was quickly spat out by the cracks. Our first group member was the dwarves. And immediately after passing through other cracks, the other 2 team members were also spit out by the gap in turn. But what surprised me the most was that it was a magician who came in the back. It's really hard to imagine that there is such an existence in the first layer of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the current composition of the portfolio is reasonable. Anna, who heard my astonishment, hurriedly asked, Are magicians that great? She had the impression that the librarian was also a magician. But it didn't feel that powerful. And what she didn't know was, the other party is only a 9th level magician. Magicians are a very important resource in this city. Therefore, they must also prove their strength before they can enter the secret realm. Other words, now that you can enter the dungeon, then she has proven her strength. And for my answer, the little beauty magician on the opposite side also quickly praised it. I'm quite knowledgeable. Then he introduced himself. He is a level 6 magician. It's called Lena. In her self-introduction, although with a slight smile on his face. But I think she has a look down on people. Also, in my memory of the game, the magicians are all dragged to death. This performance is already very good. Then he said to the man behind him, He is a professional porter who pays for money. Wait until Lena finishes her introduction. The dwarf on the side also introduced himself. His name was Murad. Is an explorer with 3 years of experience. No wonder his gear is so brightly colored. It turned out that he had already had 3 years of experience in the expedition. Anna and I then briefly introduced ourselves. When we have simply exchanged pleasantries, I asked the magician, someone of his level, there shouldn't be any need to venture on the first floor. For my question, Lena only explained symbolically. I just heard that there will be a hunting visit in the near future. By the way, after picking up the topic, commanded directly in the tone of a captain, the next loot was divided among 4 people in addition to the porter. Rather, we are required to act according to his instructions. For his request, the dwarf was quick to say yes. Then the magician's eyes turned on me and Anna. Actually, this question does not need to be considered for long. Now that there is a magician in the team, then I'm going to have to keep a low profile, because the mastermind who persuaded the royal family to destroy the evil spirits was the magician. But when I wanted to say yes, too, Anna on the side actually rejected the magician's proposal directly. Her next sentence stunned me in place. I don't know what's so great about magicians. I hope that Owen will lead us. He is a wiser warrior than anyone else. I agree. Why the hell would Anna do this? Although I want to gag him immediately, but that would make it even more suspicious. And Anna felt the puzzled gazes of the others. Explained even harder. I read in the library for 6 hours a day. He even said that I was a great warrior. At the moment, I was extremely embarrassed. I really want to find a rat hole to get into. Under Anna's strong praise, everyone looked at me in the same light. But fortunately, the gang dismissed Anna's actions as a farce. The dwarf on the side said with a smile, "It is a blessing to be able to accept the worship of your wife." Anna also showed a rare expression of shame at this, but her retort only became an excuse for shyness, regardless of the content. Fortunately, there are gossip dwarfs. The topic has also managed to shift elsewhere. And most importantly, the magician didn't seem to have much interest either. Also hope he is before the moment of breakup. Don't pour that concern on me. At this moment, the magician also interrupted everyone. I asked everyone to hurry up. He also said that he wanted to collect specimens. So there will be a lot of investigation to do. But I listened to the command. The dwarf tilted his head and retorted, "We don't know any information other than each other's names." I feel the same way about his words. Where is the team? It's all about each other's abilities and what they can do. Even if it's a team formed urgently, you should also elaborate on the core essence before you start. But the magician categorically said that these were unnecessary acts. Anyway, the monsters in the Scarlet Castle are all below level 7. It's enough to face monsters on your own. It was even said to do some research. You are going to monopolize all the loot that the boss has unleashed. How could there be such a shameless woman? Is the situation going in a bad direction again? In the process of playing this game, there are countless instances of infighting, and that reason is all about money. For magicians with a lot of money, research is the highest priority purpose. But the explorer's reason for entering the labyrinth was all to make money. Just now, the magician said that he would take the boss's loot. It's the most valuable thing in this dungeon. At this moment, the dwarf also showed a look of anger. The voice also became quite muffled. Do I look like an idiot? As his voice ended, the air around him instantly sank coldly, and the human man also put his hand on the hilt of the sword. It seems that he is not just a porter. It wasn't long before the magician broke the heavy silence first. In addition to the loot, all the magic stones will be distributed to everyone. But these words only angered the dwarf in front of him even more, although he was trying his best to hide. But there was a visibly panicked look on his face. It seems that such a hostile reaction was not expected. Then the slightly silent magician continued. Then he will share the boss loot. But the essence of his revelation must belong to himself. For this to say, the dwarfs agreed. He also replied to him in a tone that thought it was fair. All the loot that comes out of the back. 2 people use their heads fairly to decide where to belong. But it sounds like a different taste. They actually used me and Anna as heir. The crack that finally opened. You can't go back without even eating the crumbs. I can give you the essence and the best equipment. But the skills oil we have. And for my words. They looked at each other rather sharply at the same time. The magician even spoke. There is no such thing as you barbarians. There will also be no problems. This group of people still looked like good people just now. But in the face of interests, it was transformed without a trace in an instant. But it doesn't matter. The previous request was nothing more than a temptation. Then I can give up the skill stones. But in addition to the competition for equipment, to give us 2 priorities in addition to the boss explosion. As expected, the dwarves and mages easily agreed to my request. This should be the biggest limit. In the eyes of these guys, except for the boss, there should be nothing that can be seen. When the negotiation is over, the mage and the dwarf were like nothing had happened. The kind smile reappeared as before. What a horrible bunch of explorers. I have to be stronger. It doesn't matter if those guys kick the ladder or not. But I also have to climb up little by little. Only in this way can we assert our rights like them. Black pools of blood. Dark red sky. That's why it's called the Scarlet Castle. Scarlet Castle. It is divided into 4 chapters. The first stage is the transition bridge at the entrance to the castle. The second stage was the battle for the defense of the outer walls. The third stage is the underground prison of the inner city walls, and the demon worship room of the last Lord's Hall. Shortly after ascending the mountain trail along the castle between the ridges, when arriving at the entrance to the castle, we were confronted with 2 winged demon shapes. They are 8th-level demonic beast gargoyles. It is usually characterized by being motionless like a bronze statue. But the moment when the enemy comes into sight, it's a tough monster that will pounce on it right away. Although the general strategy method is, after sacrificing one person to absorb all the petrification skills, the rest of the people go and kill the statue to lift the curse. But with the words of the magician, it's a different story. When the dwarf and I approached the stone statue, they opened their eyes and spread their wings. Meanwhile, my lower body turned to stone in an instant, but it didn't last very long, because Lena on the side cast a spell to lift the curse. A gargoyle without its petrification skills. A lamb to the slaughter. I'm in charge of one with Anna. The dwarf is in charge of the other alone. The diminutive dwarf wielded his hammer like crazy, slammed the stone statue's legs. The moment the stone statue fell to the ground, it's like it's been a long wait. Smashed the skull with a hammer. It turns out that this is how the dwarves fight. Attack from below. Quite manly. When the 2 stone monsters turned into points of light and disappeared, the magic stone also fell. But we don't have to go out of our way to pick it up, because these magic stones float into the air on their own. Flew into the porter's large backpack. At this time, the magician also explained, the magic stone itself will be kept for us for the time being, because I don't want to waste time on these kinds of things. Then we were led by the dwarfs. The door to the next stage is opened. From this point on, the dungeon will be officially opened. I followed the dwarf with a wonderful feeling. It's very dark here. Lighting should be required. With the magician's spellcasting, a sphere of light floated in Lena's palm. The originally dark space was instantly illuminated. It's like being attracted to light and sound. From the wall, a group of decomposing corpses stood up. This is a bunch of not only no experience points, a 5th-level monster that doesn't even spit out magic stones. If not the essence of the explosion, none of the corpses will disappear. How they attack. It's also the result of just biting people and not letting go. So to save mana. This time the magician didn't make a move, although without the help of a magician. But it won't take long to clean up these monsters. After our fierce operation, we've cleaned them up as well. When the last monster is killed, the horn of the zombie commander was also released. When Anna wonders what this is, the dwarf on the side said with a smile, we'll know what it's meant later. This time it was an iron door that connected the next stage. The dwarf also consciously asked the magician for help. It's just a simple magic. He actually blasted out a huge iron door through a big hole. I have to make people sigh. The magician's attack power is indeed powerful. Then passed through the iron gate. We came to the transition bridge at the entrance to the castle. But the stone bridge is some distance from the castle, and the stone is cut off from the route. This is not ruined by the years. It's a structure that's how it was designed in the first place. At this time, Anna was prompted by the magician. The trumpet sounded in his hand. With the sound of the trumpet, the broken bridge on the opposite side also began to slowly fall. But it's not just the falling broken bridge that moves. And in the ditch around the city walls, it actually began to stir up blood. But in these blood waters, there are still countless hands struggling. Soon after, the monsters revealed their true forms. They are the level 5 corpses that have been slain before. It turns out that the task at this stage is simple. Just hold on until the broken bridge falls completely. Although it is a level 5 corpse monster. But on narrow bridges, face so many monsters. It's also a very tricky thing to do. There is a risk of falling if you are not careful. But just as we were going to respond cautiously, the magician said confidently to us, "Let's all stay close to him." With his shouts he cast spells. Put us at the center. A violent whirlwind blew. And these cyclones are like blenders. Grind all these corpses to pieces in an instant. Look at the corpse monsters that have been cleaned up in an instant. We all let out a cry of surprise at the same time. It's just a corpse monster. Although he said modest words. But there was a sense of pride in those eyes. Although I also expected his strength to be good. But what I never expected. He's so powerful. You really can't offend this kind of being in a dungeon. Shortly afterwards, the slowly falling wooden bridge. Finally, it was connected to the stone bridge. That's it. We ended so easily. The first chapter of the Scarlet Castle. But that didn't make me happy. Instead, it is an ethereal short. In my previous experience, the simpler it is up front, the later it will be, the more difficult it will be. I can obviously slaughter the super strong 8 rings demon beast with my bare hands. But Anna, who was alone by the bird, was shaken out of a concussion. And this is only the beginning of the tragedy. It's just because he has a strength that even I can't match. When we easily crossed the step bridge at the entrance, we entered the outer city. According to the previous game experience, there are countless fights to face here. But with the magician, it's all quite easy. Just one group attack skill can sweep 90% of the monsters away. And the remaining 10%. It's an 8th level monster that holds a protein in view of the shield. Treat this monster. Anna and I are quite skilled. Your left leg. My right leg. 321. Take. Dwarf's wooden stool pocket. It's enough to show how terrible our efficiency is. When we are heartily slaying monsters. The magician Lena didn't rest either. Deal with these monsters with super regenerative powers. Actually targeted use of the assembly that aggravated the wound. And the monster that doesn't have the ability to regenerate passively. It's just a bit of a tough ball of meat. The magic stone that burst out quickly floated into the air. Got into the porter's backpack on its own. Look at the magician walking in the front. Anna couldn't help but exclaim, "I finally got it." Why does everyone say that magicians are amazing beings? And the dwarf is quick to take the pat on the back. Indeed, with a mage, the range of things you can do increases a lot. And their conversation just happened to flow into Lena's ears. You don't have to be so complimentary. I'm just a little talented. Plus just a little bit of effort. But that little face couldn't hide the expression of the sass. And I gradually got to grips with her character. Pretending to be modest but very fond of showing off. At the same time, he is a talented magician with a passion for the study of magic. You have to be a little more sycophant to treat her. Immediately, with the cooperation of everyone, she quickly gathered all the research materials she needed. Judging by her actions, she should have done a lot of homework in advance. But the most important female statue is missing. Obviously, if you destroy the statue, you will drop that legendary item. In that case, I'll have to find a chance to keep it to myself. Some seasoned gamers have quite unique fetishes. That is, when you see something strange, you have to check the shadows. And I'm one of those people. So in 9 years of gaming experience, unearthed countless hidden secrets. But even magicians don't know about it. A junior barbarian would be in trouble if he knew it. It's under my default. The group came to the inside of the castle. In the early days of design, there weren't any monsters housed here. Therefore, it is only one way to the underground prison. In order to save the magician's mana, the dwarf took out his torch and held it in his hand. Probably because of the short stature. At this point, she is like the rock rat miner who appeared in the comics. This is an underground prison. The main haunted monsters are raised. Wizard of Perdition, the Spirit of the Veil, Starvation of the Dead, etc. It's really a hell of a life. It wasn't that long ago that these guys were killing each other for the loot. At the moment, they are so fake and slap each other's ass. They should be representative realists. Anna asked curiously, pointing to the small skeleton on the wall. What a monster this is. And the magician who has always been flattered. Seeing an opportunity to express yourself. She was supposed to be on the front end. It flashed in front of Anna. Once again, he explained the power of the monster with a smug expression. I have to say that she usually puts a lot of effort into the knowledge points in the secret realm. The monsters in the corners are small skeletons. It is a monster that is extremely aggressive and has no experience. But Anna is not used to smug magicians. But at this moment, an eerie ghost cry suddenly sounded in the prison. Anna, who was still resentful. In an instant, she became a weak little woman in seconds. But she forgot that her strength was stronger than that of ordinary adults. Luckily, I have a good body. Otherwise, it's just a few shakes. You can even get a concussion. Twilight Soul. Pretty terrible things can happen if you get entangled in her. What a naive little girl. Since you get the opportunity, you have to take revenge immediately. Look at Anna without any blood. He also showed a rather cheerful expression. I'm also going to play the round. Because I know that mages have spells that specialize in these kinds of monsters. Fortunately, although she likes to play a little temper. But there was no procrastination in the face of formal matters. After putting away the playful look, immediately, a dazzling red light shot out of the staff, instantly pierced the monster's body. But it didn't take long for countless monsters to come with a strong hatred. It should be that I feel the death of my own kind. But for this scene, Lena did not show any fear. For a mage with a group attack, on the contrary, it is a welcome thing. The flame is extinguished. As her chant ended, flames erupted from the staff, filling the entire passage in an instant. The monsters in the sky were killed in an instant, and we're still amazed. Lena's voice was heard. It's time for us to go. At a glance, she was just an oversized meatball monster. But a closer look reveals it. She is a group of corpses made up of tens of thousands of corpses, and her corpse-bombed can make a dignified six-ring magician, curled up and vomited. In the real moment of truth, the only ones who can hold the field are the able-bodied barbarians. It is clear that the world and reality of the climate are different. When we enter the underground prison, the whole body can feel this creepy feeling. There are not only all kinds of high-level monsters here, there are also all kinds of bizarre experimental tools. It has the feel of a mad scientist laboratory. When everyone was feeling quite uncomfortable, the magician, however, looked indifferent and quite calm. He even said that he liked anatomy. Therefore, the scene in front of him did not react to him. Hear me here. I can't help but think of the obscene greasy uncle. Hopefully the anatomy he likes isn't the heart of a barbarian. This was followed by a magician. We were able to find the agency. When the door is opened, he also specially reminded, proceed to the next entrance. Countless corpses will be encountered inside. In order to avoid the unpredictable, we made a series of preparations in advance. Even the original porter's backpack was left here. With the click of the valve of the mechanism, a rotten stench poured out. What came into view was an endless expanse of corpses. Broken limbs and heads were piled up on the ground. Their smell of decay and buildup is quite pungent. These even trigger headaches. The surrounding dimly lit environment, reminiscent of a wastewater treatment plant that has been obsolete for a long time. In this case, the first to react were the porters. He supports his body with a saber in his hand, constantly vomiting out the contents of the body. And the next one to react was the magician. He has experience in dissection. It is possible to be resistant to visual impact, but it is quite fragile to smells. And surprisingly, I can hold on. If it's the body before the crossing. Seeing the scene in front of him, he should have fainted a long time ago. But the flesh of this savage is indeed strong. It can resist the pungent smell of rot. Then we walk down the dark underground. Every step makes a sound like stepping on a sponge. And the light is close to the center of the post. In the darkness gradually revealed huge hills of corpses. What is even more surprising is that this hill actually speaks to us. Said in a female voice like a malfunctioning tape. Dad, help us. In the original game of the demon, it was originally a quiet existence. At this moment, he turned into a living creature. A pile of corpses actually stood up. It even stretched out its claws to us. There is not much time to be pretentious at this moment. When I was about to shout out to the troops, even trusted dwarfs were too frightened to move. These guys usually love to pretend to be so aggressive. At the critical moment, one by one dropped the chain. Proficient in anatomy, and even a super strong 6th order magician. Touched countless monsters. A dwarf with 3 years of adventure experience. As a simple porter. But it looks quite a powerful human swordsman. Although they treat me and Anna as rookies. But the only people who can wake up at the moment are Anna and me. What are you all doing? Anna couldn't help but reprimand at the group. But at this moment, a corpse was projected like a lead ball. And at the time of imminent contact, it exploded on the spot. The rotting flesh and blood were instantly scattered and stained on everyone's bodies. Luckily, the liquid only got on Anna's clothes. But the dwarf on the side is in a pretty bad situation. Under the time the dwarfs lost all their fighting power. And let's just trust him. The magician is still vomiting. These guys are really unreliable. It's no wonder that things went so smoothly in the early stages. Anna, you take the dwarfs and hide behind to protect the magician. I had to lure this behemoth away myself. I don't think we could be wiped out here. The attack of the corpse horde is simple. Drop corpse bombs on enemies at a distance. Then drag down the nearest enemy and eat them. It's like a tentacle. Hundreds of arms grow all over the body. So don't get too close to the corpse horde monsters. At the moment, the magician has not come to his senses. So I'm going to buy time anyway. At least until the magician comes to his senses. Whenever a corpse bomb flies, I'll roll to the side and pull away. Then curled up behind the shield. Protect yourself from acidic bodily fluids. When I repeated this cycle about 3 times, quite affectionately chanting spells of magic were heard. With Lena's voice ended, the baptism of flame also burst out. I didn't look back. Instead, he focused all his energy on the corpse horde. With the screams of hundreds of people, the whole body of the corpse group was burning, and its shell is peeling off. Immediately after that, a huge skeleton soldier appeared in front of our eyes. Anna now joins the fray. Although the corpse group is a 7th level monster, but since it has been peeled, then Anna and I can handle it. With our quite tacit cooperation. When its chest was shattered by us, it also turned into a point of light and disappeared into the air. But the light that disappeared before too much recondensed. Unexpectedly, the black light moon was faintly revealed. This mutant monster actually burst out with a rare essence. It's obviously just a normal boss in the dungeon. At this moment, he was deeply attracted by the cold and colorful human magic stone. And it's a way of showing love. It's to suck the other party's fresh blood. It's just because it mutated into a high-ranking vampire with extremely high intelligence. In this world, a dungeon in a secret realm is nothing less than a large treasure trove. Elite monsters that appear here. Not only does it provide a huge amount of experience points, and the loot they burst out, but the most critical core point is, the probability of essence drops in dungeons will also be greatly increased. Actually, judging by the odds, it is even stranger that the essence is only now appearing. One way or another, its ownership is now ours. After entering here first, pretty much Anna and I solved the chieftain. In addition, there was an agreement to have a choice at the beginning. But what I wanted was 2 other essences. The essence of death with the ability to regenerate, and the essence of Chimera Wolf, which increases muscle strength. But in this case, I actually met in the Scarlet Castle. Elite boss corpse golem that only appears once. And it also bursts out with a rather rare essence. Although it is very difficult to explode. But you can't be blindly happy. Because in addition to the enhanced special abilities, the corresponding punishment is also severe. The essence of corpse bones. First of all, its basic attributes are ideal for the tank class. Although the decline in cognition can lead to the dullness of the body, but it can be seen from this. The increase in other attributes is also very high. Bone strength, which has a higher impact on defense, is increased by 55 points. Add to that the weight increase for blunt weapon boost damage by 21 points. Pain tolerance can also be very useful in reality. It even increases muscle strength and anti-toxicity. But the problem is that it has fatal flaws. That's its skill, as well as skill flesh explosions. A skill that brings damage with a strong explosion of the body. Although it can cause considerable damage, but it takes the character's HP as a cost. Therefore, it also has damage to self that continues to lose health, even because of the acidic bodily fluids. Therefore, if you are injured, acidic blood will splash on the equipment. As a result, the durability of the equipment will be greatly reduced. In summary, this essence is very powerful. But at the same time, it absorbs the cost of medicine and equipment maintenance. Quite a chicken rib of the essence. The effective time after the essence is burst is 30 minutes. Set aside for now. Let's take a look at their injuries first. Then we came to the dwarf. Through this distress. Again, I made one thing clear. The details of this world are very different from the game. For example, the strength of the dwarf. Normally, it is easy to defeat this Tyrannosaurus. But mental factors led to the complete loss of his ability to fight. At the same time, the magician on the side gradually regained his expression. In that case, I'll have to start haggling. The corpse golem has just been disposed of. In this case, first of all, show your own merits. Very good. Thankfully, I barely use my magic. I rub. This cunning human. The grace of saving lives is not mentioned. I even have to show that I have merit first. If I am led by him, you may not even be able to get the soup. It was we who saved you. This can be seen as doing something that is within the reach of more than one person. Therefore, in the end, the loot that the boss will burst out of must be pre-ordered. For my sudden request, the audience fell silent for a moment. But it didn't take long for the dwarfs to speak first. I agree with my suggestion, because without us, we would have lost our lives. And when I thought there was going to be a surprise, the cunning magician was silent for a moment, and then objected to my opinion, but then added, if it's really the best loot. He agrees that we also have an equal opportunity to fight for it. It's a bit of a pity for that. But fortunately, I also got the opportunity to bid. Now it's time to talk about the main topics. The boss he had just killed burst out of his essence. Maybe I didn't expect this rare essence to burst out. The faces of the dwarfs and the magicians unconsciously opened their mouths. The magicians, in particular, reacted the most violently. He also exclaimed unconsciously. The essence of Corpse Grim is more than the essence of the final boss. It's hard to break out. It is even difficult to find such specimens on the market. Its value is quite precious to researchers. Seeing him react the same as I expected has already shown a very regretful look. In that case, it's time for me to have a real consultation. Then I saw the opportunity and said in a deep voice, Lena, I have a suggestion. If you want, I can give you the essence. But in the end, the boss bursts out with the essence. The right to belong belongs to me. In fact, the meaning is also very simple. It is a condition that is exchanged for the essence that can be revealed by uncertainty. A magician who pondered for a moment. Lima smiled like a flower and hurriedly agreed. Immediately, he took out a small bottle from his backpack. For the essence of the monster. It was even possible to use such an expensive test result. This is enough to prove the importance of this harvest for magicians. Although on the surface it was my loss. But the essence of the final leader of the Scarlet Castle can be revealed if it can be revealed. It's priceless. So it's worth a gamble. Then we were ready to go. Re-embark on the dangerous quest path. After a certain journey, we came to the doorway of a stone chamber. When the magician pondered the stone statue in the doorway for a few moments, a magic book fell out of a crack in the roof. Then, in the flattery of the dwarf, Once again, he showed a gesture of pride. The name of the book is Weblock. This is a spell book that contains dark magic. Most magic books require a magic box to take away. But this book is different. Therefore, it is very expensive to sell in the market. Damn it. I wanted to secretly recycle it myself in the future. Unexpectedly, this magician has done a lot of homework, and I could only watch him swallow it alone. Look at his unnatural smile. He should have known it himself. In fact, this copy of this book can be brought out intact by ordinary people. But why not know the one hidden in the fountain? We revolve around the history of demon worship. Step by step, he cleaned up the monsters around him. Golem Gargoyle. Chimera Ulf. There was also a second middle chieftain, Bintra. And we were pretty lucky. Not only before the corpse burst out the essence of the corpse of Glam. Now the essence of Bintra has also been revealed. It's not like the luck I should have. 7th level monster Bintra. It has 3 forms of attributes. Hate, grieve, crave. The grief type spews out objects that derange enemies. The hate type uses extremely nasty means to reduce the enemy's stats. The last one in front of us is the attribute of desire. Although it has the ability to suck blood during battle. However, the ability can be purified by the mage's curse. Therefore, the boss of this type of attribute is considered the easiest to deal with. I'm finally going to get rid of my bad luck. Didn't kill a few elite monsters. Unexpectedly burst out the essence of the best. At this time, the dwarf and the magician each said blessings to me. Follow the blood quotient at the time of entering the dungeon. The essence of this time is also the belonging of Anna and me. If not greedy, that's fake. In fact, all that remains now is the final leader. No one can be sure if there will be another essence. But I decided to be a scoundrel. I gave this opportunity to Anna. From the point of view of an explorer, Anna fits the essence of this time better than I do. Because the blood-squeaming attribute is very suitable for sword warriors. And my direction of development is to one day abandon assault weapons. Plus, more importantly, Anna is a trusted partner. Judging by her straightforward character, she probably won't leave me on future expeditions. Will be there to help me. So instead of rushing, it's better to take advantage of the stronger Anna. Choose the essence that suits me better. And it will be more efficient this way. Thank you. I will definitely repay you for your kindness. With my permission. Anna couldn't hide her excitement. Went nonstop and took the essence. But there's one thing I haven't been able to tell Anna beforehand. The ensuing changes were dramatic. And immediately unfolded in front of us. How is it a little strange? Why did you suddenly become so tall? But there's one thing I haven't been able to tell Anna beforehand. Anna, who was originally about 2 meters tall. It shrank to about 1.7 meters in an instant. This is the basic effect possessed by the essence of Bintra, although it will greatly increase the density of bones. But only if the height of the picker is reduced. And the magician's explanation is not over yet. We heard a humble scream. I'm finished. No one would ever think of me as a warrior like this. See the crazy Anna. The magician fanned the flames again. But you become pretty. The nobles will like her very much when they see her. Frankly. Except for the tattoos on her body. Now it looks like she's just a little taller. Human females only. Before she was even more desperate. I've got to get out of the round. So I pointed to the 8th level monster in front of me to remind her. Don't be in a hurry and get frustrated. Test your current strength with the previous undead. It seems that other people are also curious about Anna's changes. They all stood aside and waited for her performance. Then Anna made an insincere response. Wielding a broadsword, he went to face the monster. But it's not our eyes. She's just a casual swing. Unexpectedly, the 8th level monster was directly cut off. Anna and I used to hit dozens of times to be able to kill monsters. He was slashed with a knife. At the moment, I am really happy for her. Priola's second daughter, Anna. You are no ordinary fighter anymore. I've become a stronger fighter. It's a blessing. She regained her confidence. Although getting shorter now will make people feel awkward. But if she adapts to it, she will become quite strong. After a while of the while, we killed all the monsters. Finally came to the entrance of the final leader of the Scarlet Castle. The dwarf and the Philosopher's Stone had begun to say goodbye to each other. But looking at their flattering conversation, I also have some feelings of regret. Today's day has indeed brought me too much luck, or too lucky, in my life. It seems like there has never been such a lucky moment. A sick body, love that can't be confessed, or even the ridiculous thing that was crossed into the game. If you consider that the worst can happen at this moment, that's going to be what it is. Wait a minute. Is this the original color of this knocker? No way. Do not open the door. But it seems too late. When the door opens, the ground began to shake violently. The owner of the Scarlet Castle, awaken from your slumber. In the vast center of current affairs, a blood-red figure sat in the center. Actually changed the leader who went to Bin's Hong. It is a monster that only exists on the 6th floor or higher. Not even ordinary vampires. Rather, mutants are not yet vampires. It is intelligent and charismatic. Vampire Duke Campomir. Don't think you're a high-level magician. You are all the same thing in my eyes. For I am the master of this body. Barbarians who are unreasonable to the extreme. So what can you do with me? There are 4 types of monsters in the game world. First, variants. It's like a procurator or archer in the goblin system. Second, not yet planted. Deathbinder, who met in the Land of Kings, fell into this category. Third, rare breeds. Like Grim the Corpse. Monsters that only appear in certain quests. And the last one, no mutant yet. Like, yes. And the last one, no mutant yet. A monster with an independent memory and an independent name. So we had to run away desperately. Vampire Duke Campomir. He is the leader of the solitary activities. At the same time, it is a level 5 monster. Not only proficient in melee hand-to-hand combat, he is also proficient in dark magic. A guardian who has not yet mutated. This is a case that has never been seen before. And it also appears in the Secret Realm dungeon on the 1st floor. Even I, who have been playing for 9 years, have never seen this guardian. In the end, it is up to others to be in the forum. I only found out that there was such a monster in the uploaded video. But while I was thinking, I was desperately fleeing. This mortal magician has been asking questions underestimatingly in his ears. He even asked me about this junior rookie. How to know that there is danger inside before the door is opened. And I'm going to put that aside. Let him talk less nonsense and hurry up when running away. He said lightly. I was being held. So there is time. This special cat is so annoying. Then again, what surprised me was the color of the knocker. In the process of playing the game, I've tried the same challenge as the raiders countless times. But I don't know if any special conditions are not triggered. The guardian has never been reached. So after watching the recorded video repeatedly, only then did I notice this small difference. One more point. Just go into the dungeon. If you don't kill the final guardian, you can't leave the quest in the challenge. And just when the dwarfs were going to encourage us to fight with it, the vampire duke suddenly appeared in front of us. It's still in the form of an abyssal soul. That's why I hate using magic guardians the most. Because they don't play their cards as usual. With the advent of vampires, the magician Lena was also quite quick to react. Because she knows it too. The dark magic abyssal soul that the vampire duke will use. It's the kind of magic that is most afraid of sunlight. The abyss soul transformation skill can be used to move quickly through transmogrification, although the main body will not be able to move in place. However, the main body can be sent to the location of the abyssal soul at any time. Things almost got pretty difficult. Thanks to Lena's quick response. Forcibly disperse this abyssal soul. Then she will have to use her ontology to chase us herself. This kind of helped us buy us a few minutes to escape. But just when I felt lucky, heard the unexpected bad news. The magician Lena fainted. In my opinion, vampires don't have the essence of this kind of effect. Are there other essential skills that I don't know? Either way, We're gonna have to get out of this underground prison first. Dwarfs, they agree with me. But because of the magician's fainting, as a result, no one can lead the right route. Case. Even if it exposes my suspicions. But being able to survive is the end. Then in the dwarf's face of agnosticism, I led the people to flee desperately, although everyone's breathing was rapid. But it may be because everyone has good physical strength, so no one is left behind. But the problem is that the smoke behind us can't be shaken off. Wronged souls are especially afraid of the sun. Fortunately, it was still daytime. At the same time, we also saw the entrance where the sun shines. Just when this 1,000 troops were launched, we reached the surface in a thrilling way. You've only been here once, and you've memorized the journey. I can't believe you were last month. A novice barbarian who has only completed the rite of passage. What followed was an incredulous look of doubt from the dwarf. Good thing I don't know how to explain it. My big fan Anna ended this embarrassing situation for me. Because in Anna's eyes, I don't care what decisions I make. They are the wisest and greatest barbarian warriors. After a short fluke, everyone is once again in a sense of crisis, because the sky has begun to slowly set. If the time is dark, vampires will still be in front of everyone. Now the key point is, the first thing to do is to find out when the magician will be able to wake up. And then again, I'm going to be in the short gap. Retrieve the treasure that the mage had left behind. This thing can be found after breaking the statue of the goddess. Tears of the goddess. This is often referred to as a holy relic in the game, although it is disposable. But its use is both therapeutic and therapeutic. It is also possible to inflict a fatal blow on the enemy. Good thing I lost a key item. And after the return, the magician Lena also woke up from her coma. I learned from a conversation with her later. She thinks it's a vampire. The skills that are shared have suffered a backlash. That's why I'm in a state of shock. If you take a break for about 20 minutes, it is possible to recover from the injury to a certain stage, but it can only be used about 5 times. 7 magic attack. According to this degree of attack, it is definitely impossible to defeat the vampire. So I asked straight and categorically, knowing other attack magic. For example, solar system attack magic. But it was a cold voice that replied to me, because I asked the magician about the details of the reservation. It's a very unreasonable act, although I have a general understanding of the situation. But now I am, to all but the king, an unreasonable barbarian who doesn't say honorifics. When I answered with my eyes, so what? The magician could only sigh and replied helplessly. He also uses sunspot ball attack magic. It is similar to the flame ball though. However, the power it has is the attack magic of the 6th session. The disadvantage is that you need to recover for about 30 minutes after the injury to perform this magic once. This is also one of our killer features. Therefore, I did not hesitate to order. We'll do our best to hold on for 30 minutes. So let him not blindly come out to help. To this, the magician was about to agree. But he reacted immediately and suddenly asked loudly, "Why should I, a junior barbarian, play the role of captain?" The magician's eyesight is indeed worth it. When the dwarfs and porters were in a daze when I commanded them, he had just woken up and discovered this clue so quickly. He glanced at them one by one. Porter dwarf Anna. But as if everyone was convinced, they nodded again and again. At the same time, the dwarf also swore on the side. I have a good eye for people. I am a trustworthy person. While our little episode here has just ended, a cold wind blows. The shadow that covered the ground also grew thicker and thicker. Night has come. There is no way back. It will take another 30 minutes to regenerate mana. There's one thing we can do. Hold on to that until that point, no matter what. A powerful leader with hundreds of millions of unjust souls, and the barbarian powerhouses with a strong will. When these two are combined, what kind of monster will it create? At the same time as darkness fell, the vampire who was originally staring at us like a god descending. Before I knew it, I became serious. With a roar of terror, dark black nails and wings slowly grow from the body. It's exactly the same as the game. No matter how high the IQ of the monster is, even if it's a real conversation with it, it's just a few symbolic words. Immediately enter the attack state. It was expected that the dialogue would be passed. The idea of time to procrastinate was also frustrated. At this time, face the attack of the other party. The dwarf stood up bravely. The murderous aura that erupted from the level 5 boss made people numb. But surprisingly, the dwarfs resisted intact. Even when attacked, they do not show weakness. This has to be amazing. The decadence of facing the corpse grim before was swept away. This should be the real defense with more than 3 years of expedition experience. At the same time, the dwarf also showed all his whole cards completely. The essence of the first level 7 wild bull monster is balanced. Just stick your feet on the ground. It's a skill that will never fall easily. In addition, there is a vibration mitigation function. Therefore, this essence is quite suitable for the tank class. As the battle began, I gave Anna a look. It is possible that each other has gone through quite a bit of hardship. Just one look tells what is needed. Anna and I took a stand at the same time and attacked the vampires on either side. But vampires are not to be underestimated. See how she reacts. This is with quite a high level of combat intelligence. Anna's attack has not yet arrived. All the attacks she had anticipated dodged the space. I didn't know that I was just waiting for her to stay. But my attacks didn't do anything to her. Instead, my arm was tingling. This should be the effect of the magician's backlash before. And at this moment, the vampire's body that flashed into the distance began to slowly shake, instantly divided into hundreds of crows, flapping his wings and rushing towards us. The dwarfs used their skills to resist at the front, but the crows began to explode on the spot the moment they came into contact with people. Although the power of the explosion was not very great, but seeing the blood ejaculated is even more of a headache. This is a sacrificial mark owned by vampires. It can shoot all living beings that come into sight. It is used as an offering bottle to increase the caster's physical abilities. In addition to this skill, the vampire count has 2 other skills, proportional to the amount of HP lost. An eternal with greatly increased regeneration power. Directly steal some of the abilities of the blood-sucking target. All 3 of these skills belong to hand-to-hand combat. It can show quite a lot of power. And in addition to these few quintessential skills, the vampire count also uses dark magic. It can change darkness at any time to dodge attacks. It can also shake crows to bring about explosions. Even summon immortal creatures to fight with the blood of a sword shot. It is worthy of being a high-ranking boss with an independent name. It has displayed far more strength than any monster it has seen so far. The current time lasts about 3 minutes at most. It's been a long time before the magic is ready. Will we really make it to that point? But at this moment, a new bad came again. The dwarfs who act as the main defense. In the end, he was unable to withstand the vampire's attack. He completely lost his ability to fight and fainted directly. The tide of battle also tilted to the other side in an instant. Anna and I were already devastated, plus the fall of the main tank. It's almost impossible for us to block. If so, not quite. I was quick to make my judgment. I immediately asked Anna to retreat to the rear with the dwarfs. From now on, this leader is up to me to face alone. Of course, I don't have the strength to fight hard. I don't even need an assault weapon, because from now on what I'm going to do is become a vampire's human flesh punching bag. Your sister hurts. Keep stabbing, boy. I kept drinking the healing potions while I was being beaten, and this scene happened to be seen by all the magicians on the side. In his cognition, this act of mine is completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Because of the way of fighting against attacks by taking potions. As a mage, he has never heard of combat mode. Fighting with potions is absolutely impossible in common sense, because the pain of the medicine is beyond imagination. Even depending on the severity of the injury, the level of pain can also become more severe. And the smoke on this man's body, it had turned into water vapor and came out of his body. In this case, it's not surprising to die of shock. but he can still fend off attacks. It's a miracle that barbarians are now able to move. He also couldn't block all the attacks. Therefore, he is being cut all over his body, but for a lethal attack aimed at the most important points. But he was able to resist accurately. At the same time, the magician remembered the lesson that the teacher had said. The true value of the barbarians is not in their superior physical abilities. It's about his mental strength. The magician who thought of this was deeply ashamed of his actions. Even barbarians who have just completed the ceremony of recognition. For the chance of survival, judgment is being made calmly. Make the best moves. As a magician, he could only hide behind and watch all this. Now the situation is that the barbarians just have to fall. Everyone will definitely finish playing. Therefore, he also needs to make corresponding decisions as soon as possible. The mage is not a being who only attacks magic in the back. Analyze the situation by mastering a variety of knowledge. Showing the way for the team is also part of a magician's job. In order to save everyone's lives, you have to make the best choice. And it's the best choice you can make as a magician. Although quite a pity, but it can't be compared to your own life. Lena the magician slowly improves her magic skills. Increases hit rate. Improved range judgment. Track auto-adjust. She finished the field right away. I threw the test tube out of my hand with all my might. Draw a perfect curve and fly to the test tube in the distance. When she hit her target, after shattering, it emitted an intense light. Congratulations to Bjorn Jander. Successfully absorbed the essence of the corpse granu. Cross resistance increased by 70. Muscle strength increases by 15. Attack damage increased by 55. Character level increased to level 2. Since the left and right are dead, it's better to give it a go. It's definitely not a sacrifice for the sake of a teammate. Maybe some people will think I'm like a crazy person, but I just don't want to stop the pleasure in my hands. My mind went blank at this point. I can't even see clearly in front of you. If someone asks me if it hurts, I really want him to come over and experience it for himself. Now I feel like I've been stabbed all over my body. Then sprinkle the wound with saline in general. Although it is tempting to put down all resistance and accept this order, but I still threw out my weakness. It's like standing at a crossroads, when I have to make a choice. When it comes to giving up what to defend as a price. At this point, I can't fend off all the attacks. It's like the arms and legs, and the trivial places are given up, because they are not parts that are immediately life-threatening. But in any case, you must resist attacks from vital parts. And at this very moment, I felt less pain in an instant. The body that had reached its limit was actually revitalized. Even the vampire's power palm couldn't penetrate my power. Could this be the essence of giving me the corpse grime? I thought that I would have to drastically change the training route in the future. I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But if you judge from a short-term perspective, this is a very good situation. I don't know if I think the prey that can suddenly move has gotten the artifact. The vampire was even more enthusiastic. I also acted in concert to avoid this. But what happened after that hasn't changed much from before. Other words, the meat shield that was originally lying down and being beaten, now it is a city where you can stand up and be beaten. The changes after eating the essence of grime are nothing more. And just then, a glass bottle flew in from a distance. As the liquid inside drips down to the body at the same time, the torn wound healed much faster than before. Depending on the situation, the magician also realized that his life was in danger. High-grade potions are just different. If you continue to recover with this level of regenerative power, it's a fight with this vampire. I simply pounced on the guy in front of me. Cut the meat. Tear the muscles. So what? Acidic blood can cause damage to vampires. And my injuries will heal in a few seconds anyway. And then there is the assistance of the porter. Anna rejoins the fray. However, the situation that has just improved is only temporary. This should be the rank gap. The vampires, who had adapted slightly, immediately took the lead in the battle. Originally a meat shield. At this point, it just turned into 2 meat shields. When we were beaten with all our might, I finally heard the voice I had been waiting for. Detachment. The sunspot ball magic is ready. It's fast. This is the moment I was waiting for. I pushed the vampire with all my might. The dwarf was then instructed to attack. Don't say it's an appointment. This is an instruction that has not even been mentioned once. Fortunately, in times of crisis, everyone was watching these instructions. The dwarfs didn't disappoint me either. He recovered from his injuries slightly. Immediately use your unique precision skills. Thunder and lightning release candles. Its effect is to have a part of the body attack each other through a strong electric current. The electric current in the hammer shoots at the vampire like a cannonball in the form of a sphere. A strong explosion of electricity washed the entire field. Although compared to the sound, physical power is low, but it has more important attributes. Can put enemies into a brief fainting state. It's also an opportunity I've been waiting for. In the midst of so many crises. For this moment, I've always cherished what I didn't use. Tears of the goddess. I ran quickly in front of the guy, shoved it into his mouth. He then gave him a nice uppercut. At the same time, the sound of something breaking came from the vampire's body. The effect of this relic temporarily blocks all enemy resistance. The corners of the vampire's mouth were bleeding frantically, but I haven't had time to pour it out yet. I heard the end of the magician's chanting. I haven't had time to dodge yet. With my chagrin, a ball of energy like a flaming sun had shot in front of my eyes. I just remember smelling the delicious roast meat. Then I slowly lost consciousness. When I reopened my eyes, saw the dim sky. No sound could be heard in the vicinity. Could it be that they were also swept up in the sunspot ball and fainted? This is very possible, though. But for more accurate information, I forcibly turned over and looked around. Here's what's going on. The devastated vampire isn't dead yet. Both arms were torn apart. The skeleton can be seen from the upper end of the exhumed chest. It doesn't even look conscious. But what I can't accept is, his injuries are healing. It's really a metamorphosis quintessential skill. In my memory, the essence skill of a vampire is eternal. And the classic of this skill is, as long as his heart is intact, and never die, at such a rate of regeneration, it won't be long before it's all back to life. Although I can't fully understand the situation, it looks like everyone but me has fallen. So I have one more thing to do. Vampire Bautambomir. I'm going to kill this guy before he comes to his senses. Besides, there are no answers. I dragged my mangled body slowly. Although with every step there is an unspeakable pain of pain. But I'm still ignoring everything. This guy is in a state of itching though. But only the heart is unharmed. He was also supposed to protect Lori. I used my arm to block the sunspot ball. What a cunning guy. Then I raised my fists and slammed them into his heart. But my boxing couldn't break his bones. And this is a skill that suddenly reminds me of the essence of Grammy. Level 1 skill Flesh Explosion. A skill that brings damage with a strong explosion of the body. Then the hand placed on the guy's chest began to explode. Although the explosiveness is not very big. But due to the acidic properties of the meat and blood, this guy has some cracks in his chest. I didn't expect it to happen once anyway. Then I performed a series of flesh explosions. In the process, I also instinctively developed a feeling. My limits will come soon. Even if you can kill the vampire in the end. But I'm also going to die. But I won't stop. It's definitely not a sacrifice for the sake of a teammate. Maybe some people will think I'm like a crazy person. But in the process I had a conviction. Killing him might give him a slight chance of survival. But at the moment new problems arise. I've blown my hands out. Now that there are no hands. Then use my body. Then I pressed my heart to this guy. Once again, a flesh explosion was performed. And this time it finally didn't disappoint me. His body turned into a pillar of light and disappeared in front of him. Subsequently, in a series of experiences added up, I actually felt like my level had gone up. But I didn't have any joy. Because this game doesn't mean that if you level up, you will be resurrected at full health. But I still didn't give up that little hope. Because of the level up, it can increase the amount of essence absorbed. If only I could absorb the essence of those 33% vampires. It will be possible to get through this. The great barbarian warriors have always been entrenched. However, when you are sexually harassed by your own race, that indescribable sense of shame. But it's a shame. Memories of me. With the last of his strength, he continued to use the flesh blast head. My hands have been blown beyond recognition, for the slim chance of survival. In the end, I put my heart directly on this guy's body. It exploded with a thud. I finally broke his defenses. His body turned into light and disappeared from front of his eyes. Although defeated this guy, but my life has come to an end. And think of the time of his own death. I opened my eyes suddenly. What greeted me was Anna's kind gaze. Here's what's going on. Am I not dead? But there were no other companions around but Anna who couldn't be seen. When I asked the dwarfs where they went, Anna went so far as to say that they had left the copy 3 days earlier. I was in a coma for 3 whole days. If you add these 3 days, it's the 7th day of entering the first floor. I also perked up all at once. Immediately, I checked my status. The hands of the deceitful medium in memory are intact. I couldn't see any other wounds either, except for being a little hungry. In terms of health, it is generally in good condition. But here's the thing. Anna, how am I naked? The tattered stuff is an eyesore. So I tore them up. You don't have to be shy. Li Yuan, you are indeed a great warrior. Your sister. Isn't this naked sexual harassment? Then I tried to avoid embarrassment. I hurriedly changed the subject. Asked about this time. Did anything special happen? It seems that the vampire's 3 top rewards are all hugged, because the ranking equipment was taken away by the dwarfs. The enchanted stone was taken by the philosopher's stone, and I'm still alive until now. It means that I have absorbed the essence of it. It was later learned in Anna's memories. Originally, it was agreed that the method of investment would be approved to determine the scheme of ownership of the loot. Under the unreasonableness of the philosopher's stone, skip this link directly. He even said, take at least these things yourself. And the philosopher's stone was particularly puffed up when he left. Bjorn got the most valuable thing. So what they take is what they deserve. Follow Anna's recollections. It seems that only the woman knows. I absorbed the essence of vampires, plus the essence of the corpse grime she put in, and bring high-grade potions. It's all invested in me. Analyzing it in this way, this magic stone is indeed a lot of losses. Although I don't make any sense about how the loot is distributed, but seeing Anna's puffing expression, it's not hard to tell if she's still on the philosopher's stone. They are very impressed. So I resolutely slapped Anna on the back. Thank you. I'm relieved to have you. Just one sentence can get rid of unhappy emotions. So I still like to work with this race. Although the philosopher's stone took away a lot of hidden treasures through the raiders, but he couldn't find that treasure. Before looking for the object, of course, I had to find something to cover my important activities first. Then I was busy with everything. Finally back to Lafdonia. Sunshine after a long absence. Noisy crowds. But at the same time, it also proved that I had escaped death again. I couldn't help but look forward to it. There were so many sparks this time. There will definitely be a lot of gains. But what surprised me was, the magic stones that have been exchanged are only about 230,000 gold coins. Compared to the hard work this time, this amount is pitifully small. But it's not too much of a problem, because during this expedition I absorbed 2 rare golds. But I was about to leave with the gold coin. The glasses cashier actually retracted his outstretched hand. He also said with a questioning gaze, as a 9th level explorer, this amount is too much. And what's in the bag on the cup? What the situation? It's something I've never experienced in my time gaming. And before I could react, a group of guards actually surrounded me in the front desk. Your sister finally came back alive. What kind of bloody situation is this? They were going to take me to the interrogation room. At the same time, the entrance to the Ravdonia's secret realm. Owen dragged his tired body and stood in the middle of the crowd. Probably because of the contrasting environment. Fragments of memories from this time intersect in the mind. The 3-story monster was much more powerful than he had imagined. The 7th-level monsters I saw for the first time in my life were all very powerful, although it's all my sister fighting alone. But the occasional 6th-level monster that appears, it still made him suffer a lot. But imagine telling my uncle about these novelties. I couldn't help but have a look of anticipation again, although I was worried about non-human experiments like last time. But I still want to see my uncle as soon as possible, because he wants to show off his newly acquired golden lock. Then he went to the nearest exchange office. The harvest this time is about 180,000 gold coins. That's quite a lot of gain for a 9th-level explorer. But he has a rich sister. So all of this is a matter of course in the eyes of the cashier. After exchanging the gold coins, Owen hurried back to his residence, humming a little song to clean up the slightly dirty body. Imagine using your earnings to treat your uncle to a delicious meal. There was no shortage of people who went to meet and couldn't help but brisk for a few seconds. But Resident 302 has not returned. How so? Uncle won't be fine. Should be back soon. But just like that, a whole week has passed. The innkeeper also began to tidy up the uncle's room. Although I was very angry and tidying up other people's rooms without permission, but a word from the hostel, it also pulled him back to the harsh reality. Because the labyrinth has been closed for so long, it has not been able to come back. There's only one reason they can imagine. That's dying inside. Owen huddled alone in front of the inn. He still couldn't believe what was in front of him. Although in the labyrinth, the death of an explorer is a commonplace. But he couldn't imagine his uncle dying at all. Owen, who has experienced countless inner battles. There was a surge of determination that had never been felt before. He's going to be strong. Strong enough to protect the people you cherish. I am a barbarian. A brutal savage. That's why you've got a customized frame. It's all bullshit in my eyes. These crumbs don't give any time to rest at all. The 7th day of being imprisoned as a marauder. If you could elaborate further. I'm in the underground interrogation chamber of the Explorers Guild. During this time, it was the man opposite me who interrogated me. The age is estimated to be around 30 years old. The characteristic is that he is a fat man with glasses without any muscles. The first question of the interrogation. Where did the bow and crossbow come from? Barbarians have evolved to use bows and arrows. Special meow. These are pillager items that want to kill me. But the other party didn't listen to my explanation at all. And the reason why they arrested people for investigation. It's just that I'm suspected of plundering. The current Explorers Guild is completely different from the image in the game. Normally, it doesn't matter what items the explorer obtains in the mystery. If there is no evidence, it is usually left alone. And I found out later. It started just a few days ago. The guilds changed the internal rules. They are in order to reduce predator behavior. First of all, starting with a 9th-level explorer, it was decided to investigate thoroughly. In other words, we should start with the guys who are easy to bully. Specifically pick those that have a large number of magic stones. And the guy with no special background brought it over for interrogation. How is this scene so similar to the time on Earth? No matter where you are, if you don't have a background, you have to suffer. I then described it in detail. Incidents of attacks by private marauders. But not a word about the situation of short-haired predators. For a savage who breaks his oath may be suspected of being a wicked person. You've been stabbed and you've survived. Where is that scar? But the problem is that my scars have healed. Could it be because of the natural regenerative ability of the vampire essence? It's not going well, isn't it? Finally, in order to avoid more suspicions, I mentioned the Rift copy related thing anyway, but I was met with endless ridicule. Copy? There are also vampire bosses on the first floor. Really like a barbarian. Lying is so brainless and so mindless. I'm furious now. Then call the magician. Verify authenticity through memory magic. But the problem is in their regulations. Only explorers above level 7 have the right to apply for a mage from the guild. It turns out that 9th level explorers are not treated as human beings at all. I even proposed. I'm willing to pay exorbitant fees. But his answer made me even more angry. Anyway, it's money that can be recovered after death. Is it necessary to waste it in a pointless place? That was the first day of interrogation. And since then, the situation has gradually reached the worst. In the face of my repeated protests, the Inquisitor had no choice but to find a low-level magician, but a 9th-level mage in the guild. But it didn't do anything for me. From the standpoint of the guilds, wanna in my case, you'll need the help of a high-level magician. But how could they possibly invite a high-level mage for the sake of a 9th-level explorer? During his tenure, it's more efficient to get me to make a move as soon as possible. But I'm not going to make a false confession because I'm afraid of this guy. That's why I also mentioned the names of the dwarfs and the magician Lena. But she pretended not to hear. In the process, the 7th interrogation took place this morning. Bjorn Jander. Conclusive evidence was finally discovered. That's what he's holding in his hand at the moment. The communication stone of the Union lackey who once sexually assaulted Owen Seong. The guy also said categorically, "It's not the first time I've prayed." Because they passed the inherent number of the communication stone. It was found that it was the stuff of a dead explorer. And the president of the coalition also gave decisive false testimony. They have strong evidence. Optimal decisions were made as quickly as possible. 3 hours later, Bjorn was sentenced to death. It has now passed the stage where it can be resolved through dialogue. But a blind prison break can only confirm that I am a predator. So there is only one way to survive. Prove your innocence no matter what. The point is to create a situation where the Explorers Guild can't subsidize my mouth. Flesh explosions. Treat the character's vitality as a cost. One of the few attack skills. Is it the reason for the essence of vampires? Now using this skill doesn't have much of a pain texture. And the hands began to heal rapidly. Frightened guards. Before he was noisy. A beautiful hook knocked him out instantly. I'm going to get out of this basement first. Quickly rummage through and pull out the keys. At this time, the other prisoners watching in the iron prison began to go crazy. There should be real criminals among these guys. But poor wronged barbarians. I don't care about the details. Come on. The beast's in the dungeon. You're free. Soon after, the Explorers Guild Hall. Employees and counters engaged in administrative work. Bustling explorers. At this moment, an inner door was suddenly slammed open. The prisoners shouted and frantically poured into the hall with a cry of freedom. I often marched to the House of Guilds. Explorers, please give us strength. Prisoners who pounced naked but fearlessly. The explorers who each took out their weapons to fight. There was untimely bloodshed in the otherwise calm office hall. Anyway, it won't be long before those escaped prisoners will be arrested again. Because unlike the explorers, the escaped prisoner didn't even have a decent weapon. And at the moment as the mastermind of all this, I was rushing to my destination. Because my goal is not just to break out of prison. Upstairs there are ministers. Fugitives must not be allowed to pass. And I'm aiming at that minister. Flesh explosions. Whether it's an explorer or an escaped prisoner. Dozens of people who were stained with what I wrote screamed at the same time. In order to increase the success rate of the program, only these people can be sacrificed. Offering engraving. The second skill of the vampire essence. Blood stained within a radius of 100 meters is used as a sacrifice. Temporarily increases the character's physical abilities. When the energy of these sacrifices is supplied to the body. I just understood. Why do the contestants like to take doping so much? The flesh is full of power at this moment. Soldiers who were originally invincible. I can't even hold a punch in my hand at the moment. The effect of stimulants is really good. This explorer division. I heard that only low-level explorers are imprisoned. So they never thought about it. There will be monsters like me. The Explorers Guild is on the 3rd floor. Office of the head of division. The magician is a super nobleman worthy of royalty. It can be a grassroots investigator. How dare you question the guarantee of the mage's credibility? It's just because he vouched for this barbarian. Absorb the essence of mutant vampires in the first layer of the secret realm. Pass through the levels. Finally in front of me. Office of the Minister of the Explorers Association. He is worthy of being the leader of this branch, since it has long been ambushed on the side, ready to give me the fatal blow. However, the minister who thinks he has succeeded. But I did not know that my blood was acidic. It was a lady's scream that caught my attention. In addition to ministers, there are also entertainers. Seeing my gaze fall on this woman, the minister endured the pain and became eager. Don't touch the lady. She is the daughter of the regional governor, and she didn't have a good grasp of the situation. He also threatened me if I hurt this woman. There is certainly no good fruit to eat. But she's really ugly. You'd better sleep quietly. I wasn't going to do that at first, though. But with the words of the daughter of the regional chief, that's another story. Implement the second set of schemes. Maybe things will be a little easier. You're a fanatic who does this kind of thing, and you're pretty composed. Did you already know that I was going to be here today? These are all long-planned plans. Where did the self-efficiency guy pop up? Don't be crooked here. Cover the self-righteous woman casually with her hand. Threaten the guards who rushed in. Put the investigator in charge of me. The president of the Crystal Alliance, which is active on the first floor. And the magician of the magic tower brought it to me. Otherwise the woman will die. The chessboard has pounced deep enough. So now it's my turn to turn things around. My name is Bjorniandel. It is the 9 explorers who were framed and killed by the Explorers Guild. I swear to God, I am innocent. Although the Explorers Guild wants to frame me. But I'm absolutely innocent. It's only by making things so hard. There will be a slight chance of winning. At the same time, the Magic Tower Association. An old man said to the magician Lena. A madman appeared in the Society of Explorers. Please ask the Magic Tower to come to the rescue. A madman indeed. Free the marauders trapped in the dungeon. The daughter of the district governor was also taken hostage during the demonstrations. Lena had never heard of such a madman. So came her interested. Happily agreed to the old man's assignment. But after arriving at the scene, I found that the man in front of me was so frightened that his body flowed. Bjorniandel, that madman turned out to be you. Couldn't help but scold at the man. But for me, it was Lena, and things went smoothly. Quickly used the magic of confirming memories for me. Just read the memories in my head. Everything can be solved. But this cunning girl, and bargain with me at this critical moment. In the future, I will have to agree to her one request. I don't know what it is, though. But as long as things are within the scope of what's possible, I can only say yes. The power of a 6th-level magician. None of them could break my mental shield. Could it be that I am the cause of evil spirits? Although this thought flashed through my heart in an instant, but immediately changed the subject. She can only use recording magic from this moment on. It happened to be the fat guy who had been interrogating me at this time. Came to the scene. They are indeed not jealous either. Killed all the fugitives on the first floor so quickly. You can see me on the balcony, pointing at me and shouting in a panic. This barbarian is the main culprit. Unfortunately, we all know these things for a long time. Things have come to this point. The helpless minister could only cover his forehead. I heard that this barbarian was wronged. You are the person in charge of this time. On what basis do you judge him to be a marauder? A sudden reversal. As an investigator, how could he not understand the words of the investigators? Immediately judge the situation that arises against him. So he began what he thought was the most effective justification. First of all, this level 9 explorer has a completely mismatched mode. Hence the doubts of yourself. After looking at the other person's backpack, I found out it was filled with all kinds of looted equipment, plus the communication implementation of the Discovery, a relic of a deceased member of the Crystal Union. And their president also gave valid testimony. It was Bjorn Randall who killed innocent people and plundered things. But even this is unverified testimony. The minister's suspicions are also quite well-founded. But there was no way back, and he pointed to the side. Because this person has been lying. Claims to have been stabbed in the neck. But not even a trace. And the reason for this turned out to be that he had eaten the essence of mutant vampires. Minister, do you say that? There are vampires on the first floor of the secret realm. What an incomprehensible lie. He must have known that memory magic wouldn't work for him. That's why I say such ridiculous things. Therefore, I can't do it for such people. Go and ask the noble tower magician. After saying all this after the investigation is based. What was originally uneasy turned into self-confidence unconsciously. You barbarian. Today is your death. But his triumph didn't last long. The beautiful magician on the side actually gave him a nightmare. Mr. Jan Del Bjorn. It is true that the vampire essence was sucked in the crack on the first floor. And this magician actually vouched for it in the name of the magic tower. I was there at that scene. How is this possible? They must have known each other for a long time. So use this way to shield the other party. But I accidentally talked to myself. Lena on the side heard it clearly. You mean to say I'm lying? With negligible investigative authority. Now even the magicians of the magic tower find it ridiculous. It's a big hat. The magicians of the magic tower are close to the nobility of this world. They have many schools of thought though. But it's all a collective. Therefore, magicians strictly protect each other's interests. A mere grassroots employee actually dared to suspect the magic tower magician. Isn't this just looking for your own death? Seeing that his subordinates are about to be charged with a mortal crime. The minister also had to intervene to ease the fog. But his eccentricity is still clearly visible. Seeing vampires on the first floor of the secret realm is not quite like a word of the word. And it is true that no such thing has happened in the records of history. But he wasn't done with his explanation. Lena interrupted him directly. As the leader of the Explorers branch, that's not what you should be saying. Since the birth of the labyrinth, it's still full of unknowns. You didn't even try to verify it. It is impossible to say that it is conclusive. This little girl is truly remarkable. There is also no mercy in the treatment of ministers. And at this very moment, a deep man's voice interrupted the scene. It turns out that you are the barbarian. You've done a ridiculous thing today. All the humans of this world have a fatal flaw. That is, the imagination is not rich enough. Because they can't imagine it at all. A brutal barbarian for his own benefit. And even what out-of-the-ordinary moves can be made. Gives unity magic and sells all kinds of useful information. An Explorers Association for the convenience of explorers. Their operating system is fairly simple. There are hundreds of branches in the city. Each branch has a branch head. The 13 district governors manage them separately. On top of these few people, there is only one president. Therefore, the fact that 13 regional governors can also be considered as such. Second in command of the Explorers Guild. No doubt. This kind of existence is a 9th-level explorer like me. It's hard to get a look from a distance. But for such them, things don't just run the way they want. And with him came an uninvited guest. Someone who can surprise the investigators at the head of the mine. It was Owen who cut off his little brother. Key false testimony is also provided. Hazan, the president of the Crystal Alliance. Are you in that seat? He wanted to quibble, though. But Lena on the side didn't give him any chance. Used the reading memory directly against the dick. And asserted, this man lied before. Now I have the certification of the Magic Tower Mage. His lies will be untouched. And the governor of the area, who saw that the matter had come to this. I can only sigh. Touching his forehead. Your name is Bjorn Jandal, isn't it? Now I forgive you without sin. This is the result of what it should be. But just by a misunderstanding of innocence. I'm also going to hold these guys accountable. He is one is causing serious confusion. We will make a verdict directly after a thorough investigation. Case. Then take his Crystal Alliance and check it out. I saw that my investigation had indeed gone wrong. The investigator hurriedly pleaded that he was only acting in accordance with the regulations. It is not intended to harm the other party. But his defense was not over. The district governor replied directly with a gloomy eye. Are you trying to pass on your incompetence to the explorers? From this moment on, we will make all the judgments we have against you. Perform a thorough re-examination. If there is a little bit of improper behavior, your punishment will be more than just removal from office. There are more severe punishments. Watch these two guys get taken away by the guards. The treacherous district governor directly shifted the topic to compensation for me, and he proposed the so-called compensation. It turned out to be just raising my explorer adventure level to level 7. Then replace all the items that were seized from me with new ones. What? Is this guy taking me for a fool? How can an explorer's level increase be a reward? The 5th level essence I absorbed could have become 7th. And the reason for his justification. I was a newbie who had just turned 2 months old. What a joke. In that case, you can find me a level 7 explorer at will. I'll show you if this newbie is strong or not. I don't care if you're a regional governor or not. It doesn't matter if you're the second in command here. Lao Tzu is an incomparably arrogant savage. And when I was about to explode, Lena on the side stepped forward directly. That's because there is no precedent. In just 2 months, a novice has obtained the essence of a 5th level monster vampire. Even mutated vampires within the dungeon. Such a situation certainly cannot exist in history. You have done what you have to do, and you have to take credit. It's a bit ridiculous indeed. The weight of the magician's words is indeed different. What a brutal savage cannot achieve through anger. The magician is only a few words. Let the second in command of the Explorers Guild be dumbfounded. Since we have a favorable savage in negotiations, then I should ask for real compensation. My request is simple. That's money, of course. And it's 5 million gold coins. Although I think it's a bit excessive. But I'm a brutal savage. No matter how much detail you do. And what I didn't expect was this. The governor of this area didn't say a word. Directly agreed to my request. But just when I was secretly rejoicing, Lena on the side added appropriately again. That's right. And my hard work fee is 1 million gold coins. Is it because of Lena's presence? Or rather, the cause of the magic tower behind her? The ensuing compensation negotiations were unexpectedly overall. By the time all this was done, the sun had already begun to set. And after a week of fatigue, I was taken by Lena to the rumored magic tower building. This is the personal study room of Lena, a magician of the Eterian school. But what I didn't expect was this. A wizard with a clean and tidy appearance. The research room used was a mess. And just as I was emotional, the girl suddenly pulled out a strange bottle of liquid and handed it to me. I was even curious if there was clean water in it, because it's not so long ago that there was a chance that it was filled with strange items. Immediately, I gave up the idea of drinking water. Straight to the point of conversation. So why are you bringing me here? This is a question I've been curious about since I came. Didn't you promise to do me a favor? That's just the simplicity of the situation. Something that was casually promised. But think about it. It's not a bad thing to be able to bond with a mage in this world. So I reminded her again. That's as good as I can. I would like to conduct an exclusive study of the essence that Mr. Bua has absorbed. This one will definitely help you as well. Because this is an unprecedented situation. So it is possible to find that she is particularly persistent. Speaking of which, her eyes began to change slowly. From the eyes in the calculation of the area of long-term treatment, changed to the eyes of the enthusiasm for learning that I saw in the past in the dungeon. Indeed it is. She had originally intended to study the essence of the corpse grim, and at this moment, there is an unprecedented vampire essence that is convenient. She actually loves research so much. Could it be that the magicians of this world are as keen to learn as she is? And I didn't answer for a long time. Lena immediately added anxiously, "This advice won't hurt me in any way. No wonder she wrote a book after collecting the money before. Ask the other party to keep my situation confidential." When I was still thinking that she even helped me prepare such details herself, I wanted to thank her properly. It turns out that the real purpose is for the present moment. since it didn't hurt me to make sure it didn't hurt. Then I have no reason to refuse this suggestion. And when I saw it, I readily agreed. There was a rare redness on her cheeks. The duration of the study was once a week, about 3 hours at a time. But she wanted to set the deadline for half a year. Half a year is too long for me. I'll get to the bottom of it. Change the time limit to 3 months. And share the results of the research with her. I see that my research time is about to increase. He blushed a second ago. Immediately changed to the demeanor of the negotiation. I'm talking about this, Mr. Bayuan. You have my help. In order to survive smoothly until now. I even got 5 million gold coins for free. You should thank me a lot. Of course, thank you. But that's another story. In order to establish long-term friendly relations, I need to show her. What kind of guy am I? Now that you've talked about love, there's an account to settle with you. For my sudden change. You can feel it clearly. It was a scene that was beyond her expectations. In the early days, when establishing friendly relations, those guys who will only giggle and cater to them in the early stage, often not taken as good. Instead, it will only make the other party look down on it. So I stared straight at her and said her word for word. That's because you didn't have my consent. He fed me the essence of the corpse grime. Of course, she couldn't understand the situation, because in her eyes, I still absorbed it for free, the essence of what others can't find. But she forgot the most important point. That is, I did not agree to absorb this essence. And the premise at that time was, she wants to improve her chances of survival. I gave up the essence for me to absorb. She still wanted to plead. The situation at that time. But she forgot that I was a brutal savage. How could I possibly listen to her arguments? My answer is one thing. I don't know anything else. I just know the essence of this I don't like. So you're going to give me 10 million gold coins. I've heard that the essence is to be erased from the temple. That's what you need to do. It's different from the negotiation just now. At this moment, her face became quite transparent. 10 million gold coins. Why don't you rob a bank? And I've heard about the explorers. It's hard to get even the essence of the general one. But you still made me pay. That's just your personal preconception as a magician. You can ask other explorers. What happens when someone else eats the essence of something you don't like? And he thinks that he has no false understanding. Angrily, he walked towards the crystal ball behind him. Then after a meal like pressing a phone number, I actually got in touch with someone. Hello, Mr. Patsland. I am Li Yun, a magician of the Artemian school. I met you last time with my teacher. Here the opposite side here. Immediately, a kind voice was heard. Miss Lena, I remember you. But what's the matter with you? And she didn't say much greeting. Jump straight to the topic. If someone doesn't have your consent, the essence of the unplanned is fed to you. What will happen to you? Obviously, the other party didn't expect it at all. There will be such a bizarre question. There was a moment of silence. Although it's not clear why you are asking such a strange question, but it really got me answered. My answer is, it's coming, it's coming. A savage and ignorant savage and a magician whose wisdom crystallizes. The discerning debate for the essence of compensation began. Lena, who heard what I asked for 10 million gold coins to compensate her earlier. I reached out to an explorer I knew for answers. Hello, Mr. Patsland. I am Lena, a magician of the Artemian school. I met you last time with my teacher. Here the opposite side here. Immediately came the voice of the dwarf. Miss Lena, I remember you. Is there anything you can do though? And she didn't go straight to the point with too many greetings. If someone doesn't have your consent, the essence of the unplanned is fed to you. What will happen to you? Obviously, the other party didn't expect it at all. There would be such a quirky question. There was a moment of silence. Although it's not clear why you are asking such a strange question. But really let me answer the words. I seem to be very angry. Completely beyond your expectations. Yes. You will be angry. If it's a 7th level essence? And it's the essence of a rare dungeon keeper. Will you be angry too? Even so, I'm the same. If it is the essence of not having a plan, there will only be a negative impact for me. A magician like Miss Lena probably won't understand. If you take the essence and make it up, it is absolutely impossible to be a top explorer. It is different from the German-Italian when the communication was first connected. After hearing the kind answer of the explorer, her face began to turn pale. He even peeked at my expression from time to time. Suppose something like that just happens. What compensation you will receive? If so, I'll ask for cash compensation first. About 15 million gold coins are just right. Hear the number. Lena couldn't help but let out a sigh. The other side seems to be aware of it. Lena's overreaction patiently explained. Because of the cost of eliminating the essence in the temple. That's the price. Those who do not know who worship the gods. Why is it so greedy for money? Hear this, Lena. It seems that he has thought of his own position. The whole body began to tremble unconsciously. If there is no money to compensate, how do you plan to deal with it? Well, this one. If that happens, and the person concerned is right in front of me. The man across the line took a deep breath and replied happily, I'm afraid I'll break the other person's neck. When communication is lost. Lena's lab was silent. This should be a completely unexpected result. However, people in this world lack imagination. If you know the magician of the magic tower, this explorer named Patsland, it must be a powerful person. And how can such a person not know the importance of the essence combination? But it's not like he's out of the cracks. If you ask the Juji explorer who is anxious to make a living, I think you'll get a thankful answer. This was his decisive defeat. But just when I was ready to get results, from the doorway came a bold voice. It's actually a barbarian who defeats a magician with arguments. You're more amazing than I've ever heard. There was no knocking on the door, and it was one who came in 5 miles. A white-haired boss with a wrinkled face. His sudden intervention overwhelmed me for a moment, but also vaguely speculated about his true identity. It's a pleasure to meet you, young barbarian. I'm Lena's teacher who was angry with you just now. My name is Diantary. Behillion. It turned out to be really Lena's teacher. Then he can enjoy it alone. A super magician on the 5th floor of the magic tower. Maybe it's longer than the area I've just seen. And a terrible existence. Hearing this, Lena exclaimed. I obviously set up a soundproof magic. But his magic was in front of such beings. It must be nothing. And his next sentence made me break out in a cold sweat. My youngest student brought one for the first time. And also brought a living barbarian. How can this hold back curiosity? Living barbarians. Because most of them are corpses after death. Or just a beating heart. This is clearly a threatening word. And just when I was on the alert, the old man laughed again. Your expression is cute. I'm just kidding. You're sisters. Could it be that this is the so-called magician joke? Since you're making such a move, you'll have to know. What is a barbarian who can read the atmosphere? That's why I didn't speak up. Instead, he replied with a bold smile. Your name is Deontay or something. I really want to smash your head. But why didn't he laugh? I didn't say the following sentence. A joke, of course. The expression is relaxed, and the smile is one. You old man. No matter what cruel things are said in front of you. Isn't it your way of joking? Lena couldn't seem to believe what was happening. Yandel, you're crazy. Watching Lena swear so rudely for the first time. I also sensed that the joke was getting a little bigger. But just when I didn't know how to end it, the bad old man on the other side suddenly burst out laughing. You're such an amazing guy. Don't care. The old man and those who are sensitive to every word. Careful eyes are not the same. But the corners of his mouth were still trembling slightly. Obviously angry. But so what? I'm an unreasonable barbarian anyway. Since you can accept my joke so happily. Oops, old man. I'll take it back. You're the first time I've seen you in my life. Such a bold magician. Randomly in Lena's face of jerking, we pretended to exchange a painless joke. Soon after, the old man suddenly took out a ring from his bosom. This is the double soul ring number 9425. Can the previous 10 million gold coins be replaced with this? Although the order is a bit low, but it's a numbered item with numbers. Numbered pieces can only be found on guardians and quests, and each one has special abilities that are inherent in them. But he gave me the twin soul ring so easily. I pretended not to understand. When asked what it was, the old man explained unhurriedly. It's a piece of equipment that's quite useful for me. Can cause the wearer to seal a superfluous essence skill. It's like the essence of the corpse gram I've absorbed, and its acid corrosion skill is a headache. But I was surprised. As the Grand Magician of the School of Artemian, it seems that the true function of this ring is not known. So I pretended to be at a loss and accepted his suggestion. As I walked out of the door and out of the magic tower, Lena apologized to the old man with an aggrieved face. But the old man comforted lightly. It doesn't hurt either. That ring is something that can't be sold anyway, and its market price is only 1.5 million gold coins. That stupid barbarian. It should be very difficult to know the true value of that ring in the future. As everyone knows, I walked out of the gate of the magic tower. I also despise these so-called great magicians in my heart. A magician who claims to be the crystallization of wisdom in this world. It's like Lena, who doesn't know the existence of the goddess's tears in the blood-colored copy. The old man, who was the master, did not know the true purpose of the ring. So I'm sure, even a knowledgeable magician, in front of a player like me, it's no different from a rookie. Then I dragged my tired body to the hotel where I was staying. But what kind of bloody situation is this? When I saw me, it was like seeing a ghost and panicked innkeeper. And this guy actually treated me like a dead man. Cleared out my room without permission. And he said under my questioning, throw all my luggage away. But I obviously paid for an extra week of accommodation. Looking at the innkeeper who promised to compensate me, I couldn't help but feel like beating the other person. But this emotion made me shiver. When the hell did I start thinking naturally? The first night into this world. Although seeing someone die around, but the spirit of the body is calm. When you kill someone for the first time in the secret realm, it's a must-do. But the whole process is quite skillful. When I broke from prison not long ago, I'm just thinking about it for a moment. Without any hesitation, he made a crazy move. Even when arguing with the old man just now, if it's the body before the crossing, absolutely no such thing would be done. Under special circumstances, my heart changed. Like every time you fight, instinctive perception engraved on the body. My emotions are like those of a real savage, becoming simply ignorant and excessive. I should say that I was integrated into the barbarians. But think the other way around. If I want to survive in this world, this is a better ending. Soon after the new dormitory, although its price is twice as expensive as the previous hostel, but there are separate beds. There is also a personal bathtub. Even the Dimension Plaza is close. Then I slept well. The next day, I went to the Angry Horn Hotel. Although I was mentally prepared. But see Anna at this moment. I didn't react at the first time. Where did you disappear during this time? Anna, who looked at the birds. The surrounding barbarians couldn't help but show fierce expressions. But I haven't elaborated yet. The surrounding clansmen yelled excitedly. Owen, have you heard? There is a barbarian who yearns for freedom. The whole city spread about his heroic deeds. This is clearly talking about me. I asked the name of the barbarian with trepidation. But fortunately, the Explorers Guild still kept its promise. Didn't say my real name. But against the barbarians, such a presence can appear. They were even more excited than I was at the time. He single-handedly knocked down hundreds of guards, cleared of charges in a dignified manner. He also led the prison people to freedom. We are proud of such a family, and such a reaction of theirs. On the contrary, it gave me a bad feeling. It's like people are afraid of rough pearls and afraid of being strong. Soon after, I took Anna to the city's inner exchange. Equipment snatched from marauders, as well as itself, has long become scrap iron equipment after all the equipment is sold. It's about 800,000 gold coins. Plus before the copy is closed. Some of the things I looted were about 500,000 gold coins. Therefore, according to the previous allocation of 8-2, I generously gave Anna 300,000 gold coins. It seemed to have exceeded her expectations. Anna, who rarely showed a shy expression. But this sentiment is only temporary, because the next second, she only had a marshmallow on the side. Look at Bjorn. Someone actually put clouds on the skewers to eat. This is a naive reversal that only Anna can show. Then we celebrated. I came to a high-end restaurant in the old neighborhood. It should be the first time I've seen so much food. Anna, who kept praising the chef. And such a she. Suddenly, he said to me seriously, "Thank you, Bjorn," and treated me as often as before. It turns out that since eating the essence, the body size has become smaller. The rest of her clan began to distance themselves from Anna. There are even a lot of humans recently became her follower. This is for Anna, who is a warrior in honor. It's a fatal humiliation. Although I can understand the changes in what she said here. But her next sentence made me stunned. "Bjorn, I'm getting so ugly. I actually have human followers. So I've made my decision. I can't go into the maze with you anymore. Your sister, her. What does this have to do with this?" The magicians of this world are pulled high on the bridge of their noses. The barbarian just asked the basic request, was scolded by her so much that he was bloody. And the barbarians, who have always been extremely arrogant. I didn't even dare to put a fart. The trusty Anna withdrew from the ranks. Of course, her withdrawal was not due to a change in appearance and body shape. Rather, it is a swordsman with a high reputation in the Holy Land. I took a fancy to her talent. It is said that high expectations were placed on Anna. And today Anna decided to be under the elders. Formal study of swordsmanship. Because the time of the labyrinth is nothing more than a day in reality. I also asked her to take a day off during her practice. But at the request of the elders. The swordsmanship that Anna needs to practice this time is a bit special. Therefore, he could not leave the Holy Land for 6 months. And I heard this. I guessed what kind of swordsmanship it was. If it's the same as my guess, then I can accept this result. Because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't ask you to wait for me. They don't require me to be accepted when I get out. But I will definitely practice seriously. Become a good fighter who doesn't hold you back. These were the last words Anna said as she left. At this point, I can't keep Anna anymore. In this uncharted adventure, Anna is in the capitulation of the Marauders. Violated his faith and escaped. Rift dungeons when others are active. Anna could only watch everything weekly. Able to make this decision. That's probably the most important factor. Of course, there are also options for solo expeditions. Because I'm very different now than I was 2 months ago. Absorbed the essence of corpse grime and vampires. And there's the essence of a quest keeper in it. As a result, the basic stat value has been greatly increased. Plus a soul sigil that provides regeneration. It can be said that there is no opponent in the second layer of the secret realm. But even so, I couldn't go up to the 3rd floor alone. Dungeons and Boulders is a team-based game. No matter how strong the individual role is. From the structure of the game, it is impossible for one person to be alone. That is, the groups of characters are classified in great detail. The higher the level of a specific role, the more crucial it will be. So I need to find players of a similar caliber. Then aim for the monsters of the higher layers. If in the process, you can team up with this level 6 magician Lena, we'll be able to get closer to my goal. But only if I survive Lena's experiments. I don't want to. Which magician who doesn't have long eyes? Will join a team of only 2 barbarians who are not in the stream. If you want me to join your team, all team members must have at least level 6 or above. You'll have to think about it after you have a pastor. Your sisters. I didn't expect the reaction to be so big. This little mother-in-law shouldn't be asked. Anyway, all of these magicians have high noses. Anyway, without further ado, take this first. On the occasion of regretting his recklessness, Lena handed over an analysis report. This is the vampire profile that came out of my tests. Only the upper, middle, and lower evaluation reports are filled in the content. I'm a veteran gamer. At first, I wasn't expecting anything special, but when I read it carefully, I found that the details inside were analyzed quite thoroughly. Among them, regenerative power, resistance, soul power, etc. These are stats that are difficult to grasp in a game. Plus the essence of being a guardian. It is in addition to the necessary passive skills. It also has quite terrifying active skills, offering engraving, the Master of Blood, the Eternal. These action skills have exceeded my expectations. And the Guardian essence added to my soul inscription. Basically, the ability to regenerate is considered a graduation. I didn't eat or drink and played games for 9 years. I've never experienced such a rapid rate of development. And just when I was complacent and wanted to leave, Lena suddenly stopped me. I have something curious to ask you. It turned out that she wanted to ask about the tears of the goddess that were eaten by the fainting vampires at that time. But how could I tell her such a thing? She emphasized that she had seen it with her own eyes. But when a barbarian is a scoundrel, no one can do anything. Just as Lena was about to go crazy, I quickly slipped away under the excuse of Lele. Of course, this girl is not the one who gives up. I put her in the picture. Indignant, he came to the library pavilion. She was under the impression that there was a book on the general catalog of the Rift. This is an academic book, and there is no record of it. Rare books on crack copies. At the same time, there is not even the author's name. It's the same as my own memory. In the relevant chapter of the Scarlet Castle, although there are titles of the Golden Mask and the Tears of the Goddess, but their provenance is blurred. And then she suddenly remembered the memory of the goddess's tears. I immediately searched for other books. Finally found her detailed account. Tears of the Goddess. Expendable items of unknown origin. When destroyed, it can radiate strong grace in the corresponding position. 150 years ago, when the dimension collapsed, the Cardinal Master had used this item to save the Pope. And through this content, Lena was surprised to find the way she used it turned out to be exactly the same as what Bjorn was using at the time. Is this an accident? A barbarian who has just come of age. How is it possible to know where the tears of the goddess are hidden? And you can know exactly how to use it. If all this is not accidental, then she's definitely an evil spirit. At this time, I finally returned to my residence through exhaustion testing. What is in front of me at the moment? The golden mask obtained from the Scarlet Castle. Its effect is that it can change the wearer's appearance within 30 days. However, there is a limit of 5 uses. While playing the game, because there is no interest in the faces of 2D pixel characters, just treat this equipment as a scrap. But now in the real world, it's like the situation when he was imprisoned not long ago. If one day the whole city is considered an enemy, this equipment will play a crucial role. Meanwhile, a silver-haired female elf eating at a restaurant. After hearing the conversation of the people around you, she suddenly pricked up her pointed ears. Did you hear that? The Crystal Alliance was disbanded. Don't you think it's strange? A huge union evaporated overnight. This is a union that Tesha is familiar with, based on a myriad of information. After forming an extensive network, all kinds of useful information for first-floor explorers. The Explorers Guild has grown explosively in 10 years. When it was first established, the reputation was really good. There were many explorers who were unable to pay their taxes and were helped. But with the expansion of power, the nature of this union has also changed, because they began to exclude outsiders, do a lot of evil deeds towards newcomers. The same goes for what happened to Owen. Although I don't want to admit it, but it wasn't the help of that barbarian at that time. The unimaginable will happen. And when Tessia was about to leave, he thought of this. But he stopped unconsciously, because he heard the fuse of this incident. It's just because of a 9th-level barbarian explorer. And this guy has just completed the rite of passage. This is indeed amazing news. He also unconsciously thought of the barbarian who was on the same side. If the protagonist of that story was that person, not being able to return to the dormitory within a week was also explained. But can I really tell my sister about this? When you open the door in such distress, what catches my eye is 3 sparks fiddling with my eyes closed. And it's a sister who is obviously emaciated. And I've sacrificed myself in Owen's heart for the next uncharted adventure. Once again, we are in the Explorers Guild. This time, the purpose is to find a team of equal strength. The accurate criterion is to be able to explore between the 3rd and 4th floors. And when I submit a name tag after receiving my request, the administrator, who was still perfunctory, suddenly became enthusiastic. It should be through this incident of crying out for injustice and going to prison. The Explorers Guild made some sort of code on my name tag. But no matter what, it's also a good thing to be treated kindly. And when I saw the directory of missing persons handed over by the administrator, one person's name caught my eye, and he turned out to be the dwarf in the blood-colored copy. When we made an appointment to meet at the bar, he looked at me in surprise too, but I'm going to communicate the details. He even said there would be another one. Did you see that I had already chosen someone before? And his answer took me by surprise. A magician submitted an application to join the team. How could such an honorable person apply for such a team? And this is what the dwarf just greeted at the door. Who is the wronged leader? In this world, magicians are noble beings. But if he is in a noble position, his power will be higher. However, as his mother's sister's husband is, the 3rd brother of the wife of Baron Martin, words that form a bond of relationship, this undoubtedly makes people suspect that he is a liar. When I turned my head curiously to look at the entrance, a man in a robe walked into the bar. Immediately after seeing us, he greeted us directly. The dwarfs are hiding from you. Confirmed. He's an appetite guy. A short greeting can make people angry. The dwarf, however, got up enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. Are you the magician we are going to see today? And for the question of the dwarf, the boy replied in a roundabout way. At this particular time and place, what is the probability of encountering a magician? Hearing the magician's rhetorical question, the dwarf froze in place. Look at such a reaction. I sighed unconsciously. He's talking about him. After getting my conviction, the dwarfs were enthusiastic again. The magician's name was Dwaki. He is known as an 8th-level magician of the Ravdonian royal family. Words that explain what he means. It just doesn't work for the guild. A magician who does administrative work in a public institution. That is, a magician who does not belong to the magic tower. However, it was not the mage's false name that frightened the dwarfs. After hearing that the other party is a royal family, he stumbled and couldn't speak. The magician's roundabouts were a bit of a frustration to me. Then I just let the dwarf stay aside. He personally took on the position of human teacher. I went straight in the barbarian mode. Why do you want to be an explorer? Under normal circumstances, it is rare for a low-level mage to go on an expedition to the secret realm, because you can't make enough money exploring the lower floors. And they can also have a stable job in the city. Then his answer made the dwarf drop his jaw once more. I want to be a famous explorer. I'm going to increase the visibility of the Martin family. He turned out to be a nobleman. In fact, it is rare for ordinary people to see nobles in their lifetime. They are arguably the highest power in Ravdonia. Seems to be quite satisfied with the dwarf's reaction. Then he continued with a proud smile. My mom's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of Lord Martin's wife. Does this stranger make any difference? The more you communicate with him, the more he sounded like a liar. Pretty face and blonde hair. The size of the celestial beast, and the height of about 1.6 meters. Will use life-level executive magic and curse series. An 8th-level magician who can also use weapon magic. I was full of doubts about this man. But if the team has a magician, then there will be better people who sign up. That's why we decided to take in Dwaki. After that, as I expected, we've got a lot of high-level explorers signing up. The dwarfs and I see each other 3 or 4 times a week. Although it feels like I'm doing most of the work. Finally, at my suggestion, the remaining 2 team members were identified. The time to come. I used the harvest this time. Heavily upgraded their equipment. Of course, I have new equipment. I also visit the library regularly to learn new knowledge. I just wanted to explain the material of the equipment and the retractable backpack on my back. I really didn't plan to show off. This gentleman is in the library. Please take off your equipment. What I didn't expect was this. This girl doesn't like such jokes. I was devastated and I was in no mood to study. I left the library and went to the hotel. However, when I passed through an alley, I was caught by a barbarian because he didn't have a weapon on his hands. Every barbarian has a weapon as his lifeline. It doesn't matter how hungry or poor they are. I also have preliminary doubts about his identity. Why are you here? However, for my question, he answered me with the condition of the earth. I'm convinced of that. This bastard is a gamer just like me. It was the first evil spirit I saw. Learned from the communication with him. He completed the rite of passage a month before me. The reason is that I didn't go into the maze because I got lost. But I guess it's for fear. I didn't dare to fight monsters, so I escaped until now. When the rite of passage has just been completed, escaping from a group of excited barbarians is a piece of cake. But problems can also arise. The identity of a barbarian simply does not find a competent job. No one will want to take it in. This is also the biggest drawback of the barbarians. I was also curious about how he came to be in this world. An experienced player. How can one not know the situation of barbarians in this world? He didn't even enter the labyrinth. And in later chats, he even said that he would never enter the labyrinth again. The reason is that he has no weapons. Can't deal with monsters. It's really hard to understand how to clear this kind of game for rookies. Then he also briefly recounted his experience. In the past 3 months, I have been wandering around because I have no income. He failed to master the temperament of the barbarians. He was even ostracized by his fellow clansmen. Hear about his past. I couldn't help but be afraid of my experience. If that day I run away because I am afraid, I'm sure I'm going to have the same fate as this guy. This guy should have eaten and drunk enough. Began to show off his miserable situation. He even said that he knew everything about the maze. Let me take him with me to the labyrinth. Seeing this, I once again felt the insatiable greed of human nature. Then I took out 150,000 gold coins. Let him buy new weapons to enter the labyrinth. Of course, this kind of person gives alms to others. We'll take it for granted. See that he has eaten and drunk enough. When I give the order one by one, actually said that he would definitely pay back the money next time. However, I can't tolerate his thoughts. I'll consider this gold coin to be lost. It doesn't matter where you're spending your money. Once you leave here, you should never come to me. I don't want anything to do with it in the future. Soon after the hotel, I unconsciously remembered the past when I desperately needed help from others, even taking into account the circumstances at the time. Their own actions are also shameful. A logical person would say that my move today was stupid. An emotional person would feel, it's the same evil spirit, and my help today is not enough. Of course, both are right. But anyway, I just did what I thought I was supposed to do. Hopefully he can live as long as he can, because it's the best I can do. The next day, the new team officially entered the first floor of the labyrinth. It's like an 8th level magician who enjoys a fun trip. Rotmala, a human 7th level explorer with 8 years of exploration experience. He gives a sense of stability and leads us to explore new paths. Probably the most normal one on our team. Our leader is a 6th level explorer, a dwarf tank, Murad. There is also the 7th level explorer barbarian tank Bjorn. Finally, there is Misha, a 7th level orc with 5 years of exploration experience. He has a strange habit. Always bring a frog at the end of each paragraph. He said it was because of the way he was born. But I've never met anyone like him. I heard that he was the 13th princess of a certain tribe. At this point, we are the new team. Started the first exploration of the secret realm. A magician who enters the labyrinth and is elated. Now it sits listlessly on the sidelines. It's just because the explorers are fighting each other. Has long been shattered of his childhood illusions. Under the lead of Rothmala, we spent 10 hours later. Finally, We arrived at the entrance to the second floor. However, the entrance is now lit up. It means that there is a team ahead of us. But in my opinion, this is a good result. But he was quite frustrated by this. Being able to correctly judge the direction of the maze is the talent of the guide. Although he said it himself when he was recruited before, I don't have much confidence in leading the way. But the results have exceeded my expectations. But compare it to that. Didn't get first pass experience. I'm a little sorry. If Owen had come with Anna, I can get first pass XP through bugs. But before meeting a trustworthy team, I still can't covet the experience. The second floor that I entered this time was the Lair of the Beast. It is an area on the second floor that can be reached through the eastern direction of the first floor. Its only characteristic is a foul smell filled with filth. However, I was surprised. Compared to the magician, Rothmiller with the essence of smell, actually doing what he had to do without any fluctuations. Looking at the uncle's back, I inexplicably felt a sense of steadiness. Animal nests in the canyon terrain. You'll need to wander through the crevices of the cliffs in search of your way. There are no traps though. But the role of the explorer is more important than the goblin forest. There are a wide variety of beasts here, though. But for us with a full team, it's easy to deal with them. Plus the magician's magic clock. For people can take turns standing guard. You can also get 6 hours of sleep. But for this case of taking turns on duty, he had the magic of an alarm clock, but he never understood it. Why stand guard on duty? However, the dwarf's answer shocked him. The alarm clock magic effect can only detect monsters that are approaching. But in the labyrinth, even more dangerous than the monsters are the explorers. Look at this reaction of his. It should be difficult to accept this fact. After a day of rushing with all my might, we arrived at the entrance of the third floor. Entering the third floor was also our main goal this time. There are level 7 to 8 monsters out there that are suitable for us. On the third floor is a huge map known as the Pilgrimage Route. The second floor is a different map depending on the direction. But in the end, they can all reach the third floor. But the drop point of the third floor, however, it changes randomly with the position of the second floor. Hopefully it will be assigned a better starting point, because it is about to arrive at the entrance. Everyone's nervous state also began to relax a little. Liyuan heard that it was your first time entering the third floor. It's amazing. It took me a year to get to the third floor. It took more than 2 years to get to the fourth floor. At this time, the dwarfs also came to join in the fun. However, it immediately ignited Misha's disbelief, because it took the same amount of time to reach the fourth floor. But the level of the dwarf is a 6th level explorer. I'm only level 7. However, when the two of them were fighting, the uncle in front interrupted them with a cold face. It feels like it's a little angry. It's not hard to understand. Attack hard in front by yourself. The people in the back were giggling and laughing. Soon, under the guidance of the uncle, we're officially on the third floor. However, his feet were not yet on his feet. I felt the monsters attacking us. Something that has never happened in so many years of gaming experience. How could there be a monster at the exit? Thankfully, the quality of the equipment has been improved this time. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resist the attack of the monster. The dwarfs use low-level shields though. But he has the ability to repair equipment. Equipment can be repaired in an instant. When the battle is evenly matched, the orb starts to activate the attack skill equalization hammer. Causes the dwarf's body to be slowly pushed away. However, it was at a critical juncture. The magician's corrosive spell was just finished. Take this opportunity for the dwarf to leap forward. A blow slammed into the bead's head. Meanwhile, a light figure stepped on my shoulder. Across a beautiful arc. Kill the orb in an instant. Of course, the essence of Misha's hope did not burst out. When the battle was over, we were all in a state of confusion. These monsters are not based here. So I thought of the path of some possibility. Ask Rothmiller to observe if there is an ambush in the surrounding area. It can be sensed by his body temperature. But no explorers were found. But judging by taste, 2 minutes ago, there were traces of a human. And so it goes. Most likely, it's looking at our closeness. A trap specially prepared for us. Luring monsters at the exit is one of the common tactics of pillagers, because the explorers at this time are at their most vulnerable. Misha, who thought of this possibility, instantly revealed killing intent. If you run into these guys, you must be torn into pieces, kill marauders, and even make money. However, the uncle has another opinion on his judgment, because even if the other party is found, there is no definite evidence. If you are not careful, you will be wronged. Then the dwarfs, for the sake of reason. After a warning was posted on the second floor, the expedition continued. The topic of marauders naturally came up along the way. However, in their exchanges, I've heard that encountering marauders is quite a rare thing. Misha, how many times have you seen marauders? However, his answer made me freeze in place. I have only encountered 8 times in the entire 5 years of exploration. This time it's too small. Isn't meeting marauders like a part of everyday life? Because I'm a newbie and only 3 months of exploring, I ran into 5 marauders. However, what happened to me made them laugh and cry. Because through the various policies of the association, the number of marauders has long been significantly reduced. What kind of life do I live? Fortunately, when I was devastated, Uncle's encouragement gave me a little hope. In his opinion, Misha is particularly lucky. He also encounters marauders every 3 months. But compared to my 3 months and 5 times, it's still very little. Then in my frustration, we had our first night on the 3rd floor. The current location is the dividing line for the next phase. The reason why the uncle arranged to camp here is the junction of the 2 areas rarely touches the wandering monsters. At night, the magician remained listless. A small fish that was originally chirping. At the moment, he has been eating. He also spoke his mind under the eyes of everyone, because explorers are dangerous professions. Kill or be killed by other explorers. This is normal. There are even people who make a living out of it exclusively, and yet these harsh realities. But for them who are full of dreams and childlike innocence, a hard blow was given. For the voice of this guy, the alien kept his mouth shut. Even words of comfort can be said here. But that's also lying, because he wants to be in this industry all the time. It's bound to go through something like this. His state was more calm and natural than expected. I raised a question. If you can kill people at that time, because it means a lot to the team. His answer was determined. But at the same time, it also means that the time has come. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it well. And this lack of self-confidence statement. But it makes people feel more at ease. Because it's much better to say promises that can't be kept. Of course, there was another person who thought of me. In my ears. Sounds more reliable than you can do. I watched the atmosphere gradually become dull. The uncle abruptly changed the subject. I hope you can take a moment. Himself wanted to take us to a place. The dwarfs who are usually stupid in the team. In the face of the loss of their own interests. Even in the face of extremely strong opponents. They will also resist unflinchingly. However, in a world of the jungle, this action can kill everyone in an instant. Not so long ago, with the invitation of Lot Miller, our group followed in a majestic manner. When we arrived at our destination, we were stunned. It's a spectacular sight that only the lucky explorer can see. The darkness dispelled by countless rays of light. The river that flows between the mountains and fields. Towering tall minarets over the trees. If you stay in Lafdonia, a spectacle that is absolutely not visible. This phenomenon only occurs on the 3rd floor. At the moment, no one knows the reason for this. But if you can see such a scenario, the reason for it is less important. This is Dawaki Nanan's Dibu staring blankly at the sky. I seem to be able to understand it now. The vast world that explorers call it. Of course, this is only a moment. After a while, the sky was once again covered in endless darkness. We came back to the campsite. Except for me on duty. Others also fell asleep. But except for the tossin over Dwaki. Fortunately, the sound of his breathing gradually stabilized. After a simple break, Before dawn, once again, we embarked on an adventure. Now my level is level 3. It can carry 3 essences. There are 2 essences that have been absorbed so far, because there is still an empty seat. So I don't need to rush to level up. But if you can eat a good essence in this expedition, it's a different story. At this time, Lotmuller, who was walking in front, stopped. It was we who arrived at our final destination, a gathering place for orcs, in multiple districts on 3 floors. The place with the highest number of monsters. It is characterized by the fact that it only appears as a monster of level 8 or higher. The difficulty is the highest level among the 3 tiers though. If you don't plan to go to the 4th floor, there is no better hunting ground than here. Except, of course, for me and the magician. Others are explorers who hunt on the 4th floor themselves. But the higher the level, the more dangerous it is. Therefore, it is also necessary to hone more cooperation here. Although it is in the outer zone. But if you walk a little, you will encounter a herd of beasts. These are 4 orc warriors and 1 archer. And the basic structure of a wizard. At the same time, we also set up our positions according to the plan in advance. The dwarfs and I held the front line and held off the enemy. Misha, a close-range attacker, shuttles between shield walls and exits freely. The mage attacks from a distance with weapon magic. Of course, the explorer Lotmuller will also participate in the battle. But the battlefield is often changing. Under the wizard orc's rage amplification, the orc warriors broke through my and the dwarf's defenses. The mage who rushed straight to the rear. Fortunately, we also prevented such incidents in advance. It's like Lotmuller picking up a shield to fend off an attack. This results in a short interval gap. Misha, who comes and goes freely, can reach the rear in an instant, cleanly dispose of missing monsters. And the rest of the wizards swung their sticks with 1 blow from me. You can end the whole battle. It takes 8 minutes to kill this pack. What we lack in terms of speed is attack, because it was the explorer plus 2 tanks blocking it. Although the kill speed is slower, but fortunately, the stability is high. So it's a good team. We then made our way to the heart of the herd. Of course, the closer to the center. The number of monsters that appear in groups will also increase. You can even meet level 7 orc warriors. But through several collaborations, we too can get through it safely. But like my bad luck, things always take a turn when everything is going well, because it's about to gain a foothold. When you're going to hunt the herd desperately. From the direction of the woods in the distance, a dark pitch of magic sounds. The flames of a meteorite then descended into the sky. Hit the herd we're hunting. What kind of bloody situation is this? If it falls on our heads, it won't kill us instantly. With the dissipation of the source of fire. At the other end of the woods we saw other explorers. This is the territory of our Dazarwe guild. Go hunt somewhere else. Dungeons and Boulders is a single-player game though. But if you have a guild size, the explorer will be able to control the hunting grounds he wants. Of course, this requires considerable human and financial resources. So unless it's a rare hunting ground, the rest of the places are likely to be lost. However, these people have to be controlled on 3 levels. At this point, I had only one thought in my heart. Let's hope these people aren't predators. Because of the power of this magician. At the very least, it is possible to hunt above the 6th floor. When the dwarfs carefully ask why they are here to regulate, what I got was an indifferent answer. There is no reason to explain it to you. In a world of the jungle, this is a completely understandable scenario. But the dwarf on the side felt that he couldn't accept the other party's attitude. He usually behaves stupidly in the team. When facing your own interests, it will become quite sensitive, even in the face of 6-story explorers. And yet at this moment, Misha suddenly ducked behind me. It's like I'm hiding from something in fear. And I knew right away. It turned out that it was her brother who called Misha on the other side. It depends on the attitude of the other party. Obviously doesn't think of Misha as his sister. He even said to the magician on the side, "Feel free to dispose of our side," because their father wouldn't have any questions. But after learning that he was related to his own teammates, The magician's attitude also eased slightly, and explained simply, this time, their guild urgently needs to collect an orc essence, so they want to rule the region. Of course, I know everything about games. After hearing their reasons, I also roughly thought of their ultimate goal. In fact, what the other party said also makes sense. As long as they're in the area, your own side will not have a chance to hunt monsters, because they will do everything in our power to get in our way. The secret realm itself is the law that is represented when there is strength. Although I can understand that the dwarfs want to fight for the team. But if you don't want to die, he should also learn to give up. However, just as he was about to leave, the magician behind him suddenly jumped into the boat and uttered utterances. Seniors, nice to meet you. My name is Dwaki. He is an 8th level magician of Lafdonia, but his self-introduction is not over. Was interrupted by the unreasonable other parties chopping nails. I thought it was. It turned out to be garbage. The magician's expression made us feel unpleasant for a moment, then began a series of guidance. Even a bug like you dare to call me senior. Only a few basic spells have been mastered. It's known as the magician's garbage. I also dare to say that my own life-limited magic. Your brazenness makes people feel disgusting. Don't go around saying it's a magician in the future. Dwaki, who was beaten out, had long since lost his normal breath. However, I witnessed a mental breakdown at most. The dwarfs couldn't hold back in the end. The green tendons on the neck of the dwarf stand upright. His eyes were full of murderous energy. But his move made me suddenly furious. Because now is not the time to do it. If we're not careful, we risk all of us being fooled. But before I could convince the dwarfs, he actually directly unleashed a lightning strike. I'm obviously the most normal explorer in the team. Was forced to become the most pitiful guy by them, even in order not to be isolated by these guys. I even spoke of a tragic childhood, just because of everyone on this team are all semi-finished products with a bumpy life. And before that, Dwaki, who was beaten by the magician opposite. I have long since lost my normal breathing. However, I witnessed a mental breakdown at most. The dwarfs couldn't hold back in the end. The green tendons on the neck of the dwarf stand upright. His eyes were full of murderous energy. He actually directly unleashed a lightning strike. The dwarf actually had to fight with the 6th story guild. In the face of his provocations, the magician on the opposite side instantly revealed a ferocious killing intent. Just when this 1,000 troops were launched, I can't sit idly by. You madman. With my scolding, I forcibly pressed the dwarf's head to the ground. Just his impulsive move nearly buried us here. You have a good colleague. Thank you for that, Barbarian, for the rest of your life. A dwarf who slowly regained his consciousness soon after, despite the sarcasm of the magician, hurriedly led the team out of here. Your recklessness nearly wiped out all the team members. You have to be a reliable uncle. Condemn him even stronger. This dwarf must be taught a lesson. But my inner praise is not over. The uncle's words suddenly softened. But the good thing is that there are no problems with everyone. So I won't say much. You're a little rash though. But to be able to stand up for the group members. Personally, I think you're doing a great job. What kind of plot is this special meow? In this case, swearing is not enough, and praise him. And after Lockmuller forgave the dwarf with a generous gesture, the air around them suddenly became strange. I'm sorry too. If it weren't for me, things might have been better resolved. Misha, who blamed herself, jumped out coldly. It's not your fault. Thanks to you, I at least know the reason for being kicked out. Although not very handsome comfort, but the feelings mixed in it are truly conveyed to everyone. It's an atmosphere that gives me goosebumps instantly. But whether it is influenced by the atmosphere, Misha suddenly began to tell her story. I was treated like a stranger at home, because he is the only existence that has not been able to sign a soul beast. Orcs can sign contracts with ancient divine beasts through soul beasts. There are various forms of contracting. Mythical beasts can be summoned to fight together. It can also strengthen the body by possessing the body. Even activate special abilities through blessings. Of course, only a very small number of gifted ones can be selected by the divine beasts. But the biggest problem among them, Misha is of the bloodline of the clan leader. In other words, as a pure bloodline, she can't sign a contract with a divine beast. It's not just a matter of talent. Rather, the bloodline itself is seen as circumstantial evidence of the problem. As a child, she also had a good relationship with her brothers. But when he grew up, he didn't sign a soul beast. Everyone began to look down on her, even called her a half-finished product, because only half of the blood. It is even more said that she was a child born by improper means. But the problem is that her mother, who can defend her, died early. Because of this, she had to get rid of her family and become an explorer. It must have been hard. Thank you for speaking from your heart. The dwarf comforts the miserable Misha with a sincere attitude. When I thought the awkward atmosphere would end there, the dwarfs followed along and told their own story. Her childhood dream was to become a blacksmith. But because there is no talent, 10 years of uninterrupted efforts eventually failed to get hooked. It is also for this reason that he became an explorer in his 30s. As her story ends, next came the magician's volunteer. There is no one more ungifted than me. Through her family's wealth, she was exposed to magic. But due to his lack of talent, he was unable to step into the magic tower in the end. If you are a real magician, it won't hurt you just now. And the emotional dwarf comforted Dwaki again. Looking at the meaty couple, Miratelli interrupted them lightly. Although I've played for a lot of teams, but this is the first time this has happened. Fortunately, there is a normal uncle here. But his next sentence drove me into madness again. I also have something to apologize to. The other day you were exchanging explorer ranks. I unconsciously swelled up with anger. Maybe it's my ugly jealousy. I just think that the two are very lucky to be born in a group. But I didn't know that you had so much suffering. And for the uncle's apology. The two said they never cared. Even explorers who encourage humans have merit. After the self-elaboration of several of them, the dwarf, who is the captain, finally makes the decision. So far, our team is a semi-finished product. In the future, everyone does not need to have stage fright. Suddenly everyone puts their own shortcomings. Open your heart and comfort each other. If it develops in this order, it should be my turn next. It's your turn to look at your shortcomings. If you don't say anything, you will be isolated in the atmosphere. I was horrified by the sight of the brush. Then I spat out a casual remark. I don't have a mom. Marvelous silence and panicked sights. Isn't that enough? Then come back again. My mother died after giving birth to me. My father didn't get back from the maze when I was a kid. So I grew up until I became an adult. I've never seen my parents. This was heard through Anna. 100% true story. But the reaction was beyond my expectations. Could it be because of the youngest age in the team? The reason for the confession of the barbarian, who has just finished the rite of passage. They looked at me and began to look sympathetic. The dwarf, who is rich in emotional lines, even said, I can't be your biological parent though. But if you don't dislike it, don't rub. This sudden change, unknowingly, I'm an outsider, instantly turned into the most pitiful guy. But it doesn't matter. I became one in just 3 months. A supernova of the angry explorer. Although I was suddenly transported to a strange world. He has also experienced the danger of death several times. Wait a minute. If you think about it in this direction, I really am the most pathetic guy. I especially look at how my life is so bloody. Fortunately, at this time, the uncle brought the topic back to the point. What's next for everyone? The original plan was disrupted by other guilds. At this point, the dwarf suggested going to the witch forest on the 3rd level. He believes that the current strength of the team to go to the 4th floor is too short, because he's seen a lot of teams unprepared. After reaching the 4th floor, the whole army was wiped out. The witch forest is the only way to get to the 4th floor. However, due to the characteristics of the map, it cannot be used as a primary hunting ground. Still, the dwarf held on. That's because the 4th floor is very dangerous. Most of the monsters are level 7 or 8 similar to those on the 3rd floor, but occasionally there will be monsters that are more advanced than the 6th level. The question is whether the current team strength can defeat the 6th level monsters. I also forcibly entered the 4th floor while playing the game. Of course, most of them are the result of total annihilation, so I understand the position of the dwarfs very well. But he was clearly a revered holy priest. It even made the dwarfs on the side swoon. And at this moment, I am treating me coldly. He even used a rude stick on him. It's just because of his beauty scheme. It is of no use to the barbarians. Not so long ago, despite the dwarf's fierce opposition, I resolutely stated, with our current strength, we can also explore on the 4th floor. Because of our 2 brilliant tanks. Even if you encounter a level 6 monster, you can create a chance to escape. If you take into account the recently absorbed vampire essence, I can even play the role of a warrior. Although there was a lack of firepower in the rear. But there are also magicians and 2 seasoned explorers. The only problem is that the speed of fighting monsters will be a little slower. But survival should be no problem. However, I've just finished my analysis. Since these 2 guys are blatantly talking, although what Li Yuan said has some truth, but hear these from the mouth of a barbarian. It always feels a little unreliable. These stinky boys. The problem is that Lao Tzu can hear it. Finally under my output. The combination of semi-finished products decided to challenge the 4 layers. Then we followed Marauder. Walk through the darkness towards your destination. It was about 9 p.m. at this time. It's basically the same as the camping time of the previous days. In a labyrinth of day and night. The camping location is pre-calculated according to the route. Could it be that the movement speed has been adjusted according to this? Although it may seem insignificant. But let's be honest, it's amazing talent. When I asked about tomorrow's itinerary, he told me without hesitation. Able to arrive at the witch forest before noon. Able to calculate and plan the march route with such precision. It can be called human navigation. With this uncle, I feel quite down to earth. To cope with tomorrow's adventures. Everyone also goes to bed early. However, soon after, the uncle's voice woke everyone up. When I thought it was my turn to be on duty, Uncle whispered to me. Explorers and beasts were detected approaching ahead. At this time, the voice of distress can be heard in the distance. Apparently the explorer is being pursued by monsters. However, the uncle frowned and asked softly, "Do you remember when you first entered the entrance to the 3rd floor of the secret realm? Encounter with the monster herd event. At that time, someone deliberately lured wild beasts over to make traps. And Uncle is 100% sure of it through his abilities. The smell of these people who are now being chased. It's exactly the same as the person who set the trap at the time. These people are predators. And predators who keep an eye on us. It is clear that it is now a pretend to be killed. Blend in with us and wait for an opportunity to plunder. But unlike the dwarfs and Misha, instead, I feel like it's getting a lot more interesting. So I commanded everyone. If you don't have the confidence in acting, stay aside and don't move. Because it's enough to leave it to me. Watch them run over. I immediately grabbed my shield and stepped forward to block my way. Stand still. One step closer, Lao Tzu will blow your head. The angry rebuke that came to him made the other party overwhelmed. An anxious expression. I didn't expect this uncle's acting skills to be quite good. Put all your weapons down. Again, I state part of my plan. Of course, the other party will not be easily obedient. I also want to excuse myself by being chased by a monster behind me. Dropping weapons is a very dangerous act. I could clearly see the monsters behind me converging here. I think I saw that the number of people here has increased. It's observing the situation. But also thanks to them, the situation will be much easier. So I became an outrageous actor again. Either hand over the weapon. Either get out of here. In the labyrinth, weapons are life. Apparently my unreasonableness has left them in distress. There may even be doubts about whether we are aware of it. However, it only took a moment. The leading uncle actually threw his weapon on the ground. Immediately after that, The rest of the men laid down their weapons. Although this move of theirs is satisfactory. But on the other hand, there are also a little worries. Even at such a risk, he has to keep an eye on us. There is not even a reason to guess. At this time, a group of monsters not far away, seeing this group of people join us, also chose to abandon the prey in front of him. Thank you for your help. My name is Alyssa for your blessing. We got a life back. Could it be because of the skin exposed by the torn clothes? The dwarf on the side suddenly turned red. Head turned though, but the gaze is still on one place. Also comforted the other party for their hard work along the way. The stinky boy seems to be completely bewitched by the beauty scheme. Immediately, the two uncles on the opposite side also reported their names. However, one of the uncles was named Hans. It suddenly reminded me of this. The marauder you encounter when you first enter the labyrinth is also called Hans. What an unpleasant name. The lady who called herself Alyssa at this time. Again, it is indicated by a smacking voice. Thank you for our help. It must be the god Ray Atlas who blesses everyone. And this remark surprised the human uncle. The other party claimed to be a priest who served the god Radas. Lao Tzu clearly knows that you are a predator, still pretending to be here. However, in the next second, his actions stunned everyone on the spot. He was able to use divine power to heal. The semi-finished team even doubted the accuracy of the uncle's nose. Their panic is also completely understandable, because most of humanity is a pious trust. But no matter how well you pretend, it won't work for the barbarians. Therefore I know that you are a priest. But so what? First of all, you handed over the life-saving compensation. It was the price of his life. It's enough to pay about 2 million. Lao Tzu doesn't care if you use divine power or not. And the first reaction of the other side is, I didn't carry that much cash with me. He also expressed his hope that he would serve it after leaving the secret realm. But Lao Tzu except for the words of the same clan. I don't believe anyone's words. Since you don't have cash, then resist with the same item. For example, the armor of your group should be similar. Yet under such unreasonable conditions for me, these people even rebelled according to my request. I looked at the critical equipment that had already been snatched. I also thought that it was time to complete the final reckoning. Just as Alyssa pretended to check on everyone's injuries. Without hesitation, I waved the hammer in my hand. The target is the woman's head. A scene that made everyone unbelievable appeared in front of them. Alyssa's body leaps like a cannonball. It bounced off the ground a few times before landing not far away. Sorry guys, I made a mistake a bit. Because fear is a predator. So unknowingly smashed her head. However, the two of them were alarmed by my sudden move. At first, he pointed at me angrily, but their eyes looked away in horror. Immediately, his body was controlled by purple chi. Immediately after that, creepy sensations rumored from behind. And Alyssa, who should have died a long time ago. It came to us with a strange noise. Delicate facial features and sexy figure. Plus the delicate voice. She originally had the appearance that most men would like. And at this moment, I am treating me coldly. He even used a rude stick on her. However, she was supposed to return to the West. But he became a half-human and half-ghost of a saint in seconds. I saw this. Unconsciously spit out expletives. I was looking at why my life never went well. How can you casually run into a marauder? At the same time, the Half-Life team on the side. But he was stunned by the fright. To cheer them up, I waved my stick again. Slam into the corpse's head. Li Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Even corpses were destroyed. This sand sculpture has not yet recognized reality. This kind of guy who can come back from the dead. The answer must be the Kalu's sacrifice. This is after the transfer to becoming a priest. A hidden class that can only be selected after reaching at least the 5th floor of the uncharted realm. The perk is the malignant presence of combat and cursed magic. Although it has the advantage of being able to use both divine power and dark spells. But their punishment is also great. Kalus is the evil god of this world. The moment this profession is discovered by the temple, it will be taken to the place of execution. just because they want to keep their jobs. Live sacrifices must be offered on a regular basis. The same goes for the reasons to be a predator, because it is safest to look for sacrifices in the labyrinth. That's when it happened. Hans suddenly radiated a purple glow. Then he knelt on the ground and struggled in pain. Because of you and I, we have lost 2 precious retinues. In this case, I am still blaming others. It can be concluded that this rebel is definitely not well educated. Hans and Tyson died because of you. So you deserve to die when I smash my head. I really can't stand it. I'm going to avenge my friends. However, it was only before 2 painful years. At this moment, it imitates Alyssa's eerie battle situation. This is Kalua's sacrifice basic skill death summoning. Originally, it was only used to summon undead monsters. But the words of the corpse of the retinue. You can be a powerful helper for yourself. With Alyssa's manipulation, these 2 brothers and sisters desperately rushed forward to kill. Shake up. Reunited when the shield formed by my lover collided. The battle has officially begun. Followed by Misha and Dwaki each use their own good attacks. According to this scene, it is also a tacit understanding. The problem is that these undead monsters are poison-resistant and ice-resistant. As a result, our team's attackers were not very effective. Case. One can only expect the experienced Uncle Miro is really a reliable uncle. The flask of flame that I threw at the same time as I cast Twilight, with the burst of the bottle, instantly burned to the point of immortality. But my surprise is not over yet. Alyssa's surrounding reception room, crimson flames erupted, instantly absorbs all surrounding fire. Effective fire attacks were easily defused by her. We don't use the Holy Spirit. There is only one way to break the deadlock. Go and attack the sacrifices. These 2 monsters were held back by me and the dwarves. Thankfully, the equipment of these 2 guys was confiscated. Therefore, there is no problem at all with delays. That is, just kill Alyssa. The 2 undead will lose control. Then the rest of the people rushed to the sacrifice as I had instructed. However, they are not yet close. Alyssa casts her dark magic once again. A soldier in the shape of a shadow emerging from the ground. With her command, these shadows instantly dragged down the rushing crowd. Everyone played the strongest fighting state. However, these shadows can regenerate immediately after they are destroyed. And Alyssa seems to have some energy left. Cast all kinds of curses on the crowd again. At the same time, Misha's body is as if it is under tons of pressure. And the shadow also saw the opportunity to attack Misha. Just when this 1,000 troops were launched, the dwarfs who were fighting with me, wielding a lightning hammer, he knocked away the shadows. Seeing his summons being wiped out by everyone little by little. Anxious, Alyssa couldn't help but shout. Hans Tyson asked you to come and protect the old lady. But in response to her was my contemptuous sneer. Because of these 2 guys. It's a bit busy right now. I don't have time to help you. Even if the evil gods are worshipped. Her magic is also limited. It is possible that this situation was not expected. Originally, she was still arrogant Elisa. For the first time, he showed a panicked expression. Then she slowly floated into the air. Cursed gloomily at everyone. I will not forget the humiliation. You will never be allowed to return to the city alive. With her voice, the body turned into purple light and quickly fled the scene. And this scene shocked me on the spot. Obviously almost caught this boss. But we let her escape. Even in a state of holding a grudge against us. There are more than 15 overlapping curses on the character's body. And what's even more odious is that she left behind all kinds of curses. Thankfully, Dwaki had said he would use a curse. Then she should be able to use the magic that lifts the curse. However, this kid actually said at this critical moment, I've only said that I'll use curse magic. But he didn't say that he would use dissolving magic. There was a brief silence. This useless Dwaki kid. If it is not healed by divine power or magic, the character's physical abilities are affected by the curse. It will even permanently drop various attributes. The elves just floated silently in the air, but suffered a merciless blow from the dwarf. However, We thought she was too light, just because of these cute-looking guys. But it is an evil group that specializes in spraying paralysis, or even a hateful being sought out for trolls. Before encountering these monsters, we are still rejoicing in the aftermath of the catastrophe. Kalois is a terrifying class that can be explored on at least the 5th floor. He possesses a variety of combat skills and curse magic, although the worst has been thought of. But judging by the results, we managed to avoid this crisis. If you don't get their equipment in the first place, a few of our team members could die instantly. Sure enough, the strong barbarians are the best. When he uses divine power, I thought Uncle Miro was mistaken. I didn't expect you to give him a hammer without hesitation. Directly smash his head. It's just handsome. From time to time, he compliments my Misha on the sidelines. But now is not the time to celebrate. I asked the uncle if he had a way to track down the witch. Unfortunately, he was unable to catch the enemy's tracks. We've been targeted by him. Before getting out of the labyrinth, the witch will definitely come back for revenge. However, ignorant Dwaki. I thought I could easily defeat the witch next time, and his underestimation of the enemy immediately made me angry. For example, in the process of fighting monsters, sneak up on us from behind. At that time, everyone will not be able to eat and walk around. Therefore, I made a decisive judgment. Now you must go to the witch forest. But the journey to the destination was not all smooth sailing. Sore eyes and dizzy brain, even worsening feelings of weakness throughout the body, because I carry countless curses. I've been running for more than 5 hours straight. If you don't have the vampire essence anti-magic power, it is possible that he will faint long ago. Of course, these guys are also cursed by the witch. It's just different from me. Just 2 or 3 curses. And yet the mad woman, he actually put more than 15 curses on me. What a hatred this is. One of the bloodiest is curse of lowering energy and restoring physical strength. It also makes me consume energy with every step I take. Even the natural regeneration capacity is useless if it's in the game. As long as the character's energy is less than 10%, they will not be able to act. Fortunately, when the energy has not peaked, finally saw the destination this time. It is mainly a witch forest that haunts level 7 to 8 monsters. This is the only way to the 4th floor. Most of the monsters here have physical immunity. So for this, a team of only 2 fighters is not very friendly. But for now, it's the best option. Because as long as you enter this special area, this removes all states except the field effect. The moment you step into the witch's forest, it was as if they had been given a new lease of life. Of course, the keen uncle immediately noticed it. I'm the first person to enter the 3rd floor. I was able to think of a way to take advantage of the regional effect. I can only prevaricate on the grounds that I learned in the library. Don't let this justification lead to endless ridicule of these 2 goods. A barbarian can actually read. In short, the witch's curse disappeared at the same time. There will be a new curse for the people. The most intuitive is the appearance of various auditory hallucinations or hallucinations. It's like a mental attack. Invade your brain all the time. Even so, the 3 who have experience are in good shape. But our useless magicians are a bit of a disgrace. Because now it feels like seeing the world through an electron microscope. In the past 2 days, everyone has not been able to rest well. We finally agreed to replenish our energy on the spot before we acclimatized. Immediately at the same time as the decision was made, I fell limply to the ground. Timio is really tired like a dog. However, I intend to sleep deeply. The dwarf ran quietly. And according to his response, I look like I'm applying for the guild registration team. There's a woman who's been talking to her. Now that I think about it, she seems to be the same witch from before. I was amazed. Her next sentence almost made me faint on the spot. It turns out that this kid was in the last Scarlet Castle dungeon, obtained rare and superb equipment. And when he uses this equipment to increase his explorer level, I've been targeted by that witch. Guardian wrist of single number 3112. Originally, it could only be obtained in quests with floor 4 or higher. And he is also the best equipment of more than 3,000 sequences, regardless of its effect. During the period when I endured all the hardships to gain the essence, this guy actually took 50 million huge pieces of equipment at once. The more I think about it, the more wronged I become. And this guy is fascinated by the witch's dress. I didn't recognize each other at the first time. That is, when you meet a witch. I was busy looking at other places and couldn't confirm each other properly. And before this witch enters the labyrinth, they have already taken us as their first prey. What a careless guy. If only she could tread carefully. We won't have that kind of thing. In the midst of such resentment, I also fell asleep unconsciously. But I had just fallen asleep. I was awakened by a shout. It's just that new monsters are starting to gather around. They are low-level 9th-level monsters. Although it will only spray paralyzing poison axes. But if these monsters come together, that means there's even more terrifying monsters nearby. Now that they have been targeted, we can only get rid of these monsters as soon as possible. Immediately after that, the dwarf directly unleashed a lightning attack. And with the disappearance of these monsters, not far away, a creepy voice was heard. This is a level 7th level half-beast troll hidden on the side. It is a monster that only exists in the witch forest, has the habit of tracking the fairly group. Immediately after this troll, he will rush at us with a huge stick, and just a face. The dwarf shrank directly behind him in pain. It should be the cause of the lack of pain tolerance. This is the witch forest. One of the biggest reasons to be shunned by fighters. The so-called warrior is the profession that is beaten at the front. However, the pain sensation is intensified here. It will make the warrior feel several times more pain. They even have physical immunity. Fortunately, we have a half-finished magician here. Immediately in its output, finally solved this problem. Of course, the essence of the expectation did not burst. Because this place has been exposed, we decided to move to the 4th floor as soon as possible. But we're not out of the picture. Was stunned by the uncle's vigilance. Just because a group of explorers slowly appeared not far away. And also heard familiar voices. Dear explorers, it was they who killed my partner. It's obviously a calm and arrogant beauty in the team. At the moment, I was frightened by my actions. He even covered his whole body with his hands. Just because it's in the terrifying witch forest. When the last 2 lonely men and widows, I slowly took off my helmet. With a wicked smile, he slowly approached her. And not so long ago, just defeated the half-beast troll and prepared to go to the 4th floor. A crowd of uninvited guests blocked our way. And the leader is the witch Alyssa. We can't escape her alone. Now there are other explorers behind her. Now there's only one way I can think of. That's the dwarf's newfound guardian wrist. Its main role is to repel the enemy at the same time. Grants allies immunity to damage taken. And then the moment I gave her the signal, the bracers worn by the dwarfs emit a dazzling glow. When all enemies are bounced away, we also took this opportunity to flee quickly. This witch chased after this place so quickly. If you want to speculate on the current situation, when we entered the witch forest, it's hard for her not to chase herself, hence the role of a vicious predator. Poor priest who lost his companions by approaching the Henin explorer every time. Next, let's have a fight between us. He is a fisherman in the back. The guardian's wrist protection lasts for 5 minutes. We have to stay away from them before they react. Thankfully, we have a reliable explorer. This class is the first in the game to sense the movement of enemies. At the same time, guide the group members into the effective movement route. Advanced knowledge through the labyrinth. Use the data you have accumulated to find a way out. But these are only available on the 3rd floor. The gap in strength of the true explorers. It is the last level before entering the 4th floor. It only began to be revealed in the witch forest. Rothmiller's main ability is the sense of smell. In this disoriented area, he was able to find the exact route to the 4th floor. It should be when the sense of smell reaches a certain level. Just by smelling the magic, you can find the exact route. But the explorers behind him also have a way to lead. Through the perception of the uncle. The distance between us and us has been narrowed little by little. so we can only increase the speed. From now on, it's a battle for time. Now the key point should be who gets to the 4th floor first. But the problem is that I haven't had enough rest. We are not in a good state of physical fitness. And it's like the fulfillment of my uneasiness. Misha behind her accidentally tripped over a stone. Misfortune also begins at this moment. Only when I turned around and picked up Misha, the original light was gone. A deep darkness clouded the vision. The squad that was clearly in front of him was gone. In a matter of seconds, we were left behind. Misha, realizing this fact, hurriedly induces vomiting. But I chose not to move. Instead, he calmly opened his backpack and took out the fire. Just because it's in the witch forest. You can't rely on your vision to decide the route. So my decision was to stand still and wait for my teammates. If they know we disappear, Uncle will find us again soon. But my doom also came at the same time. We waited for those who stood still. It was the dwarfs who were fighting their voices. In the absence of explorers, blindly chasing the sound will only run to other places. And they are under attack. There was no time to come to us either. All I can do now is get out of here alone. What is most important when disaster strikes? Water, food, stamina, or props. Although these are important items, if you have to choose one of them, I choose not to give up the spirit. I've done my best to get to where I am now. I don't want to die like this. Misha, who has given up hope and chatters. When you encounter this situation, reality should be accepted calmly, and not to deny reality. Therefore, I resolutely gave Misha an order. If you don't want to die, just listen to me. Because now it's the status quo that needs to be focused on. First, she was asked to remove the potion. Then let her follow me herself. Fortunately, there was no danger after a short run. The current time to enter the maze is the 4th day. Follow the combination of tank and assassin. It's hard to survive the remaining 11 days. One of the most fatal drawbacks is, cannot attack most physical immune monsters. That's why it's time to boost ability attacks. After a short period of thought, I made up my mind. Misha, are you married? Misha, who was on the side of my question, was startled. Then I asked again, do you have any beliefs that you can't let other men see nudes? There is no such belief, although showing considerable doubts. But it's still Misha who answers them one by one. It's really great. Then I slowly took off my helmet, slowly walked in front of Misha, and for my sudden move, I don't know which Misha comes to mind. Dancing asks me not to be impulsive. He even used his hands to protect his body, but I didn't care about it and slowly opened my palm. He handed a ring to Misha, who looked surprised. It is a ring that will be cherished until the person who can give it appears. Then I approached Misha. Swear to your beast god. You accept the price of this ring. Will continue to be with me in the future. From the moment you receive this ring, I'm willing to gamble on the reputation of a warrior. I will always be there for you to help you in the future. So hopefully you can swear too. At first, Misha was as frightened as if she had seen a madman. And looking at my expression so sincerely, her little face slowly became like an apple. Then he said shyly, although it is such a ridiculous situation, but it was also the first time in my life that I had received such an offer, so I'm quite happy in my heart. And I began to wonder what she was talking about. Her next sentence made me stunned on the spot. I'm sorry for PYRRH. You're not my criteria for choosing a mate. What I like is a ganja man. I'm dizzy. What is this girl talking about here? And for my surprised expression, she continued to shout, you ignorant wild man, meaning you don't have the charisma of a man. I'm the male protagonist of the new century. Was kicked once before he could officially confess. Then I realized that I had expressed the problem. Hurriedly explained. I just hope for the price of her ring. I want to sign a colleague vow with her. Of course, I can return the same ring. Or when it brings me a profit of 15 million gold coins. We can break that vow at any time. For a mediocre ring. Facts worth 15 million. Misha is completely incomprehensible. Because of the true value of this ring. Only like me. A game maniac who has not eaten or drunk for 9 years. In order to really execute, it can fulfill Misha's long-cherished wish. That is, the soul beast that can awaken her. A half-finished squad with a story. The first time I entered the secret realm, I encountered a life-and-death dilemma. And this catastrophe, before entering the labyrinth, has been targeted by this demon girl for a long time, and I was forced to fall into the witch forest. I thought I was out of the clutches, didn't take a few steps, but was entangled by her again. As a result, Misha and I were forced to leave the team at this moment, face the endless darkness alone. And most of the monsters in the forest are physically immune. So for the sake of slim life, I had no choice but to make up my mind to take out the ring. It is the master of the school of Artemian. Obtained single item equipment. Sequence 9425's Twin Soul Ring. At first glance, it is easy to think of insignificant props. But if the prop is destroyed, will have a special effect. And its effect has no effect on the average person. This is a secret that is only discovered after playing the game through various attempts. If the wearer is an orc who cannot contract with the soul beast, and when the twin soul ring is destroyed, special conditions will be met. This allows you to summon the god Kadia, the ice dragon. The god of the ice dragon Kadia offers a contract to Misha. Misha gladly accepted. Stretch out your palm. The moment you come into contact with the ice dragon, a dazzling light shrouds the night sky. At the same time, Misha's body is surrounded by frost and floats in midair. The body is baptized. It took a moment to slowly fall back. I didn't expect it to be so easy to sign a contract. This was her first reaction when she landed. It's just because she thinks it can be so easy. Why didn't her father tell her? Of course, before this girl falls into a bigger misunderstanding. I'll have to explain in time. It's possible that your father doesn't necessarily know about this feature either, because these are magicians. Secrets discovered after careful research. And the sensitive Misha immediately asked me how I knew. But I'm not going to explain them all. Thereupon, you'd better put on some clothes before you tell me. Filled with joy, she still didn't know it. I was already in a state of bare water. You complain about why I'm naked. Of course, I took it off for you. Because at the time of this ceremony, all the equipment on the body will be destroyed. Then I ignored the madness. Solemnly said that it was her turn to commit next. But she was a moment late. Shy Cerebeller still to say a short thank you. And when I was asking about the alliance oath, she actually began to talk about her past. For a while, I thought about talking about it. At that time, it was her father who found out that she was sick, and it was her father who saved her. However, when I said you need to thank your father, but she says it's not a pretty story. It's just because I've regained my spirits. Her father said to her, if you really want to die, die in the labyrinth. Even blamed her. You're bringing shame on your family. It turned out that this family was even more bloody than I expected. That's why she became an explorer. Not to commit suicide in the maze. It's about escaping the terrible family. And she thought there would be no soul beasts. You can also be a great explorer. And it can be recognized by the family. She immediately told all about her past. Hold your breath and solemnly address me. This favor will not be forgotten until the day of the end of life. The contract beast will accompany me. Finish this kindness. There are generally 3 types of covenants for the beasts. Summoning and enhancement have also abilities. The one who kills the contract is the reinforcement system. This will also allow us to temporarily get out of the dilemma of not having magic attacks. The next physical immunity monster. You need to ask her to solve them one by one. Although the realization of the soul contract, she can attack. But just as the barbarians have soul marks and stages, the orc soul beast is also the way to make it grow in stages. She is currently in the first phase. Therefore, it is not possible to reflect its properties in the weapon. Also relied on her output alone. It's not realistic to want to conquer the witch forest. So the real survival is from now on. The survival of the 2 men was expected to be 11 hours later. During this period, if there are few monsters, kill them. If there are many monsters, they will run away. Luckily, We haven't encountered a level 7 monster yet. But there are also bad things. In order to awaken the vanished twin soul ring, and with the disappearance of the ring, the sealed corpse Gram's passive skills also become active. Due to acidic Grams, the equipment was corroded and pitted everywhere. There is also a point of regret. So far, no magical metal has been exposed. In addition, Misa's fatigue is gradually increasing. And so it goes. The chance that we will return to the city alive is only 30%. Ning entered the Witch Forest for 12 hours. The Witch Forest field effect has been enhanced. I immediately made a decision. Take out the tether to connect the two people together. Only then, even if they are separated, you can also find each other through the rope. Just because it's in the Witch Forest, staying in the same place for a long time will cause a status abnormality. From this moment on, we cannot stop for a moment. My ex-girlfriend that I can't forget. It actually appeared in the dangerous Witch Forest. And the purpose of her coming. It's actually going to double cultivate and fly with me. But just when I was about to fulfill my long-cherished wish in life, Misha's sudden appearance gave her a big nose pimple. It's just because she actually passed the kissing technique. Used the enchanting and transmogrified dryad. The real reason explorers hate the Witch Forest. It's because of the witch's tears. Just because its effect is if you stay in the same place for a while. There will definitely be a level 7 monster Kanibaro, and it will be extended over time. The frequency of spawning monsters gradually increases. It is currently the 3rd day of entering the Witch Forest. Is the 60th hour of falling from the Dwarven Squad. And we're still wandering blindly in the forest. There has been no rest since the effect of the witch's tears came. And the witch's tears that have now reached the 5th stage. The interval between refreshes of Kanibaro is expected to be 10 minutes. It took us 15 minutes to kill her. That is, just stop the pace. We'll be killed by the swarming guys. Staring blankly at the growing auditory hallucinations and hallucinations. Wandering silently in the woods. There is not the slightest exchange except for the necessary conversation. It's not a mutation. It's just that I don't even have that strength anymore. If there is a little bit of a change for the better. That was to connect me with Misha with a rope. This is a necessary trick to learn in the Witch Forest. Only then can they find each other even if someone is lagging behind. Liuan, please slow down. Since this morning, Misa's condition has deteriorated dramatically. Not due to illness or wounds. It's just that fatigue has reached its limit. I slowed down though. But there is always a feeling of hanging on the waist. Now I can't even keep up with this speed. After a brief moment of distress, I stopped. Because she's not only got an uninterrupted ability output, still suffering from this endless illusion. Completely understandable situation. So I was going to carry her. I hope to be able to recover some strength after squaining. However, he twisted and pinched to show an embarrassed expression. But I didn't give her too much time. Grabbed her knees with both hands and lifted them high. You don't talk nonsense. Obediently on my shoulder. If it was her, she would definitely resist in normal times. It seems that he doesn't even have the strength to resist. Then I began my long wandering. This is the 17th hour I've been carrying Misha. It was evident that I was gradually reaching my limits. But the place I was hoping for never came to be. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Why did my brother leave me alone? In this case, there turned out to be the voice of the ex-girlfriend. Brother, I have helped you fulfill a long-cherished wish. If you seduce me a little now, I'll be smitten by you. This should be clearly an illusion. But why is it so real? And there's a feeling. Just touch it, and you can feel the real body temperature. Is it using my brain's memory? Brother, why are you so ruthless? You know me so well. You even know my whole body. Brother, haven't you found out yet? I got new stockings. And listen to this coquettish voice. My gaze moved unconsciously. Evil meow. Am I this kind of person? At such a time, I saw that my ex-girlfriend still had a desire. Ditch that beast girl. Just stay with me. The moment I was touched by her, I let down all my vigilance. Right now I have only one thought in my head. I want her. But at this moment, the originally delicate face suddenly began to distort. And Misha, who was supposed to be on my shoulders, he hit his ex-girlfriend in the face with his fist, leaned me with grudges, but I was forced with a fierce face. I'm even wondering if it's a hallucination. I just stared at the scene in front of me like a dream, with a terrible scream. I also perked up all at once. I've killed the dryad. Misha came slowly with a smile. That one was actually a dryad. She appears in the witch forest with a rare chance of appearing. An 8th level monster that can use charm skills. No wonder the hallucinations were so real. It's really a good thing to have Misha. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But the danger here has only just been lifted. Misha exclaimed, pointing in one direction. There are explorers in Bayuan. The first explorers to meet after being shipwrecked. Are you two the only barbarians and orcs? A question cast with a puzzled look. In the harsh witch forest, the chances of meeting an explorer are low. Only on the 3rd floor is already the 8th day. Therefore, the squads that can climb up should all be gone. But I still can't trust them easily. Aren't we saved? But I put already pleasantly surprised Misha. Pushing to the back blocked her way. You don't have to be too vigilant. Because we're not bad guys. The middle-aged woman of the other party smiled at my behavior. I have children like you in the city. So don't worry, come over here. Can be for her advice. I didn't hesitate to say no. If you have children, it's even more dangerous. Because she has children to feed. That is, there is a clearer motivation to make money. At this time, Misha also wants to ask the other party for help, but I still didn't give way to her. I also thought about it several times in my aimless wandering. What to do if you encounter an explorer? Whenever then I get to the conclusion that it is to ask for help. After giving the other party a certain commitment. Let them take me out of the witch forest. It would also be a reasonable deal for them. But there must be a premise for a deal to be done. At least know what kind of people they are. Therefore, it is necessary to confirm the work first. My name is Bird's son, Jandel. What a vigilant friend. My name is Hanstifer. Take on the role of an explorer in a team. But what kind of bloody situation is this? His name was Hans. Specifically look at why there are so many Hans in the world. Just by the name of this auspicious book. Their favorability is deducted by 1 point first. The equipped squad is 2 fighters, 2 archers, and 1 explorer. I quickly looked them up and down. With the exception of the general battle. Their subtle expressions and atmosphere were also confirmed. However, the final answer I got was, these people are dangerous. He's obviously an amiable-looking god. But at this moment, he suddenly became a greedy killer. He was even the first to strike at us. It's just because it's a cold and unforgiving world. We wander aimlessly in the witch forest. For the first time at this moment, I met other explorers. This is for us who are exhausted. It's a great opportunity to be able to get out of the situation. However, unlike Misha, who is excited. My instincts, however, tell me that this group is dangerous. Because one of these explorers was named Hans. Misha, do you listen to my decision? In times of crisis, first enlist Misha's opinion. I know this may be an unwarranted worry, but I decided to follow my instincts anyway. I raised my shield and slowly stepped back. That's it for self-introduction. We're leaving. You're leaving. Don't need our help. Hans, who wondered about my decision. We do need help. But my instinct is desperate to tell me that you are dangerous. However, just decided to leave. The body has not fully turned around. A cold arrow suddenly shot at me. Knock aim. They are indeed a bunch of marauders. But unlike my suspicions, there seems to be some disagreement within them, too. And it was the ant who took the initiative to advocate plunder. You fool. Don't you see their gear? This barbarian's armor is a high-end item for crafting. It's hard to imagine how much it sold. And the next to be predatory was Hans, the leader. And even to the archers who objected. Little guy, you don't participate in it. But there won't be your cake later. Do you know what that barbarian is carrying? It's the expansion backpack. Even if you work hard for a whole year, you may not be able to buy it. Whether it was the temptation that paid off. Warriors who had been neutral also joined the raiders. This is not the first plunder, either. How is it possible to refuse the fat that has already arrived? These guys really have a good eye. I recognized something valuable at a glance. I didn't expect to die in the library, but it will be my fatal temptation at the moment. Now the situation is 5-2. In addition, Misa and I are in a state of extreme exhaustion. They even have professional guides. If you run away blindly, there is absolutely no chance of winning. There is only one way to overcome this difficulty. So try to hold off as much time as possible now. Wait a minute, let's make a deal. All of our equipment will be handed over. But let us go. But I'm not done yet. Misha suddenly interjected. I'm a princess of the orc race. Just let us go. I'll pay you when you get back to the city. This silly girl. How can you tell who you are at such a moment? Whether they will believe it or not. In order to avoid retaliation after returning to the city, he will also make up his mind to destroy us. This identity can even induce them. Since it's a princess, then maybe there will be more precious treasures. I was going to take advantage of the transaction to drag on a little bit. Now it has aroused their greed. However, when I decided to risk my life, the air around them suddenly condensed. The voice of the saint began to reach his ears. Level 6 monster Kanibaro, he has finally appeared. I can't imagine that those guys should be killed. Just 2 people. He was able to wander in the witch forest for 5 days. I then ordered Misha to straddle my back, a shield in one hand, charged towards Kanibaro. Monsters have a habit of stalking their prey to the end. As long as you are summoned, you must kill. So I'm going to turn you into his bait. A sweat full of greed. It doesn't look like there's a lot of combat experience. Just one photo of the face was hit, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen. And others are also quite sluggish to react. And even at the same moment, Kanibaro put his domain skills to work. Mana mine. If you mess around within the confines of the field, will be eaten by mines. So they can only concentrate on dealing with monsters. Because in their opinion, under the constraints of the field, we can't go too far. But I decided to solve the puzzle with Kanibaro. Then how could it be that this skill was not thought of? And my method is simple and crude. Because from the beginning, I'm going to run away while stepping on the thunder. Of course, the consequences will soon be felt. Misha pointed to her corroded foot in horror. But I didn't dare to slack off. Because of Kanibaro's next skill. It's to summon hounds. It's not hard to tell by the sound. The guys behind him were afraid of stepping on a mine. The scene of being bitten by a hound. There are also various whales that come from time to time. But my situation is not rosy either. Because the extra hounds have caught up with me. Since it can't be avoided, then the front is tough. Don't hesitate to perform a physical explosion. Although these hounds were defeated in an instant, the corresponding trans is I completely lost the sensation of my right foot. It turned out that my right foot was just gone. There is no escaping this situation. Then change your plans. Misha, the next monster is for you. Then pour all your strength into your right arm. Throw Misha far away at Kanibaro. The reason for the implementation of Plan B at this moment. Kanibaro when he runs out of skills. There will be a brief period of weakness. And Misha didn't disappoint me either. At the moment of falling, gather all your power into a sharp blade, plus the awakened Ice Beast soul, turning monsters into points of light with a single arrow. Watch Misha solve the monster. The great god who is dying, trembling and begging. Please help me. I'll definitely repay you when I go back. But all that could be replied to her was indifference. Although the problems are all solved. But we don't dare to stay here too long. First aid is required to get out of this area as soon as possible. Otherwise, Kanibaro will be summoned again. Of course, I'm quite confident in my ability to regenerate. Just sprinkle healing potions. The right foot begins to regenerate. It's just because I don't just have the immortal mark. There is also the regenerative ability of the vampire essence, plus her Eternal's passive skill, if you compare it to the numerical values of the game. At this moment, The regeneration power has exceeded 150 points. Therefore, even if there is no medicine, it will automatically recover as long as there is time. Now that the injury has recovered, then we had to get up and leave again. It's possible that Misha has too few predators in contact. I still can't understand what the explorers have just done. Li Yuan, how do you know that those explorers are dangerous? And my answer was brief. Because one of them was named Hans. But for the strange answer, Misha muttered to herself, I never dreamed of it. It looks like such a kind ant would be a predator. Maybe I remembered the ant who glared at us fiercely. And her transformation seems to have brought her quite a shock. She may really be a good person. If we don't look weak. If we don't have these valuable equipment. If this is not a labyrinth. That ant will remain in the memory with a friendly impression. These are the words that are said to comfort Misha. But the beauty says yes. That ant was the first to take the lead to plunder. For example, everyone enters a maze. Its sole purpose is to make money. Money is the most effective means of protection wherever it goes. Plus, if you can't pay taxes. This is especially true in a world where sentences will be given. The ant once said, there are also children of our age in the city. Therefore, it is not only she who the ant has to protect. In this way, Misha and I exchanged heavy topics. I walked for a while unconsciously. But suddenly, Misha looked suspicious somewhere. Then there was a cheerful shout. Li Yuan is not here. I was overjoyed by this discovery. The only space in the witch forest where you can rest in peace. It's the witch's cabin. Really, Meowie. Let's hope nothing happens again this time. So I opened the cabin with trepidation. When I opened my eyes on the first day in this world. From that moment on, I knew one thing. The world of flesh and flesh. If you want to live more like an individual, then you have to be a real barbarian. A cabin in the witch's forest. It is every interval of time. Will randomly appear all over the forest. And it will last 8 hours. When the number of participants is at least 5, the entrance will be automatically closed. If you enter the wooden house, not only has the field effect been removed, but it also does not spawn monsters. So it's an absolute safe place. Therefore, it is one of the few places where you can rest. Although it took a long time to find the first wooden house. But due to Misha's excellent performance, the next cabin we found very quickly. There are only 53 hours left before the closure of the maze on the 3rd floor. And now the log cabin that enters is. This is our 3rd entry. However, unlike Misha, who has an excited face, my expression was unusually serious at the moment. Because I found out that there were already guests here. Soon after, with a worried look on her face, Misha, we quickly found other guests. However, when I saw this person, I recognized him at a glance. This guy is the explorer who traveled with Alyssa. But it's not the same as the previous neatness. At this moment, it is as if I have experienced all kinds of suffering. And since there are already people on the lawn, that means there will be other players in the room as well. Randomly before leaving, I gave the sleeping guy a hammer first. I didn't expect me to hit it so hard. These guys just fainted. Fortunately, it is fully controlled. In order to get exact intelligence, I still reluctantly dripped low-grade potions on him. And the guys who were awakened by the pain recognized me and Misha very quickly. At the same time, he shouted at me with an aggrieved face. It's all a misunderstanding. Later, he also told all about his experience. When they chased the dwarfs in the witch forest, there were only 3 people there. And in order to avoid the dwarfs, they fled again. These guys chose to attack military first. Fortunately, in times of crisis, the dwarf used the bracers again, to be able to take refuge in a thrilling way. However, when the light fades, there was one of these people. I was hit in the head by weapon magic. If what this guy says is true, then they should have escaped without a hitch. And the scream I heard at the time, it should be the voice of the uncle when he is injured. However, among them were the explorers who died. It just happens to be the guide to the inside. Thus missed the dwarfs after them. These guys can only be in the area, wandering blindly in the witch forest. At the same time, however, the bad news began. It was probably the second day or so when I got lost. Originally pretended to be a pitiful Elisa, and began to tempt their companions. And at the same time when they looked back, I saw a friend who lost his life in an instant, and only then did they understand. This woman turned out to be the evil Karui sacrifice. Then I felt like I was. Explains the misunderstanding guy well. Began to plead with me. Definitely not for the sake of plunder. And the attack on me. At the same time, he also showed a miserable expression. And see, in order to survive. This guy who is begging so much. I was lost in thought. I've been in this world ever since. Unknowingly, he also killed a lot of people. But each time the situation is very urgent. Because those people are garbage with no room for redress. But think the other way around. What kind of people are these guys in front of you? Because of these guys, I've had a lot of hard work. But so far, no one has died. Indeed, and what I have seen before. It's not the same with those guys. Is it right to kill these people? My heart began to struggle. I said with a look of disdain in the body of a barbarian, killing them is the right choice. Because it is a fault for them. Intercession of the human body. But this is not the earth I know. Then I asked Misha behind me. But different from her effeminate expression. She still firmly believed. It's safer to kill them. Because these people almost killed us. And that's what she learned from childhood. Zero tolerance for the enemy. When I heard the firm voice, the mistake in my heart dissipated in an instant. The mind also became extremely clear. It's like going to Rome. Obey the laws of Rome. Otherwise, it will be you who will be in danger. These guys keep saying that they are mistakes. But who can be sure? I won't make the same mistake next time. And from the moment this body opens its eyes, I knew a fact. Li Yuan Yandel. And not only to steal his name, I'm going to be the perfect barbarian. Because it's the way to survive here. That's all there is to it. But it's not the same as my firm heart. The waving right arm trembled unconsciously. Some time afterward, after scraping their gear, one by one, I threw them into the firehouse. If it's the same as the game, when I sink into every corpse, you can add 8 hours to the cabin. Therefore, you can rest here for at least 20 hours. I don't know if my method of disposing of corpses is too cruel. Misha on the side showed a rare uneasiness. But I'm not going to explain too much. Take off your gear on your own. I fell into the soft bed in one fell swoop. But I was lying in my comfort zone. But I couldn't fall asleep. Because I'm starting to realize it slowly. After getting rid of the misunderstanding of modern people and becoming a barbarian. Here, you can live more like a person. In the midst of endless crankiness. I also gradually fell into a deep sleep. I had long dreams about this day. Work hard yourself. There are also scenes before the chance encounter. There are also times for happy life. Of course, there are moments of inner longing. It was that wonderful time. And yet such a beautiful moment. But it woke me up suddenly. When it comes to becoming the master of this monstrous body, I'm going to have to fight monsters in order to survive. That should be my real reality. Then he took a look at his watch. I slept for about 7 hours. But I don't know why. Why does this girl sleep on my lap every time? Still drooling. The next 20 hours. We had a rare time in the chalet. But good times always go by quickly. It's time for the last days of the cabin. All that's left at the moment is to hold on for another day. You'll be able to get out of this damn witch forest. However, when he returned to the forest again with hope, everything in front of me became particularly unfamiliar. The field effect disappeared without a trace. In place of joy, however, there is an even more terrifying restlessness. Because I know the game well. At a glance, I recognized what this damn change meant. Now the best of the cabins when they reach the 7th will trigger a special condition. And she is the 3rd class of monarchs. Absolute ruler of Chaos King Legis. It's coming. It's coming. I'm haunted by bad luck. Just entering the labyrinth, I not only saw a rare witch. At this moment, I met the class monarch who rushed out of hell again. She's not just a superlord that exists on every floor. And the names and attributes are different though. These guys all have one thing in common. That's at the level of the explorer of this level. It is an existence that is absolutely invincible. Hear my simple explanation. Misha immediately jumped up. What are you kidding? I've heard that the 3 tiers are no hierarchical monarchs. It's not that there are no monarchs. It's just that the method of summoning her has been kept secret. If any mentally deranged guy summons her, maybe a group of explorers will die. In the game, she also has another title, Lord of Chaos. When erosion begins, all monsters in the layer will disappear into chaos. However, when she summons again, she will appear in the same place at the same time. This guy doesn't just affect the entire 3rd floor. Once called, until he dies, he wanders the labyrinth and slaughters. Fatally, due to erosion, portals that escape to other floors will also stop working. It can be said that it is an explorer on 3 floors. Even think of the possibility of the destruction of the whole army. Misha looked puzzled. Why did I encounter this evil? However, my answer left her speechless. Because this guy's appearance was caused by us. Put the body in the stove while in the cabin. It's one of the ways to summon her. But what I didn't expect was, someone else actually burned 4 corpses first. I ignored the frantic Misha. Solemnly admonished. In any case, don't tell anyone about it. If we summon things once they are made public, we certainly don't have any good fruit to eat. At this moment, the field effect of the witch forest has also disappeared. So you can leave the middle of the forest even without a guide. The first thing to do is to head to the oak tree monster colony. Because there is the Dronzer guild there. It's what the dwarfs have bumped into before. A large guild that can operate on more than 6 floors. I also heard that their guild number is about 50 people. Therefore, I want to increase my chances of survival. The best thing to do is to blend in with them. But when you actually come here, I was taken aback by the crowd in front of me. Dense crowds have long gathered here. But the picture is not promising. Because there are a lot of scattered explorers. They all have their own ghosts. Fortunately, the leader of the guild has considerable leadership skills. Everyone gave me peace. The priests of our guild have just prayed for a declaration of extinction. There is only 1 day left to finish the maze. Before that we were the guild of Dronzer. Must abide by the guild agreement with the royal family. That is, we will do our best. Let more explorers return alive. But, dare someone disobey our arrangement and create chaos. At that time, we can only take measures to remove it. When his warning ended, the noisy scene instantly became silent. It's a neat announcement. The noisy guys also fell silent. Plus the declaration of extinguishing evil mentioned in it. This is one of the core skills of a priest. As long as the enchantment is formed, explorers are free to come and go though. However, it is difficult for ordinary monsters to invade the safety zone. The situation now is, don't worry about being beaten out for the time being, but don't take it lightly. Then I asked Misa, are you confident in your ears? But the girl who didn't understand what I meant. He pointed to his ears and said proudly, people often compliment themselves on their beautiful ears. I had forgotten how to communicate with her. So I explained again with a speechless face. I'm going to ask about hearing at a distance, because through the small talk of other explorers, you can also gain more information. Immediately after a while, I heard all kinds of small talk. The main content is, scolding the bastard of the summoning class monarch. Fortunately, there is a large guild on the 3rd floor. In my opinion, this is indeed a blessing. If they're really for that essence, my breakout approach might still work. Yet when I keep thinking about it, Misha on the side snorted quietly. What a Madahar character. However, it can't be allowed to go on like this. My instincts tell me, changes will happen soon. It's just that the scattered people gathered around are too large. There are more than 500 people on visual inspection. However, there are only about 50 people in the guild. Just then, the guild leader's voice rang out again. Everyone is quiet. Because of the enchantment declared by the destruction of evil. It's the only safe place on the 3rd floor. However, pious priests want people to show respect for God. So at this moment, each of them needs to submit 1 million gold coins. Payment must be made immediately and locally. If you don't have gold, you can also use food to deduct it. These guys are really smart. Very few explorers carry 1 million gold coins. It should be to control a large number of people. And the plan is to grab the equipment first. When everyone is talking, his voice rang out again. 1 million gold coins is a fee for the respect and protection of the gods. You will lose a few pieces of equipment or flasks. But we're there. What do you have to worry about? Although understand the way this guy started. But the so-called evil destroying enchantment. In the presence of a true monarch, it is like paper. But there is no better solution at this moment. It is also possible to accept their control only to a certain extent. So I asked Misha, try to find some useless equipment to deduct. Fortunately, a few guys were plundered before. So there is no need to take off the equipment on your body. But there were also some explorers who refused to follow the arrangement, in their belief that they would be able to leave safely as long as they had to spend a day. Spending 1 million at the moment is indeed a bit of a waste. Soon after, there were about 300 people left. These guys only worked for a moment. More than 300 million gold coins were collected. Although it is eye-catching to watch. But will they be able to take the money? It also depends on the arrangement of God. Because once the monarch is here, all of this will become something outside of the body. They should have thought that the area of the 3rd floor was so large. The chance of encountering the monarch is very low. However, the opposite of them. I tend to plan ahead for the worst-case scenario. It's not a quick time to hide. There are now 5 hours left until the maze closes. However, a heavy tremor shattered the peace. The Lord of Chaos passive abilities begin to permeate the surrounding area. Skills don't just deal damage to the area, and the ground that comes into contact with the water immediately becomes eroded, and all kinds of field effects will be forcibly eliminated, with coercion getting closer and closer, plus a roar at close range, instantly overwhelmed the scattered explorers. However, it was beyond my expectations. Guilds that collect protection fees actually stepped forward in times of crisis. Immediately after his order, guild members are using pre-battle amplification, except for Star Shield-type magic scrolls. There are also anti-magic resistances and various auxiliary consumables. It only takes less than a minute. It should have consumed about 10 million or so gold coins. And when they came to the front in a mighty way, I was also inexplicably excited, because I've been assuming the worst-case scenario, and when I see a deviation from expectations, it's really a joy to behold. Or rather, these guys have also gone through countless lives and deaths to be able to get to the present explorer, and so never. It's just a matter of luck to get to where it is now. That's coming. When a savage and ignorant barbarian, pretending to be innocent when he makes a bet with you, you must not take it lightly. Because of him under the skin, hidden wisdom that is more treacherous than anyone else. The status quo at the moment is an addition to the game. The first team battle scene in the real world, facing the existence of the monarch level. The team's strategy is extremely reasonable, and not only fighters at close range. Even the tank profession tries to avoid head-to-head confrontations, because with the strength at this stage, it is absolutely impossible to defeat head-on. So choose to procrastinate. Try to stick with it until the end of the maze. Some of them were smashed to pieces, but after receiving advanced agents, just return to the front line of the fighters. Of course, there will be unfortunate casualties. Fight to the present situation. One of the warriors was crushed to death on the spot by the monster's foot. 3 ranged attackers, killed by the magic shot by the monarch. But they still carried out the effective strategy to the maximum. The fighters of the front section firmly maintained their defensive line. Ranged magicians. He also tried his best to contain the mobs summoned by the monarch. But these scattered explorers. But I can't understand what they're doing. Because of a moment's effort, 4 combat forces were sacrificed. These people even began to doubt the guild's strength. What an ignorant bunch of guys. I ignored the nagging scatterers. Concentrate on observing the changes in the battle situation. One of the things that surprised me the most was that they even knew how to crack the monarch's dark orb. This is whenever the monarch casts the power of the dark orb. The attack on the monster must be stopped. Avoid inflicting excessive hatred on it. All you have to do is concentrate your fire on shattering the summoned orb. Among them, it is also necessary to master the strength of the attack. Try to avoid the monarch from entering the second phase. Now that you know the direction of the strategy, if you continue like this, you may really be able to survive until the maze closes. And so the battle went on for some time. The current time is around 23 o'clock in the evening. There is about an hour left until the maze closes. The death toll in the fighting was 11 people. 20% of total combat power. That's quite a lot of numbers though. But there were no fatal consequences either. The real problem, however, is these ignorant explorers. Panic grew in the crowd. Because whenever the monarch's ranged attack appears, many of the explorers who paid the protection money also died instantly. Of course, these dead guys. In my opinion, it was the reason why I stood on the brink of battle in a daze. But the bad atmosphere is spreading. Some of the guys from the main ship began to fan the flames. We can't look that way anymore. If you want to survive, everyone will work together. Because the guys who collect protection money have already killed more than a dozen people. We need to protect ourselves. But the siege of Dronzer will take away all the equipment. From it though, there are guys who are uneasy in their hearts. But they are full of fear and greed. When you see the glittering gear, all that is left is the greed of losing one's mind. While these guys are rioting, I immediately fled in the opposite direction with Misha. Because of what these greedy guys have to do. Definitely reaching out to insiders. It's just that these low-level explorers will never know how to attack the monarch. However, we have only recently come out. A group of chaos spirits came at you. There is no time to address them one by one now. Find a way to get out of the siege as soon as possible. Now there is only one goal. Try to stay away from this area. Just hold on a little longer to get out of the monarch's control. But hope is just around the corner. Evil consumption also came. This sudden darkness immediately reminded me of the monarch's skill. The Chaos Monarch has successfully absorbed the power of the roots. A radius of 5 kilometers will cover the field effect. After all, this guy has evolved to the second stage. Demon Rift he is when he absorbs more than 10 shots. A field effect stunt. The time limit should be 45 minutes based on the experience of the game. If you are unable to leave the area within the specified time, no matter how strong a character you are, you will die on the spot. If there are any characteristics of him, when activating a skill, regardless of position, all are forcibly pulled to the center. When the people in the chaos rediscovered their surroundings, countless explorers have gathered in the surrounding area. There are currently about 200 explorers left. Among them, there are only 20 members of the Dronzer Guild. They have been reduced from 50 to this extent. A total of 11 people died in the previous 3 hours of the confrontation against the monarch. However, it was in the short time of escape. They have lost even more of their fighting power. What happened during this time? You don't have to look to guess. Sure enough, in the face of the rookie explorers' fierce questioning, the people of the Dronzer Guild were instantly furious. Shut up, you bunch of trash. Because of you trash, we lost more than a dozen of our companions. If you dare to take a step closer, we're going to attack right away. Can face the wrath of the guild. An explorer who still expects a fluke mentality even cried and retorted. It's all because the guild steals the equipment. Fortunately, at this time, the high-level mage who had confronted us slowly spoke up. It's not loud, though, but he's more deterrent than ever. If you dare to make any more useless commotions, I'll burn everyone on the spot. It should be due to the high-ranking status of a magician. These people were still shouting or pleading. Unexpectedly, they married each other quietly for a while. However, at this time, a timid guy slowly raised his right pin. I don't know the exact situation though, but from what I read when I read the content, if you don't escape here in a short time, I'll face death. We need to go in either direction. You only need to walk 5 kilometers to escape from here. It's amazing. Such a rookie explorer actually knows so much detail. What he didn't know, however, was, just get out of the central area. An endless forest of chaos will appear. Or maybe it's a loss of faith in the guild. Just a few moments. More than half of the personnel left the center. Of course, I don't gamble with low probability. I want to choose gambling with a higher success rate. But this eyeless orc stood in my way. Hold it. You ignorant barbarian. How dare the half-hung members approach the central area? But I didn't bother with his rudeness. Just contemptuous filial piety. It's been a long time since I've seen an orc. So the pixel essence you collected has exploded? However, the originally contemptuous guy. When I heard the essence of pixels, my face was gloomy. But not with his vigilance. See this reaction? I felt glad in my heart. Because my first gamble was a success. Meanwhile, the biggest problem guild leaders are facing. There are currently 23 guild members alive. In terms of combat power, 3 priests. There are also 2 close-quarters fighters left. In the face of the monarch, many fighters were killed on the spot because they were not supported. They gave up containment though, gained a certain amount of containment time. However, it also led to the monarch's successful advancement to the second stage. The most important problem now is the lack of fighters in the ranks. Because it is impossible to open the road accurately with only the remaining 2 people. Plus, they are not yet a tank profession in the true sense of the word. If only there could be a reliable tank at the moment. The rest of the people have a chance to live. And when leaders are struggling with what to do, a loud voice caught his attention. So didn't Lao Tzu say it? I'll help you clear the way. Just such a sentence is like a savior sent by God. Then he hurried to the scene. It was discovered that one of the parties to the dispute was a junior barbarian warrior. And it is known through the reports of subordinates. This man even boasted that if he gave him the essence of the oak tree, I have the confidence to lead others out of trouble. In the eyes of others, this may be an unreasonable move. However, he was able to become a leader. Of course, there are also means to save lives. He didn't hesitate to use his survival instinct skills. He could see it. The light released by targets that increase the probability of survival. And the light that emanates from the barbarians. It's the first time I've seen it. Such an intense light emanating from a person. He didn't hesitate too much. The decision was made. Because of this ability to save yourself in countless crises, tell yourself. The only breakthrough at this stage is this man. What is your name, lad? It looks like my second gamble worked out as well. My name is Bjorn Yandel. He's coming. He was obviously just a rookie-level barbarian warrior who had just come of age. But after this campaign, his fame will reverberate throughout the empire. Irez Ryan currently serves as the head of the Dazarvi Guild. When through survival instinct skills. After seeing the endless light emanating from me. In fact, my heart has long recognized the strength of my tank. But important details were asked for safety. How did we know we were going to crusade against the essence of pixels? This is not difficult to explain. It's just that a large guild deliberately controls the 3 layers of pixel clusters, just to capture the boss of the pixel territory. There is no need to use so many strategic materials, so I conclude that you will certainly have other goals. And he is the leader of the 5th level monster orcs. He needs to be on the altar in the center of the pixel cluster. 777 magic stones for the online project Great Warrior. A type of invisible boss that will be summoned. And so many supplies just saw. It should be to deal with bosses with a very small probability. Here the head of my analysis. Then there were interested eyes admiring the different barbarians. Then tell us why we need you. Now that it has piqued his interest, then it's much easier to do. I am a barbarian warrior who has received the seal of immortality. The first thing I got was the vampire essence. For reference, that's the essence of the guardian in the cracked dungeon. And then there's the corpse gram. Its property is to increase pain tolerance. I don't think it's necessary to explain everything. To put it simply, as long as you are willing to invest in potions for me, I will be able to lead the people in the battle. Hearing my explanation, the head of the regiment immediately showed uncontrollable excitement. Your strength is indeed more than enough for a third-level expedition, even better than the rest of our fighters. So I've decided to invest in you with all my might." For his decision, Misha's brother hurriedly wanted to step forward to stop it. But the so-called essence of life is worthless. If you can revive the entire guild with one essence, then the investment is well worth it. Now I passed the first hurdle without a hitch. There are 3 orc bosses that can be summoned through magic stones. Each of them is a high-ranking mutant leader with their own alias. At the same time, it also has a rather headache-inducing essence. So it's only a level 5 boss though. But it also has to be a guild kill. And these guys who are called like the 3 brothers. Each body is fixed with its own essence. Danny has the red essence of a frenzied shout. Berta is the blue essence that contains the battle banner. There is also Tarugas at the heart of our shield tank training. It's also the grass green essence that contains that skill. As I anxiously waited for the essence, they also sent the only trial tube. I didn't expect my luck to be so high. This turned out to be the essence of grass green. Without hesitation, I opened the trial tube. The moment when the green essence of the grass penetrated my body, the whole body suddenly burst with great strength. Maybe it's because of the fighting spirit. There is an urge to wield this power as soon as possible. The head of the regiment should also know the characteristics of the essence. He hurriedly suggested that I take off my gear. Then he called all the priests and auxiliary scrolls in the guild. It's really a big guild. We are not stingy with support on this scale. Immediately upon the various prayers of the priest increased, and after the various potions of the wolf and tiger swallow, my body had reached a level of intensity that I could never have imagined. In the end, it was also mandatory for Misha's brother to donate the blood of the orcs. Just because outsiders absorb their blood can get a corresponding kicker. Now that all the preparations are over, we should get out of here slowly. Then next it's time to show off your newly acquired skills. Immediately pay attention to the changes in sensation throughout the body. Immediately after, under the angry shouting, I also used an action skill like a tree orc. Gigantic. Immediately, the exertion of the skill began to swell the limbs, uncontrollably and continuously increasing body size. And with the size of the threat value proportional, and body stats will also increase. From this moment on, I'll call it Barbarian hero mode. When I stood naked in the middle of the crowd, Misha with a look of shame and sneaking a glance at me. There are also others who can't help but sigh that it's a huge thing. It is not difficult to judge even from the demented expressions of the rest of the people. It was something in my body that clearly irritated the crowd. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the regiment commander, a certain part was covered as soon as possible. There are only 30 minutes left until the end of the 3rd-tier sovereign skills. There will be some worries though. But for me at the moment, nothing scares me. As I shouted out the ancestors, without fear, I rushed out of the crowd and began to carve out the route. Currently in my immediate 2nd place, the remaining 23 members of the trade union and Misha. There were also more than 40 scattered explorers who were not instigated by the previous group. These people would rather sacrifice all their equipment. He even volunteered to be a sacrifice to the essence of vampires. Now my whole body is full of infinite strength. There is also a strong instinct for destruction welling up in the heart. Fortunately, there is no need to control this desire at this moment. A miniature-sized clone of the 3-tiered monarch. Even the mini has a size of more than 2 meters. Even then, I'm just a dwarf in my eyes. The moment of the camp chain, he waved a sour punch. Plus the amplification attribute is just 1 punch. It is a major trauma to the doppelganger. That's in demon gap mode. The reason why a tank is so important. And these self-detonating powders will give the opponent a lethal attack. Even with my ability to tolerate pain, I felt soreness all over my body. Because of the essence of a vampire, of course. As long as I take care of my heart, I won't have a problem. Other aggressive warriors or famous great swordsmen. Here will be the strongest disaster. Just killed a bunch of monsters at the moment. The small deputy head immediately asked me not to recruit too many monsters at once. but that's something I can control. In a state of gigantic growth, depending on the size of the body, the threat class is different. In other words, it will increase the hatred of monsters without limit. Plus, when the Barbarian uses this skill, it will greatly enhance the enormity of the body. In other words, I am in walking provocative mode at the moment. Therefore, the explorer who follows behind him can move happily. This is Brother Misha, who is unwilling to admit defeat on the sidelines. He also bravely stepped forward to participate in the battle. However, the monster reflex hurt him. After a tight attack, he hurriedly sought out the priest for help. However, this act of his anger completely angered me. Don't dangle in the front row. Roll Lao, Su to the back row. There's a reason why I'm angry. Among the newly acquired pixel essences is the path of the passive skill hero. It was because of this skill that I wanted to get the essence of pixel heroes. When his HP is below 50%, will increase all types of defense. Even when it is below 20%, use the skill with the maximum effect. If you want to get the most out of that, it's best to face all the monsters alone. Therefore, these people behind me must not act in front of me. Brother Misha, who ran to the rear in gray. He used to be the best front row warrior in the guild. Now he can only be responsible for auxiliary tasks behind others. Just now he tightly attacked. It hurts a lot by the reflex of the monarch's clone. Is also under the scolding of rookies. Can only run to the end. Although standing at the front line of the ranks for a short time. But I can see it myself. This is the job that can lead the way in front at this moment. By no means something that a human being can do. So what kind of person is this barbarian? At first he just thought. The barbarian just mixed up with his sister. Half-hung 3-story explorer only. Even when they were told to fuck off. There was no resistance either. Even if he's a tank class with pain endurance. But in that case, he can rush forward without hesitation. At this moment, the running regiment commander also sighed unconsciously. As the saying goes, barbarians are born warriors. Now it seems that that statement is indeed true. If such a guy can enter the guild, it should be reliable. Then he asked the people who were running. Who knows the boy's original name? Such bravery must be famous in some way. It was only because of this moment that he looked like he didn't know about death. I really can't imagine without him. What kind of catastrophe we'll face for the rest of these people? As if asking, as if talking to oneself. Ms. Misa, where is your companion sacred? If the Balkans, known as the heroes of the barbarians, come back alive, it seems that this will be the case. Or maybe I shouldn't have to inquire about his deeds. Because in the not-too-distant future, all will surely know of his existence. Here it comes. A barbarian with a lot of luck led the crowd through a wild run. He gradually saw the end of hope. However, at this moment, the magic in my body was turbulent. Fortunately, at the same time as the gigantic effect ended, I also managed to lead the people out of the monarch's control. Feel saved. And the explorer who stood with joy. At the same time, there are also screams of sorrow for not escaping in time. And the bodies of these people were reduced to nothing in a moment. It's a blessing. Fortunately, the enormous name has come to the end of the escape. It's a miracle to be able to escape in time. However, the warning of the regimental commander should also be, because the real tension starts from this moment. While we escaped the demon rift, one of the survivors will be designated as the monarch's prey. According to the current probability, there is a 1 in 15 chance that Misa and I will be chosen. But when I was lucky enough to think that we wouldn't be so doomed, Misha stopped me in a timid voice. Li Yuan. How my body doesn't listen to me. I'm dizzy. Among so many survivors, how can it be Misha? His reaction was clearly the prey of the monarch. When Misha was still suffering from the psychology of luck, everyone's eyes suddenly startled him. It was as if he had seen a burdensome, indifferent gaze. It even includes the dearest brother. And avoid your own gaze while making eye contact, designated by the monarch as a prey explorer, will fall into a state of immobility. At the same time, it will take all the curses of the monarch. He will be hunted down by the monarch until he dies. It's amazing. I didn't expect your companion to be the first target. I can see that the head of the regiment at this time is indeed sorry for me. It was even proposed if I would like to join their guilds. His entire guild was willing to fight against the monarch, but I flatly rejected his proposal because I don't want to do things under anyone else. It seems that my decision was already expected. I didn't try to keep my regimental commander, and the cooperation between us is at the same time as the escape. It's officially over. But what I didn't expect was this. When I decided to break away from the survivor crowd, the head of the regiment also specially arranged for the priest to give me a bunch of augmentations. It was a surprise to me. These guys are really righteous. In order to get out of the woods, their resources are almost at the bottom. This is truly something to be thankful for. However, the head of the regiment deserves to thank me. As long as you don't die. For if you die in battle, that guy will turn his attention to himself. What a bunch of realists. One way or another. After a short goodbye, I left the army with Misa. It was 11:45 p.m. There are still 15 minutes until the maze closes. At this time, Misha was tied up by me in the crazy running of my back. However, compared to my single-mindedness, but her heart was manic. The enthusiasm of the barbarian in front of him rushed out of his teeth. It can be conveyed to oneself affectionately through the skin, although I can't see the back. But the monster's cries of battle were getting closer. If this continues, 2 people will definitely die. So she made up her mind and began to scream wildly. Jandel Bjorn. Just let me go. Because I know it. The person the monster was chasing behind was not Bjorn, but himself. That's why everyone looks at them like that. Even his brother, who is also close to him. They all treat themselves as a burden. Just because of their own existence will become their trouble. Yet I ignored his resistance. But Misha still told the situation without giving up. Bjorn, you've worked hard enough. If it goes on like this, even you will be dragged down by me. And our relationship isn't to that extent, is it? And if not you, I can't even make it this far. Even at the end because of you. I also fulfilled a lifelong wish. However, for his muttering, I coldly refused. Don't talk nonsense here. I obviously don't want to die at all. Why do you want to say something against your will? It's just a fear of being abandoned by others, isn't it? Misha tried to refute my refusal. I just don't want to be a burden to me. But my next word. But it completely broke his defenses. Because no emotion is more important than life. Don't beat around the bush to test my bottom line. If you want to live, you can boldly shout the words in your heart. Let me never abandon myself. At least then we might be able to improve our chances of survival. These are the words that only a simple savage can say. It seems that Misha also understands the meaning. From the witch forest to the present day, the barbarian in front of him himself showed what should be done in order to survive. Maybe it's because I have been complaining and I don't look like a good person. At least what I should be doing now. It should not be directed against people who are willing to help themselves. Say these self-defeating words. Then I realized my inner Misha. Finally said yes. Bjorn, if we can go back alive, I will repay you with the rest of my life. However, I smiled contemptuously at her promise, because she seems to have said this sentence when she woke up. Misa, who heard the joke, then added, if he returns alive, he is willing to seal all the fruits of this expedition. When I heard that, I burst out laughing. In times of crisis, it is money that keeps me motivated. And so after a frantic escape, the various boosts given to me by the regiment commander have also disappeared one after another. And the corrosive raindrops also fall on us clearly. The result of this reaction is, the guy was already chasing after him. Even the chaotic elves have increased significantly. Roads are also getting clogged. In that case, I can only use the gigantic skill again. Although the various attributes of the body can be greatly improved through gigantic energy. But what I value at the moment is the speed of movement brought about by the gigantic stride. With the remaining soul power, it can maintain the gigantic size for about 2-3 minutes. There are now 196 seconds left until the end of the maze. at the same time as the reading time of the yarn is second by second. I've also increased my speed again. However, there is a noticeable increase in the number of elves. I also had to take the time to clean them up one by one. 170 seconds, 160 seconds, 120 seconds. In this way, time passed minute by minute. When there are only about 90 seconds left, the body that was originally running wildly was suddenly hit by a great impact. The temperature around the whole body also rises suddenly. And this also means that it has entered the attack range of that guy. In more than half a year of bloody fighting, the brutal Barbarian ushered in the end of the first season. More than 50 episodes of manga content. The male protagonist who inadvertently cleared the 2D game. Unexpectedly, he fell into the game world that he cleared. And in this world of the jungle, the male protagonist with the reappearance of IQ is incarnated as Bjorn Yandel. After a series of bloody battles, gradually it was applied to the world. However, his bad luck deepened. Every time you enter the labyrinth, you will encounter unexpected bad news. And this time in the maze, not only encountered demon witches, he also met a third-tier monarch that is rare in a century. In order not to abandon the Misa that was locked by the monarch, alone with Misha on his back, he challenged the wrath of the monarch. The Chaos Elves have always followed, reduced a lot under the monarch's group attack. It also benefits from this that the speed of running can be effectively improved. Although there are only about 70 seconds left before the end of the maze. But it also means that we are already in the range of the monarch's attack. Touch for a lifetime. The moment the devil's claws landed, he almost dodged the fatal blow. When I looked up, huge monarch almost 30 meters high. Lycus, Lord of Chaos. There's no time to be alarmed about that now. Quickly get up and run wildly again. However, at this time, I can't bear to look at the yarn. Grumbled again. Now it's time to let go of yourself. This is only the first time we've worked together in a labyrinth. You don't have to work so hard for me. However, I didn't care about her complaints. Because I don't want her to die alone. If you just give up Misha. The ring I invested in before was not just a failure. No matter what, the obsession with survival. Until the end of life. I don't give up easily. But at the moment when he said this with confidence, a sharp pain suddenly swept through the body. I also realized it again through the connotation of Misha. My right arm was cut off by the monarch. Under such severe pain, I didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Quickly ask about the rest of the time. There are 60 seconds left until the end of the maze. Just 1 minute was a nightmare for me at this moment. Even to persevere in the state of losing an arm. And on the premise of being so close to the monarch. There is no point in running away blindly, since it is useless to flee. The next second, I made a decisive judgment. Stopped in Misa's exclamation. Reverse charge towards the monarch's claws. And my judgment was quickly excused. This is because the monarch also does not fire magic attacks at his front paws. Although if this guy moves a little bit, I'll be trampled to death. But how could I wait for his bad news? And in the process of playing the game, this heal by killing them continuously. I'm also fully aware of his attack patterns. 30 seconds from the end of the maze. 20 seconds from the end of the maze. And 15 seconds from the end of the maze. I'm getting overwhelmed. Because he couldn't dodge the attack in time. There was a violent blow to the abdomen. Immediately after that, the body in front of him fell backwards uncontrollably. But I haven't been able to pick up my spirits yet. The huge claws stabbed straight into my brain. If the special aim can hold up for a few more seconds, it will be fine. But at the moment, I can't lift up any strength. And just when I thought it was going to end like this, the original gigantic body, it began to shrink due to the lack of magic power. And this just escaped the monarch's deadly attack. Now that God has given me another chance, let's see if I can take on this luck. 10 seconds from the end. I grabbed the devil's claws with Misha. 8 seconds. Angry and biting the monarch's toes. 7 seconds. Kicked off by the monarch. 3 seconds. Defenseless in the air. I was grabbed by him. 2 seconds from the end of the maze. The monarch grabbed me and Misha and tried to swallow them raw. The next second, however, I smiled triumphantly. It's too late, you stinky boy. At the same time, the scene began to blur. The screen turns. Dimension Square in Lafdonia. While the family members anxiously waited for the family members on the expedition, with the intense light of the dimension, the teleportation array of the dimensional gate instantly spit out countless figures. However, to everyone's surprise, what happened? The explorers who were vomited were all seriously wounded. However, the one who surprised everyone the most was a rookie-level barbarian. In their opinion, such injuries must be unsurvivable. At the same moment, Misha also slowly opened her eyes. Although it is not bright sunshine, but despite this, compared to the labyrinth, it is incomparably brighter. However, Misha didn't have time to enjoy the warmth, for she heard the voices of the people. This is a discussion of the serious injuries of a barbarian. Ignoring the fact that Misha squeezed out of her figure and called out to Bjorn. However, when she saw the man, she was also stunned. A torn arm and deformed bones all over the body. But she cried out desperately to Bjorn. Hopefully he'll be able to cheer up. Misha heard Jun Yun's heartbeat. Turns out she's just sleeping. Misa, who was unconsciously shedding tears, finally relaxed. Time flies, too. During this time when I was unconscious, all corners of Ravdonia, various versions of the rumor began to circulate. It begins with the sudden appearance of a three-tiered monarch. By the way, through various statistics of the number of casualties rumored. Although the Explorers Guild has not yet been officially announced, but it is said that hundreds of people have been killed. However, through the accounts of the survivors, they were able to come back alive. The activity of one of them played a major role, and such a person was not famous before. His name was Jorn Jandel. Adult I reached the Barbarian of the third layer in just 3 months. It is said that the magician who experienced the scene also told such a story. Although this man has not yet achieved heroic deeds because of his youth, but those who have seen his bravery think he can be called the strongest barbarian hero of all generations, the Little Balkans. And so it was without my knowledge. My chirping continues to resound throughout the empire, even in a system that I don't know about. Because the fame of the character is increasing. The probability of special events that can occur in a character has been increased. With it comes danger. Dimmed office. A middle-aged man holding a profile of Bjorn Yandel, the right hand of an explorer who he thinks will make a name for himself in 3 months. Since taking on this task, there are only 3 accomplished people like Bjorn. Plus this guy also got the corpse gram, mutant vampire guardian, as well as like tree-accompanied orcs. An essence level that is very different from other ordinary explorers. This is a rate of growth that cannot be explained by words of luck. Through a historical review, of course. He can also find other beings who are comparable to him, because there are people in this world who have a special destiny, and most of these people will be recorded as heroes or warrior kings. However, the presence of Jorn in his hand made him curious. What kind of guy is this guy? Because in this era now, there are nothing but heroes. There's one more kind. That is, Evil Carp. Thank you for watching. The first quarter is officially over. According to the official announcement, it is expected to start on the shelves in May this year in the second quarter. Subtitle: Snow Degree Bunny. Subtitle: Snow Degree Bunny. Subtitle: Snow Degree Bunny.